76 pulls of Snowfall and Sunlight, no Heart Shard. Don't worry, dude. It's on 73. It's on 73. You just one more. Come on, just one more. Just one more. It's on the next one. Come on, one more. One more. Just one more. Don't worry about it. Yep. What was I gonna say? But yeah, so the light situation is kind of interesting. Oh, also, my back is itchy. My girlfriend got me this like extendable back scratcher, so then I can like scratch the back, and it's like good for like when it's like right the middle. Oh yeah, buddy. It's like right in the middle of my back, and I just can't reach the middle. It's like directly in the middle, and I've never been able to reach it. But this solves all of those problems. Highly recommend. I don't know where she bought it, but it was very I think it was inexpensive, and it's just like you just snap it in. Oh, great product. Can recommend. A buddy of mine got a wall back scratcher. So like what you do is you find like a corner in your house, and it's basically like a big brush with some edges that you like rub your back against, like a bear, to scratch your back. But he didn't tell his wife, so he just like put this thing on the corner, on one of the corners in their house, and she was extremely unimpressed. It was very funny. What's up, Pinatelli? Like, I you know, putting up a back scratcher so you can scratch your back like a bear is already kind of a stupid thing to do. But then also not telling the wife about it. There you go. She gets the fun surprise. Anyways, but yeah, I hope everybody had a nice weekend. Apologies I was not around the last 2 days. Monday I had to do some things that were job related. I don't have any current news for you, but when I do have good news, I will give you good news. And then yesterday was my girlfriend's birthday, so we like hung out all day, and I basically like wanted to take the time because we have a little bit of opposite schedules because she does like a lot of shift work. So I was like, you know what, on your birthday we're gonna like do some activities. So I like cooked all the meals throughout the entire day. I tried to make everything as nice and fancy. I made a cake. I basically stayed up all night on Monday making a cake, and because I was like, I'm determined to make a cake because buying baked goods is expensive, and I don't have a lot of money being unemployed. So it's like, I'll make it. But I didn't want her to know. I wanted it to be a surprise. So I was like, oh, she usually goes to bed at like 8 or 9 p.m., which means then she goes to bed, wait an hour, she's like dead asleep, then I bake the cake. But because she like took the week off because it's her birthday, she like came home from work, and then instead of going to bed at like 8 or 9, she went to bed at like midnight. But it's okay because you can still bake at 1 in the morning, and 2 in the morning, and 3 in the morning, and 4 in the morning. Anyway, the cake is good. I might eat some later on stream. It's really good. Good morning, one from Mars. How you doing? Yeah, so that was a fun activity. And then other than that, I played through pretty much, I just machine gunned my way through the new Lord of the Rings Online expansion. And I gotta say, the new Lord of the Rings Online expansion is pretty good. I really, really like the story. I think there's a bug. I don't know if this is a known issue. I should have looked into it. But I think there's a bug in the game where I can't complete one of the quests. And the unfortunate part about not being able to complete one of the quests means that my character can't get one of like the progression points, because there's like one of the main storyline things. And again, I don't know if it's a bug or something weird is going on, so I have to investigate that. I don't know if it's other people that have the same problem. But overall, the story is like, it's sick. It's like really, really good. If you're somebody who is very interested in the Lord of the Rings Online has gone like way beyond the regular Lord of the Rings story, as in like the War for the Ring is over. That ended in 2017, I think. So it's been a little while since they've been using the direct material from the book, but yeah, it's really, really, really good. And honestly, some of the best story they've ever put together. It's still very grounded as well, which I really appreciate. It's a very, very grounded story, and that's one of the things that like I like about the Lord of the Rings Online is that Driftwood Mire. Where's Driftwood? Is that Ettercap? I guess Ettercap Incursion. One of the things that I really like about the Lord of the Rings Online is that the story is really grounded because it has to be. So what I mean by that is in Lord of the Rings, there isn't like flashy magic or big things. Oh, we're in Mired and Kobolds. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do Mired and Kobolds. So as a result of the story not being like as flashy, a lot of the things that you end up doing and interacting with are like more understandable, whereas opposed to something in like DDO where it's like, oh, Vecna is invading, we have to stop like this horrible thing. It's more like, oh, an invading force is attacking a whole countryside at the same time, and you can't be everywhere. So as a result, you know, they don't have like a militia, or they don't have whatever set up. And so you pretty much always have to catch up to help people, but you can't really help everybody. And it's a lot of like either both the politics and also just like the maneuvering of troops and like really like granular, like kind of like fantasy war stuff. And it's cool. It's very, very compelling, at least for me anyway. So I really enjoy that. So that's been good. And then other than that, I used all my gold on MTG Arena to open up a bunch of the new Lorwyn packs. So I opened up a whole bunch of Lorwyn packs, and I got 2 Shocklands. And I think 19 packs. So I think it's going to take me a while to earn my set of Shocklands, but we'll get there someday. Someday. What's up, patient? How are you doing? How's it going? Now, all they need to do is make a tricolor Shockland, and I'll be set. It's all I need. Well, that's not true. I also need, like, the wild cards to be able to make all the cards that I want. I can't say it's depressing, but it was like, oh, cool. Lorwyn Eclipse came out, and then I spent all my wild cards that I had on MTG Arena on lands. Lands. It's like a really weird feeling to spend all your wild cards on lands, because on the one hand, it sucks because, you know, lands aren't as fun of cards as like other things, because you want to have like a lot of like the really cool, exciting cards. Like I play this and some insane thing happens. Those are going to be like your rares and your mythics oftentimes as well. But the reason why I actually like spending the lands is like oftentimes those big rare haymaker cards are only really good in like maybe 1 or 2 decks, but the lands are good literally everywhere. Although in hindsight, now that I'm thinking about it again, what I should have done is just crafted some Badger Moles.
Something very large and very powerful is coming.
But you know what? We're here now. Which is just all lands. You can do that. You can play an all land deck. No patches tomorrow. We don't have a patch note. So instead, we just have to like approximate what's happening. That's it. We just gotta guess. You know what we could do? We could do some, man, if only it was possible to do like some gambling over on our own. Oh, I didn't know we were doing the dragon. Oh, I didn't know you were doing the dragon. My bad. I totally... Whoops, I didn't know they were doing that. That's cool. Later today. Yeah, we're supposed to be doing the patch notes today. I don't know if they're going to be like that impactful, just because it's just a 72.2, and 72.1 was like 2 bug fixes, so I assume we'll also get some bug fixes. Do you think... Oh, you know what I should have... Damn it. I should have put on the bingo card. I should have put the bingo card. Oh no, they're dying. These people are dying. Oh god. Oh no, they're still dying. Oh no. Rana saved? No, Rana didn't save him, which is surprising. You'd think she would have done the save. So I feel bad. The vampire bite. A bunch of the stuff in Dampier still doesn't work, which sucks, because Dampier is really cool. Someday I will make a Dampier rogue build that uses the vampire bite, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Whoop. Now we bounce. Nuts that Dreadmist, Rogue Corp, and Apogea are all coming out within like a month of each other. Okay, hold on. What are these games? I've heard about Dreadmist. What's Rogue Corp? Hold on, what is this? Rogue Corp. That is not on Steam, I assume, so I don't know where you play that, so I couldn't tell you. And Apogea, I only look on Steam. And Apogea to be announced. This looks like it's got a similar vibe. So looking at the actual game here, it's got like a similar vibe. But in terms of like you have the abilities at the bottom and then you have like your inventory, blah, blah, blah. But this is more of a RuneScape style of visuals. Yeah, this is 100%. It looks like RuneScape to me, especially like with these barrels. N64. Oh, no, it's not that busy. Further on in the tree, there's an ability that allows you to bite an enemy, and then they can make a save or die if they're cowering. I think it's called like Ascendant Bite or something like that. And that ability does function. It can kill people. However, the DC is supposed to be like 10 plus Dampier level, plus stunning DCs, plus enchantment DCs, plus highest of strength, intelligence, constitution, or charisma. And instead, the way the ability actually scales is 10 plus strength. Which means that if you have a 200 strength stat, then your DC ends up being, what is that? 95, I think? Which is not high enough to hit anything at the end game. And 200 strength stat is a fictional number. That's about 70 points higher than what is physically possible. Or because of rogue energy? Hell yeah, dude. Let's go with what's this called? Myth R1. Myth Drenner. And then we'll start with Myth Drenner.
Quest.
So that's the main problem. It's not that the base bite doesn't work. The base bite does work, but it's all of the abilities in the tree that are supposed to build off the base bite. Similarly, there's an ability in the tree that makes it so when you bite, you drain multiple negative levels. You do not. When you bite, it drains one negative level, which, you know, you could argue is still possibly good. The problem is the ability says multiple and it doesn't drain multiple. And if it drained multiple, it would be better. But with only one, the odds are when you hit a monster with that ability, the amount of damage you deal is going to, or you're going to hit the monster hard enough that the amount of health you drain from the level drain is not going to actually reduce their health at all. So it actually doesn't do anything. So it's not good. Well, it's not so much that negative levels are bad, which is true. That's a true statement. But it's more of that, like, if, you know, let's say this Eder Cap, right? If I hit him for 100, then the level drain doesn't matter. And that's the bigger problem. If I hit this Eder Cap for 100 points, then the level drain doesn't do anything. And obviously that's not good when hitting guys for 100 is not a crazy task when you know, we're looking at the overall health of monsters, how much damage you can deal at this point in DDO.
Too small to be the great cave where the Ettercaps take their
But if it drains like 3 levels or 4 levels, well, now the amount of health drain from the level drain is actually relevant. Oh, right. That's because I moved this button. I moved that button over here. Yeah, but it's by a marginal amount. Again, it's not that the ability is exclusively bad, but when an ability says it does one thing and it does not do that thing, that's something that can get patched. Yeah, also, the other issue with one negative level is in epics, monsters heal a negative level every 5 seconds. So if that would be relevant, your negative level, and the problem is it's not a 5-second, like it's on for 5 seconds and then it comes off. It's every 5 seconds they heal a negative level. So if you apply a negative level to a monster and then like 1 second later, the every 5 seconds tick happens, then all of a sudden the monster loses their negative level you just put on them basically instantaneously. My point being is just there's just bugs I want to see fixed. Because then if it works, how cool would that be? Like how sick would it be if all of a sudden you can like, you know, hit with like a cool level drain and it actually feels like really relevant to all the content you're doing. So yeah, that's what I want. I just want the abilities to do the things that they say they do, so that way you can play them. Plus also, it's like for me, I'm very anti-noob trap. So I don't love it when things don't do the, well, it's a lot of Reapers. All right, game, chill. Chill. It's not like it's dangerous, but I love that I just came into this room and there was 3 of them. That's awesome. The range of the healing hands. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah, that's also another bug that like could possibly get fixed. So for those who don't know, healing hands has no range on it, no range limit. So as long as you can target somebody, like they're rendering on your screen, you can click on them, you can cast healing hands at any distance. So somebody's like at that wall back there, I can healing hands them. It's a bug. It should get fixed. But you know, at least the ability is healing.
It would seem that the Etacaps
Again, for me, a big part of it is I thought it'd be really cool to have like a stealthy rogue type character where the whole point is you like sneak around behind people's backs. Find traces of the captured elves. Oh, did I have to rescue somebody and I didn't rescue a single person? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Or was I supposed to click a note somewhere? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe I didn't do the quest properly. Talk to the one captive? Oh. True. Am I really a hero when I left all the elves in their cages? And the answer is yes, I'm still a true hero. Okay, let's find an elf. There's got to be an elf somewhere around here. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Ah, perfect. I knew there was something I could do.
Somewhere deeper in the forest.
Uh-oh. Am I stuck in loading screen? Uh-oh. It's always how the day starts. But yeah. Anyways, TLDR. I'm biased because I wanted to play the from stealth chomp on a guy, instant kill him like an assassin, but with an extra bite attack, which would be kind of cool. And this is not influenced by the fact that I watched Renfield yesterday, and I watched Nicolas Cage as Dracula like rip people in half because he's a cool vampire and like bite people and instant kill them. And I'm like, man, I want to do that now too, but I can't. Okay, well, that's a good start. Also, Zenith Sage, what's up? How you doing? 70 consecutive watch streak? That's crazy. All right, see if we can keep going with DDO. I did see the picture that you tagged me in of the position for Smokey's Bar and Grill. So are you gonna take it? It seems like a good idea. Am I interested in the role? Smoky Mo's Bar and Grill. You know, as somebody who's unemployed, absolutely. That Mr. Cage filed his teeth down for. I don't know if he filed the teeth down for. I'm pretty sure they just used like a prosthetic or whatever, like a mask. It does look cool. Also, it's snowing again, dude. The company that's supposed to plow like the parking lot where I live still hasn't plowed the parking lot, and it's been snowing like constantly for the past like 3 days, so you can't get anywhere. I mean, they're probably busy because it's been snowing everywhere for the past 3 days. Damn, that's commitment. I will say it works really well because the he definitely is, I wouldn't say like the heart of the movie, but he definitely does like a good job with it. I don't know what quest I'm doing. I don't know which the closest quest is. Oh god, I still gotta learn this. Yo, what's up, Swope? How you doing? Mithranor is the area I know the least by a long margin. Okay, where are we going? We are going here. This is Tyranter's Hall.
Would you be interested in the role of Cinnamon with frosting?
Tyranter's Hall is the Safehold? No. Times Long Past? No. Voices of the Dead? Oh no. Death Hosts. Death Hosts. And yes, I am absolutely interested in the role of a Cinnamon with frosting. Dude, I love cinnamon rolls. Cinnabon? Sign me up.
I'd stay alive if I wasn't dying all the time.
Yo, me too. I get that one. Yo, what's up, Tag? Welcome back to the stream team for 73 months. That's not 1 month. That's not 2 months. It's 73 months, which is actually a crazy amount of time. Can you believe it? Think about all the time that passed. Think about how much you've changed as a person. And how I haven't. Good old time being a flat circle. Welcome back. What's up, Braylor? How are you?
This massive structure was once
Too sweet? What do you mean too sweet?
countless nights of revelry.
It's as somebody who like doesn't eat a lot of sweets, because I find most sweets too sweet because I have a very sensitive palate. Okay, I don't find it too sweet. I find like Cinnabon is it's like just right. It's like so good. Like I don't really eat candy because I find most candies are too sweet for me. I'm a little baby and I can't handle the sweetness. It's overwhelming. Nice. Also, Braylor, thank you so much for the 500 bits. That's very, very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going excellently. Thank you so much for tuning in and I appreciate the support. Damn, it's a lot of bits. Oh yeah, I forgot the Blazing Bones just like cast spells. It's funny because they just look like really unassuming undead and then they cast spells at you. Also, I do like having Burning Blood on me 100% of the time. What a horrible spell. Imagine actually having the effect of Burning Blood, where they're like, yeah, by the way, your blood is hot now, and it's got extra acid, and you can feel it. Ugh. Terrible thought for a spell. Good spell design, though. Really, like, when you hear it, you're like, oh, God.
Calling out from behind a doorway blocked by a magical barrier. It
Burning
doesn't
snake
sound like
blood.
one of
I think
the
that's probably what it feels like for, like, some animal bites, and they have, like, venom that feels like it's burning through you.
But it seems that he's trapped behind that barrier. And to remove it, you'll need a pair of door crests.
Isn't that what it's like when you have when you get bit by, like, what is it, the bullet ant or something? And they call it a bullet ant because it feels like you've been shot when it bites you.
Towering skeletal figure. A familiar shape. The skeleton shatters and falls. The crest
Yeah.
in its chest tumbling free.
Those with the beards are hilariously horrifying. Yeah, I don't know how the beard is there. That makes me think that, like, if the dwarves' skeletons have beards, obviously it's just for artistic effect. It's like how in Demon Souls, there are skeletons that you can fight. They're like the gold skeletons, and those also have beards, even though that doesn't make any sense for them to have beards. They also have them. And it kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, Burning Blood does, like, basically no damage. Maybe it's because it's very precise. You know, it's like you want to have just the Burning Blood. You don't want to have like all the other horrible side effects. So you want to raise the temperature of the blood so it's very uncomfortable and painful and might kill you, but it doesn't kill you like right away. Because I feel like if you could do that, it's like, what a devastating spell. It's like, you know, if you can use the Force, like in Star Wars, why can't you just like use the Force to stop somebody's heart or something, and then they like instantly die? And the answer is like, well, they don't do it in the stories because that would be an overpowered ability. But also, why? Well, it's too precise. You have to like feel for the organs and like grab the heart. Too precise, too hard. Yeah, blood pressure dropping is bad. Especially when it's sudden blood pressure drops. High blood pressure is bad. Low blood pressure is bad. You want to have regular blood pressure. I love it. I'm just like breathing constantly on these guys. It's sick.
The lever is pulled.
Negative. I don't think you can have negative blood. Well, I guess you can have negative blood pressure technically. Wait, better for giving up caffeine. Yeah, caffeine is very bad for your blood pressure. For those that are unaware, if you ever find yourself having high blood pressure and you drink a lot of caffeine, reducing your caffeine intake does reduce your blood pressure. So if you're somebody who is on high, who has high blood pressure, that can be something that can help you. Another thing, and probably one of the most impactful things for your blood pressure, physical exercise. Physical exercise is excellent for your blood pressure. Moving around is one of the best things you can do to reduce your blood pressure.
The lever is pulled. You notice a distant quieting as the barrier.
Okay, I think that's it. I think we're good. There we go. I'm no sort of doctor, but that is one of them true statements. Wait a minute. Are these things not resistant to cold? Oh, they are. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. Exercising your fingers count? No. It needs to be like full body exercise. It doesn't have to be anything crazy either. It can be like regular exercise. So it's one of the reasons why, like, if you can go for a half-hour walk like every day or every other day, it'll dramatically lower your blood pressure over time. Running to the bathroom counts? Well, yeah, as long as it's a full sprint. You gotta make sure you're really pushing it to the limit. You got a full sprint to the bathroom. No, I no longer have to take the meds? Yep. Running for president? Not usually. That's like campaign contributions. Jumping jacks on the toilet. I feel like that'd be very precise. Man, I just love blasting these guys. Although I will love when I can actually cast my cold spells again, because my cold spells are all in more convenient buttons. 49 for the Draconic Burst Electricity, though. Ooh, feels good. We call them star jumps. Really? Is that what you guys call them? You call them star jumps? I mean, it's fair. You do kind of make a star shape with your hands. Oh, I didn't pick up the crest in the main room. I'm an idiot. Oh. No, I have nothing for you anymore, Ty. What a conversation to join stream on. Yeah, it could be worse. I find that, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. I try to moderate a fair amount of the stream discussions that we have here and try to keep focused on either like the specific video game itself or keep the topic to be something that could be like, not so much interesting. Interesting is the wrong word, but like advertiser friendly is also the wrong word, and not crude is also the wrong word. I don't know. There are like some streamers where I have tuned into their live stream, and the types of conversations and the things that they talk about, it can be also related to a lot of young people, are just like things where I'm like, man, wouldn't want to walk in on this conversation. So I try to avoid things like that sometimes. Do I need a priest to evict the demons inside of me for this full body exercise to work? No, you can do that with the demons, because it's good for them too. It's good for their blood pressure.
With both crests in place, the magic barrier fades.
Remember, when you think about the things that are inside your body, it's important to consider homeostasis for everything. You know, it's like when sometimes you're not feeling good, like in your gut, so you get some of that probiotic yogurt. It's because you need to add more microbes and to help balance out your internal biome. You got to think about that. Like, you know, if your inner demons aren't getting exercise, you know, what is that saying about the rest of your body or even your outer demons? Solar Gem of sneak attack damage. Heck yeah. Now I have to look this up. I should make a list of the order of the quests that I do, because I like literally don't know. Now we do this one, which is the Speculum. And that quest is called... Is it the Speculum?
countless nights of revelry.
No.
Hello stream, it's
Yo.
me, young person.
Hey, what's up, young person?
Poggies.
That's right. 667. Yeah, let's go. All right. I don't think they say poggies though. I think it's old people that say that. Maybe it's young people. I don't know.
Long ago, Coromanther's
Also, if you're looking through
wizards
my
gathered
route
to share
through these
new
quests,
spells
and you're like, wow, this is disgusting stream. You're going like all the wrong ways.
Yet
Oh, just you wait.
none of the Empire's greatest wizards could prevent the fall of Mythdragon.
Sending the personal trainer to exercise the demons. Yep. Okay, there we go. Now I have a million key. Once I generate a tiny amount of key, then I can just start casting spells.
Different priorities. Report to the central hall immediately. We will need every wizard in the city working together.
Yeah, but that's your fault for following him. A horse is supposed to follow you. Remember, you can lead a horse to water, and you can make him drink, as the old saying goes. Can I use cold on these guys? No, they're immune to cold. I wanted to check though. No, stop burning. Stop burning. This guy heals from cold damage. What the heck? Get out of here. Since they're half in the direction from one another? Yeah. There isn't like a good loop you can do. I usually do 2 loops. So I do like all the quests on the right side of Mithranor, and then I do all the quests on the left side of Mithranor. So I kind of like hook around twice. That's always how I do it. But I don't mind that like not every quest is gonna have like a simple like loop you can do. Is there? Did I see an orange name down here? Or am I hallucinating? Oh, I did. This is a Displacer Beast. Hey, what's up, buddy? Mushroom soloing, a challenge? No, I have my LFM up. It's just time of day. Also, not everybody wants to do Mithranor. There's a bunch of other LFMs in the quest range. So like there's a Giant Hold group, there's a Sharn group, there's another Sharn group. So there's other people doing stuff. I just want to do Mithranor. So sometimes when you play quests, you just don't always have people in your group. It happens. If I could force people to join my party with me, I still wouldn't do that because I only really want to play with people who like want to play in a group and do activities together. But yeah, sometimes it is what it is. I do have goals. So this week we're going to be starting and then continuing the solo guided Artificer because we have hardcore left for another 2 weeks. And so I'll be using that as an opportunity to do the solo guided Artificer over those 2 weeks and get that character up to the level cap. Should be nice and fun. Get feared, water elementals. His eye, Shrimp Tom, incarnation of fear. But yeah, no particular challenge or desire to not play with other people. As previously mentioned, I much prefer to play with other players when given the opportunity. So I always try to do that when possible. So many spells.
Our numbers dwindle.
Loots on the solo art. I don't know. I haven't decided. That's a good question. A cold. Oh, he died. Remember when Fear Reapers could apply their fear effect after they died? Wasn't that cool?
We are almost out of spell components, and we've long since used all the wands. Of course,
good times.
Available in the safe hold.
I do feel bad for the people of Mithranor who like hella died to all the demons, because he's like, yeah, we're almost out of spell components, and we're almost out of wands, or we're out of wands and stuff. But like, unfortunately for them, is they actually do have that as a bit of a problem, where you know, demons are infinite, so they can run out. Unlucky. Come on, get up. By their effect during times you're stuck with spinner IOD? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for those of you that don't know,
The crystals on the dais suggest that some kind of sealed door is nearby.
Oh, I didn't do one of these? Oh, I didn't do this one. Oh, I'm an idiot. Anyway.
Shows that this drow elf
But yeah, so Fear Reapers used to have a thing where like they would die and still be able to do their fear effect. So if they began a cast of the fear effect and then you killed them, the fear effect would still go off, so you'd get an extra stack, which was very bad because it basically gave them an extra free hit against you.
In the city.
EK Blast have a spell type. EK Blast.
Our defenses could not hold them
Are you
back.
talking about the Eldritch Knight Eldritch Strike, like the first core of the Eldritch Knight tree that allows you to
We will make our stand
like do a spin attack and then it deals a force burst that also adds a second damage type based on your imbue?
As if a door had been blown open by the wind.
It is not a spell, it is an attack. However, the secondary effects do scale off of spell power, but they do not scale off of spell
The
crit.
wizards kept their greatest secrets.
the safe hold.
So in the least confusing way possible, those abilities, when you press it, it scales off of your spell power, and that's it. It's a melee attack that has a secondary effect that adds a damage that scales off spell power.
Is where the wizards
Oh, you died.
last
Sick.
defense. Yet,
Boop.
whatever that
Boop.
last defense
Nice.
might have been, it failed to keep the invaders out of the city.
All right, and now
It seems
we
the
go to
wizards' final defense was a powerful
this
summon,
one, the Irithilium.
a demon that they could
And the
not
Irithilium
control.
is key to the mythal? No.
Now to proceed to the binding. But I
Secrets to the Red
thought the
Wizards.
spell holding the
Okay.
demon worked. By the gods! It's free!
This statue
It's free!
is the icon of the elves.
Impulse and Elemental? Exactly, yeah. It's one of the reasons why like Eldritch Knight is very convenient because a lot of the cores give you universal spell power. So you get like 60 universal spell power for each of the cores, and then you have not Eldritch Strike, but the Siphoning Strike, which gives you a whole bunch of 30 extra universal spell power, and then you pick up the Action Boost, which gives you an extra 30. So as a result, it doesn't, you know, as long as you have like a potency item or something, you can kind of have all the spell powers at the same time.
Back when the Empire.
The Red Wizards have established a base here in the crumbling ruins of a school.
This quest is guest narrated by Amelia Tyler.
Find out why the Thalens have come to this throne. Harry was burst out of the rubble.
Oh, the new Lord of the Rings Online expansion, I have pretty much done. I'm only missing like a couple quests that are bugged that I can't do. They touted the expansion as being fully voice acted, and that's not 100% true in the sense that it is basically fully voice acted, but the voices that are still missing
Red Wizards want to use the mythal
are not missing, but like only the main storyline is fully voice acted, and there's technically two main storylines that go on, and both of them are voice acted by the characters. So it means they actually had to hire more voice actors for the project, and as a result, it's just interesting hearing voice actors I'm so used to hearing in other video games showing up in Lord of the Rings all of a sudden, because they would have like basic voice acting where they would like have a guy who would, you know, whenever you talk to an NPC, the NPCs all have like some generic like 5 lines they would say when you talk to them. Like, oh, can you help me on this sorry day? When you like talk to them, no matter what they're actually saying. And they always had voice actors for the main cast, like Gandalf and other stuff. But this time it's like, it feels a little bit different. And I will say, I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I can't remember her name, but the thing that shocked me was the lady who plays Savathun in Destiny was one of the, has been several characters in the Lord of the Rings expansion. And it's been really jarring to be like, oh my god, I know you from other things, and now you're in this game now. So yeah, overall, it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely still just like more Lord of the Rings. So if you're not somebody who if you're somebody who like absolutely does not like the Lord of the Rings Online, I can't really tell you that you're gonna suddenly fall in love with the new Lord of the Rings Online expansion, because it's kind of just more Lord of the Rings. But it is good if you like it at all. It is very good in that regard.
This artifact doesn't doesn't control the missile at all. Instead, it's a magical device.
Okay.
It would seem that the Red Wizards have moved in.
Also, they added a bunch of new monsters, and I almost like, I was like kind of paying attention, and then I didn't realize that I was actually fighting some of them. Like they added these like cobra snakes that we didn't have before. And I was like, huh, what the all of a sudden I'm just fighting snakes. I was like, what? There's giant snakes in this video game. Where are there giant snakes? Because you're in like the desert, so they have these like big ass cobras. Cobras. Also, fun fact for those that don't know, there's a goose called the Canada goose, and the Canada goose is a relatively aggressive goose, and so much so that it is also known as the Cobra chicken, which is great. Fantastic name for the Canada goose. It is also a poop machine, yes. Also, Kois, welcome back to the stream team. Priestess support, dude. Hope you're having a fantastic day. 32 months is a really long time, and I hope everything is going well with you. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. What's up? How are you doing? What's new? What's exciting? Nah, having replayed the campaign with the proper voice actress, I definitely think the primary Ikora voice actress does a better job. Although I wish I knew the names of these people other than just like name of character that they played, but amen. This nature of having a brain that can only remember certain things. Obscure DDO information? Easy. Tip of my tongue, it's right there. Anything else? Nope. They're not just giant snakes, we have small ones too. Ah, yes, of course. Not just giant snakes, this is small snakes. Okay, those are all done, that's done, that's done. This way. This way. I have a lot of key.
The Red Wizard Lich assigned to tap into the missile has his own secret.
I'm missing one thing,
Divert part of
which
the
I
missil's
think
power
is
into
here
his
because you
own
learn it from these guys talking,
His phylactery has apparently hidden away some
but I'm
piece
not
called
certain.
Honor Glim.
You don't click on this, right?
Track down the last
Yeah, we're done.
location
Okay, good.
of that wizard.
Whew.
Ongluth, was it?
I know how to do these
He
quests.
was one of the creators.
I know how to play this video game.
It will not be simple, but you are a necromancer after all.
With that, the Red Wizard's story.
Yowza.
The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
It's kind of wild that Dragon Disciple just kind of gets everything you want out of a hybrid. It gets 25% life, it gets the crit multi and threat range, it gets the spell DCs, it gets the spell damage, it gets literally everything you want out of a hybrid. Yo, what's up, Arcarian? What's with these dots? Like, you got spell damage, you got melee stuff, you got an imbue, and look at these T5s. Giga spell damage attack, threat range, multi, and health. Huge DCs, major defensive boost and MRR cap, and then the cooldown reduction, so you can actually spam your spells. It's very cool. Yo, what's up, Braddock? How you doing? You know if they fixed the lag yet? Played about 1 month ago. Yeah, man.
This
The lag
was
is
a
fantastic.
fabled School of wizardry. Apprentices flocked here to learn
Currently, right
the
now,
arts
is
back when the
the
Empire
least
was
amount of lag I have ever experienced in the history of Dungeons & Dragons Online.
during the titanic battle in which
Okay, Voices of the Dead? No. Time's Long Past, Seeds of Decay. What's this area called? This is the Castle Cormanthor. This is Zulkir Plan, I think? Yes. So if you haven't had the chance to like return to DDO, unfortunately the best time to return to DDO was like 3 weeks ago when they were giving away all the quests. But if you already have all of them, because you've already used the quest codes and things like that, yeah, it's amazing right now. The only lag that you might experience from what you're used to is that the data centers did move during the summer. So the data centers, if you're somebody who used to live on the eastern coast of the United States, the data centers now exist either in Europe, or if you play on the European server, or they are in Vegas, which is just like further distance from the East Coast. So for example, I used to have 20 ping when playing, and now I have 85.
before the city fell. But this is no task
But like,
for
it's basically the
reflection.
same. It doesn't really matter to
The
me.
Lich
Once you
within
play for
the
like 5
Red
minutes, you get used to it.
Expedition is somewhere in the depths of this castle. You
Yeah,
must
there was
stop the
some
Thanes
performance issues
before they can gain
that cropped up,
control of the
but
Niflheim.
in terms of the airship, so like the airship is pretty much always going to be like a weird laggy nightmare, but which is unfortunate because congregating on the airship with your guildies can be kind of neat. But other than that, as long as you don't hang out on the airship, honestly, I don't notice the lag. Like my last stream was like what, like 9 hours, and I didn't have a single lag spike in 9 hours. So yeah. And EU no lag there, yeah. Especially if you're in Europe. I can only imagine what that feels. Playing the game with like maybe like 200 ping and then immediately dropping down. Don't go invisible, Blue Abishai. In-game DCs that are the breath weapon items need to come out. It'd be a good idea. Yeah, Germany's pretty close. Come on, die, please. Okay, just kill the Blue Abishai. Kill the Blue Abishai. No, he got away again. Foiled again. No. Die. Oh, yes, he died. Nice, because I have 2 dots on him. Beautiful. Stand up for 30 minutes? Oh my god, dude. I just started streaming. I'm not even done my coffee. This guy lives to cause nothing but torment and pain in my life. Hello?
Find and defeat the Lich.
There we go. My desk was like not responding. That's weird. But fine. I will stand. I've been trying to use my standing desk a lot during the week, just because it's better for me to stand than not. Not like all the time, but it's still good to like get up and move your body around. We talked about the blood pressure thing already. Oh, don't worry. You can't pull the wool over my eyes with no sort of facade, dude. Alright, so I think, can you scan through for the crest like this? That's a good question. I don't think so. And blessed for killing Ogre Magic Lochai. Yep. It's amazing. I love dot weapons for that purpose. And Quick Cutter for that purpose as well. As previously mentioned, Quick Cutter got nerfed in the best way, in my opinion, because Quick Cutter went from being the best ability in the entire game to now being the best AoE ability in the entire game. To be fair, it was always getting outclassed by a sword swings, or a sword sings, the Fatesinger Epic Strike. But the difference with the Fatesinger Epic Strike is that the Fatesinger Epic Strike was like single target and was much more focused on the end game. What if you didn't fly around everywhere? How did that sound? Been playing this week. I have 2 questions occur to me. Would you mind if I ask them on your stream? No, you can just ask your questions. I don't mind. I've resigned myself to being DDO guy who hath answers questions about Dungeons & Dragons Online for the masses. Sometimes. It's like sometimes I will stream other video games and then people are like, yo, can I ask a DDO question? It's like, yeah, you can.
Good morning, Strim. Interesting question for the day.
Okay, what's
if
up?
you could remove one thing in DDO and add one thing to DDO, what would it be?
If I could remove one thing and add one thing. Well, if I could remove one thing, I would remove, ooh, that's a tough one. If I had to choose, I would probably remove maximum caster levels if I had to pick one thing to remove. Because I was thinking about Ransack, but realistically, making cool and fun builds is more interesting to me, and removing maximum cash levels means that more builds are more interesting because it lets a lot of those characters that have like weird or wacky spell types actually use their spells into the end game, which is kind of cool. Artificer gets better, Bard gets better. Like again, a lot of the kind of fringe spellcasters get better, but it doesn't really change any of the core spellcasters, but it does widen up the spell pool, which again I personally think is interesting. So if I could remove that, I would do that. And if I could add one thing, it would be the Argent Savant, which is a prestige class for 3.5 that is all focused around force spell power or force spells and ramping up force spells. And I would love to see something like that maybe for sorcerer. A force-based sorcerer would be so cool. I love force spells. It's mostly because it's just like the kind of like pinky purple magic effect that they do. I think it just looks really, really cool. It's like a spell, like a pure incarnation of magic. Remove Ransack, full cast of dots. Yeah. I hate stacking up dots. It's like one of the worst parts about dots. Is the Illusory Blade still good in epics, or will be looking for other weapons to keep pace with it? It scales with your level. The only time the illusory weapons fall off is when you get to level 30, because at level 30 and beyond, you usually want to have a sentient weapon, and you can't put a sentient jewel in a summonable weapon. So basically, once you get to the point where you're doing endgame and you want a sentient jewel, that's when it starts to fall off. But until then, it's still very, very good and can serve you through the entire game. However, if you really like that blade and you want to keep using it and you want to use it with endgame because you think it's cool, from the raid Dryad and the Demigod, there is a weapon called Esper the Shadow Blade, and Esper is the exact Shadow Blade that you can summon, except it's a physical weapon, which means you can put a sentient jewel in it and you don't need to summon it anymore, but it has all the same properties. So that's like the for people that want to play like a pure force blade build, the transitionary weapon is Esper. Esper is also really easy to get because people run, like if you just play DDO on the weekend, people run Dryad and the Demigod all the time. It's a very commonly run raid because it's really easy. And there's still some cool Fey-twisted weapons that people will want to shoot for, on top of the fact that it gives double threads, which is the raid currency. So people still do it pretty regularly. So it's not hard to get. And nobody wants Esper because it's not a good endgame weapon. As in, like, it's not in the upper echelon, so all the people that are doing a bunch of raids don't really want it. How many doors in this quest? I don't know, it just keeps going. I opened literally every single one. It was unfortunately the last one here. That's okay. It's my castle now. How did I not jump there? Other than skill issue. My god.
Sockets are built into the back
Oop,
of the
oop.
three thrones.
Down we go.
The third crest is placed. The wall behind the throne.
Well, it's also the last place I could have looked. There was nowhere else to search. But yes, you are correct. It's always the last place you look.
Flecks of crystal, like stars, reflect in the ancient stone of this cavern. The floors are worn smooth by centuries of use.
Hey, all your guys are dead. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god, I can't open any doors or anything because they all put dot spells on you? God, okay, that is frustrating. Every monster applying a dot and then preventing me from opening a door for like 20 seconds. In theory, I guess I could get Resist Energy as a level 1 spell. Yeah, I could have taken Resist Energy and then solved that problem. That's why you just take Divine Energy, Resistance, and Epics.
Set into the wall.
No, the Thayan mercenaries and the Thayan assassins. I guess you can just like scan through the doors, huh? Does that work? I assume that works. Can you just scan through the doors? Maybe you can't. I actually don't know. People get through this area really, really fast, so I assume you can scan through the doors, unless the positions of the crests are static, which would be interesting. So I don't know the answer to that one. Because sometimes they'll make it so that the item is in the room but doesn't physically spawn until you open the door. No, there's a shrine there. Oh, it's just on the ground here. That's how people do this so fast. It's just on the ground. Oh. Crest goes in the socket.
Incantations hands over a magic circle etched into the floor.
Is that what SSG is doing to prevent us from running too fast? Dots on doors? Yeah, it's a good way to slow down the game. I mean, to be fair, if I just had divine energy resistance, it'd be all over. Where's my radiant servant cleric who can cast energy resist mass?
Opportunity to save your own meager life. You should have taken it.
Oh, I have to kill this guy, right? Goodbye, Droic Orgle. No, negative level. Oh, have I been in this quest so long, my death ward ran out? That's funny.
What do you think you could do to stand against that? You'll have the
I can't use it, I've got double dots.
be dead in a moment. With a wave of the Lich's hand,
That's funny.
necromantic energies fill the chamber.
This guy's too powerful.
Undead appear.
Just getting a pocket ES lock. True. Okay, so now the next one is the Onagleam. So I know that one. So that's House of Gems.
You only delay the
Then we go House of Gems.
destroying my
There we go.
physical
Perfect.
form gains you
Second question I think might be dumb, but I just don't know why it would be. If I want to play a caster wizard, would it make sense to start with one level of sorcerer to get the extra points and double casting speed? It does not work that way. So you do get extra spell points based off of your charisma, which means you would need charisma and wisdom. However, it means all of your wizard spells will be worse. So consider the following. You start with a wizard and you get 200 mana. You take a sorcerer level, which gives you an extra 150. So you go up to 350 mana. That's awesome. You almost doubled your mana. Cool. However, your spells are still level 1, which means you need to cast twice as many spells than if you took a second level of wizard. So you need to double your mana costs versus just taking a level of wizard to get not double your mana pool. So as a result, it's just less efficient to take a level of sorcerer to give yourself extra spell points. So that's number one. Number two, the amount of extra, or the casting speed only affects sorcerer spells. It doesn't affect wizard spells. So if you take a single level of sorcerer, that doesn't get you anywhere.
find the vessel that contains the Lich's soul. It looks like this was a lecture hall back when this keep was used as a
So hopefully that answers that question. The answer is no. It is never a good... There's no build in the entire game where you want to multi-class sorcerer and wizard for any reason. Hold on. Let me qualify that. I'm trying to think. Is there a single build in the entire game where you would ever want to multi-class sorcerer and wizard at the same time? I don't think there's a single build where they benefit. They are extremely anti-synergistic. You can only use one of their two Eldritch Knight trees. So let's say you were like, oh, I can have two Eldritch Knight trees. No, you can't. You only get to pick one. And they both scale differently. They use entirely different stats for everything that they do. I'm trying to think if there's any reason why you would do that. Yeah, that's true. If you're doing like a Deep Gnome, you want a Deep Gnome past life and you want to play as a sorcerer, you can do a Deep Gnome sorcerer. And then you save on... if you like don't want to play a wizard, I guess that would be a reason. But it wouldn't give you a bonus.
Ancient mechanisms slowly start to move.
Yeah. There's basically no reason I can think about it. Again, other classes you can think about taking sorcerer. A great example of which is back in the day, Bard used to be able to take sorcerer because if you didn't care for the Bard capstone, you could get more crit chance from taking levels of sorcerer without losing too much. The problem is the Bard capstone is so insanely, unbelievably good. It's really hard to give up on. But it is technically an option to get some more crit. Yo, what's up, Lumpslinger? How you doing? How's your day going? How are you? Welcome, welcome. What's up? You can't do that with Wild Mage, no. You need 4 levels of Wild Mage, and you're not going to give up Tsunami for Wild Mage. There's just no world in which you give up Tsunami. Tsunami's too good. Board shopping. It's an option. Yeah, again, you'd have to give up on Tsunami, and Tsunami is such a good spell, dude. And Regenerate Mass, which is also a really good spell. As it turns out, being able to just like heal everybody in the whole raid for a huge amount over time is really, 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 really good.
crystals in the water betray the presence of water elementals.
It's arguably better than Heal Mass. Actually, I think it is better than Heal Mass. It's just way better because it's instant too. Like, the other thing that's nice about Regenerate Mass is that like Regenerate Mass is like an instant cast spell. It has no cast time, whereas Heal Mass takes like 5 minutes to cast.
The first signal crystal flares into life as the lever is pulled.
My day off streaming because I'm not going to be home in time. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I wonder when we're going to get the patch notes today. I assume it'll be sometime during the day, like a weekday. But we'll see. Because it's maybe before 5. Maybe we can look at the patch notes. Maybe there's something cool. Probably not. I assume it's just going to be some bug fixes. What bugs even exist? Maybe they're going to do it so Cormyr finally gets their bonus turned on. Because my understanding is that Cormyr does not have the bonus. Heading to Seeds of Decay next.
Lifelessly to the ground. You find the phylactery nestled inside a delicate padded coffer. Now that you have the Lich's phylactery,
I don't have the quest Seeds of Decay, so I'm gonna have to run over
time to return to the elves
somewhere over here.
to report your success.
But yeah, anyway, Kipper, that is not a dumb question about why it's bad to multi-class those things. There actually are scenarios where I have done multi-classes specifically for spell points in the past. So like, for example, one of the character builds I have a guide for is basically a type of buff bard that uses Bard, Acolyte of the Skin, and Favorite Soul. And the Favorite Soul provides healing, but you can get away with that without actually having the Favorite Soul. But not only does the Favorite Soul provide healing, it provides healing, low cost healing, a bunch of extra spell, or not spell points, a bunch of saving throws. And then the spell points are really nice because you're already a charisma scaling character, so you get to kind of double dip, which makes it quite good on top of that. And you don't really lose a whole lot since you're trying to be like a healer support type character. What's up, Archaic Futurism? I'm doing very good. I'm awake. I'm alive. I'm chilling. I got the sous vide prepped, so I can just slap it all together later for dinner. Get out of here, Blazing Bones.
This is a seed of Moanda, seething with vile energy.
Nope. I forgot you have to read the note. You don't have the event bonus? Yeah, but maybe they're going to turn it on tomorrow. You guys will get your event bonus. The thing about people that play on Cormyr is that unfortunately for them, because they play on Cormyr, they're missing out on the sick bonuses from this event. You guys aren't getting your 10% sonic damage reduction for all those sonic spells you're constantly encountering. You know when the Kobold Shaman hits you with the sonic spell? And just hobgoblins that are always casting sonic spells.
A look at the floor suggests that
The oozes that slowly drain your life with sonic damage. You guys know what I'm talking about. R10 Hunter be hunted time. True. Oh my god. Oh my god. In the event is now that you're done, you're slightly less damaged by the event that you aren't running. True. Also true. Yeah, it's a thing. You know, it's a thing. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not out here trying to be all Debbie Downer, be all doom and gloom. But I literally don't think I could come up with a worse bonus for an event, which is funny. What build? This is just Dragon Disciple. I really wanted to play Dragon Disciple because I find it really, really, really fun. It's kind of the best hybrid caster they've ever added into DDO, ever. It's super satisfying. It's got AoE spells. It's got healing. It's fast. It feels very fluid. You get the spell DCs. It's got crowd control. It just kind of does everything, but it doesn't do everything the best. And that's kind of where hybrids are supposed to be. It is not the best at anything, but it's really satisfying to be able to do a little bit of everything. Like I can just beat these guys down and my melee damage is comparable. Like it's not horrible. And I still have a good amount of life, even though I'm in melee range. And I'm a monk, so my dodge chance is like really sick. I got 32 dodge, so I'm like pretty tanky. Congrats, Rachel. Congrats on getting your wings. That's exciting. Now it's time to fly a plane.
Pod dominate. You've placed a seed of Moanda, channeling its power into the strange pod.
Oh, I don't have that.
Bursts out of the pod. Its stone was not allowed to ripen properly. This isn't
Destroy the vessel. Get him. We're heading to portal to below next.
temples to the dead god. Who can say whether at some point or another?
But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't have a really exciting reason as to why I'm playing a Dragon Disciple. I just think Dragon Disciple is really cool. And I think it's really fun. And I wanted to play one, so I am playing one. That's it. It's for no other reason than that. I'd love to tell you that this is some weird experiment. I'm trying this like neat concept and doing this thing. And I just wanted to. The reason why I have Warhammers is because as a Dragon Disciple, you can pick weapon types that allow you to be centered. So I have the Dragon's Tail, which lets me centered while using Warhammers. And there's actually a pretty good reason as to why I'm doing that. And I'll show it to you here in a second. But generally, hand wraps are going to be good. You don't have to worry about dual wielding as much, like in the sense of you don't have to get 2 weapons, you can only get 1, which kind of supplements that. Hand wraps are quite powerful. They also get full double strike with their offhand attacks because you're technically only attacking with your main hand because you only have a main hand weapon. So they kind of get to circumvent some of the dual wielding rules. But one of the benefits of actually using a hammer is look at my fucking hammers, dude. They're so sick. Oh my god, look how brutal this is. Could you imagine beating somebody with a hammer like this? Like whack, whack. Look at the point. How much force you could drive with that. What a sick hammer, man. Are you kidding? Anyway. Some of the best looking hammers in the game. They just look like big hammers. I love it. Like, the thing about Warhammers is they kind of have this, like, cartoonishly, like, really wide area to them. And, like, the best part about a hammer like this hammer is, like, not a piercing weapon, but it's kind of a piercing weapon, you know? You just hit hard enough.
The only way to go is down.
Portal to below. Portal to below. There it is. Like, it's not a piercing weapon. It's not. You and I can recognize that it's not a piercing weapon. But, like, if you hit somebody hard enough, it's kind of sick.
You notice a small
Good morning, Wrath. What's up? It's like my whole party died, but you? Yeah, that'll happen. That's the hard part about playing hardcore with friends, is like when somebody dies, then you're like, ooh. But we're level 7, though, so good luck re-leveling a character, you know? Good luck for that.
The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern.
Orthons? More like dead guys. Dragon Disciple, baby. Pestle is an amazing cosmetic. Yeah, it can be.
Making it a
I don't actually know what that looks like.
This small clearing shows signs of having been
Also, I'm aware that you can skip all of these guys, but sometimes you gotta kill the drow, okay? No, don't roll a 1 versus command. I'm a monk. My will saves are impeccable. Get out of here. That's what you get. Yeah, it just feels really, really good. I think it's because, over the holidays, I did play some Diablo 2 because I didn't have a lot of things I could do. I was pretty bedridden thanks to the coronavirus. And so when I did crawl out of bed, I was like, do something simple. So I was playing Diablo 2 and it was fun to play. But I was looking at some of the art pieces in that game and all the hammers look like really good. Like just the art for the hammers, they literally look great. And so my brain was like, hammers. I want to do something with hammers, but I don't know what. Pestle, the Crucible of Bones. Ooh. It's like, it's got the big cartoon villain vibe. So I get it. I get what you're going for here, you know? If I'm Skeletor, I'm definitely brandishing a pestle, Crucible of Bones. I don't know if I would want it on my actual character. Although, you know, it could go with like maybe that Necromancer design, although it's got the red, which would kind of clash. Going to nap before back to mat farming. Oh yeah, lots of mat farming. Yeah, since I got all of the materials I need for all the crafts in Lamortia, I have been still done like 2 more runs of Lamortia, just refilling the mat bank. I gotta do more raids. I'm gonna try to get in some more raids this weekend. I got the scan up. The old raid scanner. Is that a ranged fighter? No, he's a regular fighter. Okay. That would be like, damn, be crazy. There's nothing that stops you from playing like bow fighter if you really want to. Yeah, got him. Or crossbow fighter. Oh, armor of the Art Blade.
As she slumps to the ground.
Ooh, shit.
They quickly disappear.
That's cool. Oh man, sick.
You've dealt with the raiders and freed.
That's a rare, baby.
Time to leave the Underdark and return to the
All right.
ruins of Myth
Book burning is next. Ah, damn. All right, I'm gonna town real quick so we can look at it. So in case you've never seen the Art Blade armor, this is the light armor of the Art Blade. Oh, oh baby, it's good. Look at the detail in the chain. Although, funnily enough, it does have the same similar design to the robe of Autumn, which is very, very interesting. It's like super similar. Do I still have that in my inventory? I don't, but like it's super similar. Great looking armor though. For the record, that is the only reason why I have that one, is exclusively because I want the only reason I have it is because I want the cosmetic. And it's a heroic item, so it's not going to fit anybody's gear set. I mean, it's a fine item. It's got like spell crit and stuff, but I think it's 8 and 3. Yeah, so this is just worse than Ravenloft armor, although it has legendary spell pen. Ooh. But yeah, it's just worse than the Ravenloft armor, or the Feywild armor. Book burning. Go again Sunday. Yeah, I want because I still need 2 items from Threatsold and New, and 1 item from what do you call it, Relentless. Welcome. I love the Sharn armors. I'm gonna be honest with you, I understand why many people were like, wow, the Vecna armors are just a recolor of the Sharn armor, and like they're lazy and they're not doing anything, and I can't believe they would just resell us the same armor. And you know what? I do understand what some of you are saying about that. I get it. Nobody loves recolors. But bro, those recolors look so fucking good though. The recolors look so good. Oh my god, the recolors look good. And I get it. I get it. People don't want the recolors, but oh. The Vecna armor sets look amazing. They're so good.
The Platinum Dragon's librarian has unsealed the entry into the library proper.
Die. Oh, fire. I can just turn on all my ice. Ice spell. Book burning, and hit him with the welcome.
The path to the sorting room is now open.
I am the Strim Tom. I am streaming right now if you wanted to confirm.
Waves of heat cascade over you as you choke on the smoke billowing from the sorting room. More smoldering creatures are inside. Extinguish them.
Yeah.
You've smothered all resistance in the sorting
Not an
room.
advertisement.
The way to
Oh.
the upper library is open.
Not an advertisement, but it's just a good verification method. Verification method. Slash R Thrain for life. There we go. I have such a bad joke. Uh-oh.
More creatures defeated. More flames dissipated.
I'm
You can now
all the circles got swarmed, but I was able to clutch it out. Same restoring all the circles. Yep. Yeah, Den of Vipers is a cool raid, but it is very much a, like, if you have a lot of damage, you get to, like, straight up skip past a lot of the dangerous parts. So having the damage is, like, really, really nice, because you can just go, like, boom, 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 progress the raid really fast. Because it does put you on a timer. For those that have not done Den of Vipers before, the abominations spawn faster the more that you do the quest. So, like, the longer the quest goes on, you get more abominations and more abominations and more abominations and more abominations, and they just start to hit you faster and faster and faster. And so if you have insane DPS, you can both kill the abominations quickly, but also take care of the of everything else. But yeah, it can be a tough one, a bit of an uphill battle if you're not prepared for it. Yo, this guy's dying.
You can see the Afriti gathering more of his fiery minions. Put an end to him once and for all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. I counted it.
With the Afriti defeated, the
I counted it.
safe once more. You've helped protect a bit of Mythrunner's history.
Here we go. Where's the treasure? Treasure. It's one of the reasons why I actually always loot the chest, because you never know when you get a rare. Buckler of the Fallen Age. Awful. Awful item. Alright, so the next one, I don't need that reward. The next one is called, it's a graveyard.
Something else captures your attention.
Voice of the Dead. Voices of the Dead next. Then we go here, do this, update this. I'm still being knocked out. I don't even know what's hitting me. Jeez Louise. But yeah, it's a tough one. It's a Den of Vipers is something where, like, if you have insane damage, even on Reaper 1, the raid feels like it's very easy. And if you lose even a little bit of that damage, my god. This gets so much harder. Like, the difficulty is very, it's probably the most DPS dependent raid in the game. Because everything else you can just do. Like, Threats Old and New, you don't need a lot of damage. If you have very bad damage, you will just slowly, like, chunk down the enemy's health bit by bit, and eventually everything's gonna die. There's no time limits anywhere, but Den of Vipers is like, you gotta go. It's similar to the Vecna Unleashed raid, Fires of Morgrave, where you also have a similar mechanic where there's a lot of stuff you're supposed to do in the raid, but if you just have insane DPS, you kind of get to skip a lot of it. And those types of mechanics I kind of go back and forth on. On the one hand, it is cool that, you know, if you have really, really strong characters, you can make it a lot easier on yourself. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't know. I feel like skipping mechanics because you have DPS is not my favorite.
If you can find him.
Okay.
I'm up. Wasn't napping at all.
Alright, Voices of the Dead. Uh-oh, is the wiki down? Oh, shoot.
Hold on, what's this? No. I was
Nope.
quite clear. I would
Logic.
walk to my death and not 1 second longer. Once I put that spade down and crawled into my deathbed, that was that. Now off with you. Let me get back to mouldering away peacefully. Wizard's around here somewhere. No doubt you'll find him.
Come on, let me talk to the corpses.
Little graveyard humour there. You get that for free.
The groundskeeper isn't happy to be disturbed. She has no idea where this wizard you're looking for might be, but guesses that the assistants buried nearby might have an idea where to look.
Oh, this one. Cast a spell. Oh, now I can do it. And now we do this. Alchemist
Beside this
is in
wall,
northwest.
show the location, name,
So,
and death date of these four wizards. Time, however,
Yeah, I think you have to check 2 of them.
wear away. Perhaps this is why the dead remain restless.
But
They have
what if we
lost
don't?
sense of who they were. Something feels wrong. It seems that you've played
Now, it's because I don't know, I like when you have to like engage with the raid mechanics. It can be cool when you skip something the first time. Okay, but here's the problem, right? So let's say there's a raid mechanic or a raid boss where you can skip doing a mechanic by having enough damage. On the one hand, that sounds kind of sick because you're able to like, you know, kind of get ahead and do something cool. And that is kind of neat. The problem is that if you do end up skipping that too often, now the mechanic becomes don't do the mechanic, just do the skip. Where people go, oh, you need enough damage to do the skip and not instead of actually doing the mechanic. So if you have a lower damage group, nobody knows how to do the mechanic anymore, so you can't actually do it properly. And in games that I've played, that has happened where there's supposed to be a proper mechanic, but the only way people actually interact with it is by skipping stuff, which is just kind of weird.
Just as you are about to speak, the bear walks off down the
It's not my favorite set of, or like, or not my favorite thing. Again, I don't mind it when it happens every once in a while, but it can be pretty common depending on the raid. Again, I think it's either this week or next week the new Lord of the Rings Online dungeons are coming out. So I got my captain prepped. I'm almost there on my lore master, and I don't know what my third character is going to be. I haven't decided yet. It's gonna be something. But captain and LM should be ready for when the dungeons come out, so I can do them.
You see a figure in red, hard at work searching through the grave. Apparently fast,
Humbling.
whispers an incantation.
Apparently, the only one who knows where the kitchen key is in House of Death Undone. Yeah, well, okay, but that's not a DPS thing. It is a brute force thing, but it's not a DPS thing because I have literally no idea how to solve that quest without using a bell. Or is either some of the Destiny raids. That's why the IOD raid is my favorite. Yeah, I like a lot of the Destiny raids. They're quite good. I will say, I think that they've done a pretty good job. Desert Perpetual is pretty good about giving you a lot of different types of mechanics to engage with. I don't know how many people actually did the Destiny raid Desert Perpetual, but one of the biggest complaints that people had for a lot of raids in Destiny is like it's always a plate mechanic. Stand on this plate, go to this plate, do this thing. There's always like a thing you got to stand on to charge a thing, or to activate a thing, or to do another thing. And eventually, after standing on a thing for long enough, it lets you take a step off of the thing to then do another thing, which is not always the most engaging like game style. And Desert Perpetual did not have a lot of standing on plates. It was like a very mobile raid. In fact, most often, it punished you for standing still. Like a lot. And I actually really liked it. I thought it was really, really cool. Very fun raid.
Examining the wall more carefully.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do the epic raid for Desert Perpetual, but I would like to at some point. But the regular raid was fantastic. So many cool designs, man.
A scroll, a ring, and a note.
Alright, I believe Times Long Past is the next one. Times Long Past. Throw a ball at something? Yeah, but like I said, they really killed it for like the most recent raid, Desert Perpetual. It has basically none of those mechanics. I'm trying to think, does it have any of those mechanics? Panopty, not Panopties. No, I don't think there's any of those mechanics. There's the heartbeat boss where you have to like fight to the heartbeat. There is technically one of the mechanics is you like want to stand in one place just for DPS. Well, a lot of them do have stand in the same spot for DPS. That is a thing that a lot of them do, for sure. Where it'll be like once we get to DPS phase, everyone's standing still. We're shooting the boss. Although they even try to break it up. There's the Hydra boss, where two people have to break off and like break these shields during the DPS, and then if they do it quick enough, they can get back in and actually continue doing DPS.
Elusive god of time. Here, you should be able to uncover the secret of the key to the mythal. You see a plaque against the wall.
Or
Will be the first step
yeah,
on
there's so
your
many fights
journey.
in there that are so
Pick
good.
up the box of artifacts, certain that you will need them later in your journey.
I just really want to go back to bed. Yeah, me too.
The plaque states that to receive the blessing
Man, now
of
I'm talking about it. I want to run
Draenor,
Desert Perpetual again. That raid was really
stand
fun.
before the altar and pray for assistance.
One of the problems also that Destiny has had in the past with their raids is that not everybody has always had something to do.
A fisher
Where,
falls
like,
in the air before you.
That's where you get to the part where some people can figure out how to solo some raids, which you feel like shouldn't be possible because raids require 6 people and there's mechanics, so you shouldn't be able to solo one. But people figure out all sorts of stuff. And the Desert Perpetual raids are borderline impossible to solo because you need different people doing different stuff because everyone has to be doing something.
Now that you are in the past,
That, and they made the, usually there's like the role of ad clear, which is just shoot bad guys, which is the easiest job. That's basically like if you have the friend that really struggles to like learn stuff and you try to explain to them like when this lights up blue, shoot it. If it lights up red, don't shoot it. And they like can't figure that out. You just stick them on ad clear and go like, hey, just go kill these bad guys, okay? Go click the mouse, have some fun, blow them up. We'll take care of the brain thinky parts. And in this raid, if you stick somebody on ad clear, that's a really hard roll because the ads kill you. They're really dangerous.
wasn't able to help with your search. However, just as you finished,
One of the boss fights is so many goddamn minotaurs spawning, and like if you're not on top of it, the minotaurs just entirely overrun your entire party.
the consortium has fallen
And so whoever's on ad clear has to be like really on top of being on ad clear.
You see the remains of what must have been stairs up to the upper level of the consortium. You'll need to find another way upstairs. You hear a grinding of stones in the distance. The high mages who lead the Mythal Consortium are involved in some sort of secret ritual today. That must be the reason why you were told you should seek them out in their tower. This door is
You know, I didn't know the concept of elegies at the time. Oh yeah, trying to actually do it. Yeah.
opened up in
I think you can't solo Crota in Destiny 2, it's not possible. But you could in Destiny 1. You can solo individual parts. So for example, you can actually do the Crota boss fight in solo in Destiny 2. But you can't do like the bridge encounter, there's no way across. You need more people, unfortunately. Desert Perpetual is, I think, the only raid in Destiny 2 that is entirely soloable. Yeah, good old Desert Perpetual. Oh, not Desert Perpetual, sorry. Root of Nightmares. Root of Nightmares, the Lightfall raid, is the only soloable one. It's also arguably the worst raid the game has ever seen because it was so easy. Easiest raid of all time. Crazy stuff. You just they want to fuck up portal keepers? Yep. True. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta find a way to like give people the distraction. But like, here's a shiny toy, and I want you to click this thing, and then don't worry about it. And they're like, oh, but is this job important? You're like, it's the most important job, and that's why you have to do it. I don't trust this job to everybody. Oh, it's only you. Yeah, you can do it in D1 because you can fly across a bridge. In D2, you can't because they changed the bridge mechanic. So that way you need to kill a certain amount of sword keepers on the other side, which means you have to move swords to spawn the sword keepers or the sword bearers. So you actually do need to like move people across, but you can't just fly across the bridge. You can fly, you can make it, but in attempting to do so, you get killed. There's like a death plane because you get a buff. And so unfortunately, you can't do it in D2. Crota is surprisingly challenging in Destiny 2. I do appreciate that when they brought raids from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, they didn't just like bring them one-to-one, but they like updated the mechanics and added stuff to them. Because the Destiny 2 mobility creep is really crazy. Like, you're so much faster and you can get around places so much easier. And then the just general power creep of like how much more damage we can do and how much you can handle. It's good that they updated those raids so they are not they're not as simple as they were before. Although I will say, as somebody who has played a ton of the video game Destiny 2, one of the complaints that people have is that we're still kind of fighting the same basic enemies, even though it's been like several years. And like, I haven't really cared too much for that, but it is very true that like you would kind of think that every expansion would come with like new enemies or a new something, and that hasn't really been the case. They've done a better job of that over the past like 2 years of adding new enemies, like how with the final shape we got access to the dread, and then they've been like really liberally using the dread kind of everywhere, and it's good because they're really hard. And then also after the final shape they added the dire taken, which is like a remix version of the taken enemies, but they are like significantly harder to deal with. The downside is that there are no like, it's not like cool new models or whatever. You're still fighting the same models you were fighting before, but they have like new powers and new abilities, and there's some of them, like how Edge of Fate brought the flying Elixni, which is kind of cool. But I can definitely see where people's complaints come in, where it's like, you know, we've been fighting Cabal, Elixni, and Vex and Hive since Destiny 1 10 years ago, and the only new creatures we've gotten have been the Taken, which came out with Taken King in Destiny 1 in 2016, and the Dread, which came out in 2024. That's basically it. The only factions. To be fair, I think adding too many factions would be confusing, but more units would be good. Yeah, it's one of those things I just like, I personally haven't thought too much about, and I was only thinking about it recently because I'm just like very happy with the new enemy designs, and now they're like, they match up in a much more modern sense. Where am I going? This way.
The last rune lights up, and you hear a click.
I hate the Dread. The Dread are really hard. There's a lot of really annoying Dread. The fact that they use exclusively Strand and Stasis is really annoying. And then the Grim are so dangerous. They're these flying enemies that have really small heads. They're hard to headshot. They're very fast. They have really high damage. And they recently gave them champions. So now that you can have Barrier Grim. And so they can become invincible in the air, and there's nothing you can do about it. And my God, is it frustrating. But I kind of like it. It's a good challenge. Again, I'm a maniac. I like it when the game gets harder just as a baseline. Without having to turn the difficulty up, they just make the game harder because they recognize that like the players can do more. It's sort of like how in Path of Exile, Grinding Gear Games was like, yeah, we need to make the game harder. So they made Act 1 and Act 2 and Act 3 a lot harder. Because they're like, yeah, there's a lot of power creep and those acts are not as hard anymore. So they like rebalance them to add new monster types and up the health everywhere. And it's like, damn, okay. I like stuff like that.
You find some shield guardians.
Like, yeah, we do have a lot of power creep. Say the least. Takes me so long. Oh yeah, I have just committed this to memory. I have no thinking. It is just like zoom. There actually are some tricks you can do to make this quest even faster. There are some skips you can do. You can sneak through a couple doors. The problem is you can't do it alone because there's still like objectives you have to complete in other places on the map. And so if you do sneak through a couple doors, you still need somebody regularly running the quest, but you can basically do the, you can have somebody at the beginning go right to the end and they can kill the final boss and everything else while other people actually do the whole quest. So like, yeah, the courtyard that says the door is locked tight, you can actually sneak through that door because the door is closed. But for whatever reason, the plane, or like there's like a black void that you click on that takes you outside, that door is active. Usually it doesn't become active until you click the door, but they just left it open. So you can use backspace to click through the door and just use the teleport behind it. I mean, you don't need this key, but you're gonna get the key anyway. Well, this is the wrong key, but yeah. The recordings of the Cold Sork vid. Oh, bro. Yeah, it's because, okay, so that's because I was just sitting there and I'm like, oh, I gotta get a recording for my Cold Sork. And then somebody was like, oh, Strim, can you do the build explanation while running the Snow Peaks climb thing? And I was like, yeah, sure. So then in the video, there's me explaining the build where I'm going over like the stats and the other things that you need. I'm like, yeah, you want to have this, and you want to have this, and you want to have that, as I'm doing the Snow Peaks climb at the same time. Should be more reason to run elite raids. Yeah, Here's my proposal. So here, you can just backspace through and then click the waypoint. If you backspace through and click the waypoint, you can teleport through and get to the end of the quest. Again, it won't complete it because you still have to do the other objectives, you have to find the secrets and whatever, but at least you can have somebody like go to the end sooner.
What stands out to you is the tower directly ahead.
Here's my way that I would make raids more fun.
Off limits to all but those who have
Normal mode raid, 10% chance to get loot upon completion,
is enough proof
and you get
that
runes.
you're welcome.
Hard mode raid, or no, normal mode is like 25% chance to get loot upon completion.
Three mages
Hard mode,
stand
50%
before
chance to get loot upon completion. And if you complete a raid on elite or higher, every single member of your raid gets a piece of raid loot.
Have peace, Lord Engluth.
That's my opinion, so I think they should change raids.
Sense no malevolence from them. Tell
I think if you complete a raid on Reaper or Elite, you always get a piece of raid loot. Everybody gets one piece.
the mythos is not an object, but a man.
It's like brutal to have the entire
Formed into a bear
raid.
and kept in stasis for all
Like,
these
you can do Reaper raids and have no one get a single item in 12 people.
The power to
And it's like, why are we even
control
here?
the lethal.
Or to do a raid train, where it's very common if you play on the weekends, at least on Thrain and Shadowdale, where different groups will do raid trains.
Fell apart. If what you say is true, the fate of our city hangs in the balance. We owe it a chance at a new life.
Lord Ongluth nods his head, fidgeting. The only way you could have that ring is if I gave it to you myself. There is no other explanation. Very well.
There's stuff out there that to be groups not outshined by random loot. Yes, but then also random loot also gets outshined by all of the regular gear. Here's my personal opinion. I think that random loot should always have the ability to get higher stats than named loot. So I think the game would be better served if, let's say, like random loot can always generate up to your level plus like 3 or something. So let's say a level 15 item gives plus 8 strength. Random loot should be able to give you plus 9. So then that way you might find some like, oh right, we had to go through the portal. Go. So then that way you might be able to find like some crazy gear that you otherwise wouldn't be able to find.
Let us weave his soul into the mythos core.
With the rich
No, Rav Kosa.
sacrificing his kingdom to keep the power safe. He will rest in stasis in Ildranath's tomb until the time comes when the city needs his help.
I'm gonna get the Baylor sword for that pure Dragon Lord build. Hell yeah.
Surprise! The Srinshi is waiting for you. She beckons you over.
Here we are.
So yeah, this quest still takes 13 minutes knowing where to go. So yeah.
Spent wandering this city. I never forget.
And Ogma's song.
We must complete the reversal ritual now before the Red Wizards follow the
Oh no,
city.
never mind. It's not Ogma's song. It's Ildrana's tower. No, it's not.
And in walks
Oops.
Ildranath in bear
It's
form.
the key to the mythal, I
He must
think.
have followed you through the ruins of the mythal
Key
castle.
to the mythal first. Key to the mythal first.
In ancient Elvish.
Let Mythanthor guide us once again.
I always forget the quest order.
Mythal return to us
I
once
always forget the order.
Now that Sir
Out here.
Ildranath has returned to his original form, he can use his power to help defeat the Red
Will their
Wizards.
raids be much more useful? Yeah.
Soon they will be driven from the city.
What I would love to
Complete
see,
the
and this would be
reversal.
sick, but for like the
And
anniversary
Sir
event,
Ildranath returns
if they were like, by the way, for their anniversary event, we went through the entire video game and we added sun and moon augments to everything.
The ruined courtyard.
All the named gear has sun and moon
To
augments.
defend its resting place the instant it senses your presence. The
That would be
dragon
so
lets out
sick,
an
dude.
ear-splitting
That'd be so
roar as
sick.
it
Could you
imagines its
imagine?
demise. You see
Like you're imagining it right now and you're like, whoa.
you step into the
You mean all that Feywild gear that I wasn't using? Yeah, strip out the set bonuses, sun and moon augments. How cool would that be? All this cool armor that you'd never used before?
is congratulating you on a job well done.
Boom. Oh, you know what's really cool? Items from Black and Blue and newcomers. Some of them are really neat, but you'd never use them because they don't need sun and moon augments. Unless... Dude, that'd be so sick. Customization. Oh.
A dimension door has appeared in the courtyard. You return to the temple. Having completed your mission, you can go back to the present.
Yeah, that's because Minos Leggings was a good helmet because it gave you heavy fortification. But there's also the other part of Minos Leggings where I'm going the wrong way. This is the wrong way. This is a lie. I am going the wrong way. Uh-oh. That it gave you it didn't give you health, it gave you the toughness feat, which lets you qualify for enhancements, which was really broken. It was still good even when they got rid of that, but due to that reason, it was a little too good. For, again, understandable reasons. As it turns out, being able to equip an item, which then gave you a feat, which then qualified you to take other abilities based on that feat, was design. It is good they nerfed that, though. To be fair, you can also still farm Minos Leggings if you really want to, because it's got heavy fortification augments, which you can then strip if you have the Jeweler's Toolkit. That being said, the augment is cheaper than a Jeweler's Toolkit, so you should never do that. But, like, it's an option. Yeah, they probably have to leave all the old set items as, like, still having their sets. So they probably couldn't, like, affect Ravenloft gear. But, like, think of, like, the Sharn, not the Sharn Dox, it's a bad example. Think of, like, the Age of Rage stuff would get Sun and Moon augment slots. There's all the stuff that doesn't already have a set bonus. Just give them a Sun and Moon augment slot. Oh, I'm burning. I got my blood. It's burning. It has 10 named items. Both black and blue and newcomers each have 10, which means it is more likely that you will get struck by lightning than get the item that you actually want. It was really horrible. But outside of that, you know, really cool. Cool concept. Yeah, I don't know why I'm itchy. It's because it's warm in here. When I'm warm, I get itchy. Tile puzzle, tile puzzle, tile puzzle. Murky water. Ah, crap, that goes nowhere. But this doesn't go nowhere.
A group of gargoyles perches on a ledge in this wide room. You spy a large green crystal on the wall. It matches the one on the gigantic door at the tomb's entrance.
Wait. Okay, don't explode. Pull the lever, don't explode.
With all the rooms lit, a passage opens in the side of the room. You hear the click of the door ahead. Gargoyles screeches in pain as it crumbles.
Would wreck you? Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I'm like, I think I could be talked down from the ledge of, you know, it has to replace every single item in the entire game. Although I would like that. Oh, you know, be better. What about a station that lets you convert it? So you could take an item. So let's say you take like an item from Ravenloft or something, and you shove it into like a crafting station. And then it allows you to replace the set bonus with Sun and Moon augments.
The signal crystal is embedded in the wall above this door. You found a dimension door.
Nah, we're cooking with gasoline. Everybody gets what they want. That would be an insane amount of work, but no. Pull the item, you want to immediately go get a lottery ticket? Yeah, exactly.
Now that you've lit both crystals, the large door at the
I will say this. This is my personal opinion, so again, we can agree to disagree. As somebody who, I don't think the rare item system is entirely bad in terms of concept. I think it's bad in terms of execution. The main problem is that there are unique items that only come from the rare item system that are way too powerful in comparison to, like the regular gear. So like the Heart Shard is an example where the Heart Shard is a rare item that is so strong if you have it. And it's cool because it means that there's like a rare chase item, but the acquisition process of it is really frustrating, where by the time you get it, it's more of a relief than getting something cool. In my opinion, the way I would do rare items is the rare loot table would just have a copy of every single item that drops from the regular loot table, but with a slight stat increase, and it would be called like, you know, the rare version of the item. So then all of a sudden, instead of it being like you would get like the Hammer Fist, but it would have like, you know, 4 Double Strike and 9 Seeker and 3 Insightful Deadly on it. And then as a result, that's like the rare version of the item. So it's a slightly increased version, but it still is the basic item. So there's no reason, or it's not no reason, but you don't need the rare item for anything. But when you loot a chest and you find the rare version of the Hammer Fist, you're like, oh cool, I got the rare. And it's like an exciting moment as opposed to a like, you know, dreadful moment of farming for a million years for an item that's not going to drop.
A pedestal stands on a platform here. You spy a black door.
No, I still hold out that we're going to get like Eclipse slot sphere rings. And they'll either take solar or lunar sockets, or they'll take a different entire stat set entirely. And we'll get Eclipse augments for rings.
Icons, you must find your path forward, deeper into the tomb. You emerge into a calm clearing. Forest animals have taken up residence here. They graze and doze in its lush corners. You see 2 passages, one to your left, the other straight ahead.
You?
This room is the heart of the tomb.
Yeah, Float, Matus is talking about like general leveling gear and equipment sets as opposed to fully optimized endgame sets.
It must have been waiting here, undiscovered for centuries. You sense a faint
No, I'm frozen in time.
power ebbing from the artifact. Could this be the
You also need more chests with sun and moon drops. Oh yeah. They would need to add more of them for sure.
Startled by your intrusion.
Again, I don't think that
Strange.
SSG has any intention of going back and updating the whole game with sun and moon augment slots. I just want to make sure that's like super clear.
The statues
Like
against the
super
wall
duper clear.
rumble and move.
That's just like a pipe dream. That's why I'm like, I close my eyes and go, oh, that'd be so
Stone as
good.
the statues
Think about all the
take their
stats.
first steps. Their
Oh,
unseen faces
is
turn to
something in my eye socket?
ready to strike. The statues break apart. Once again, just mounds of stone. Suddenly, a group of uniformed strangers appears before you. The one in the middle of the formation steps forward.
Just as I anticipated. I knew that following you into this tomb would lead us straight to the key to the Mythium.
The figure smiles widely, rotting teeth protruding from his desiccated mouth.
Reckless mortals fell straight into their trap.
I like those named items that have higher level versions, like Axe of Adaxis. Yeah. Those items are cool, but the problem with those items is that in almost all cases, you think you want the level 14 version, but you actually want the level 12, because usually the damage difference between the items is like,
Dusty, as if his voice has been
not
ground
really that
down
important. What matters is the effect of the item. So a great example is like the Adamantine Wraps, where the Adamantine Wraps are a, okay, now we go to Ogma's song.
bow.
Soon our forces will completely occupy.
Ogma's song now.
Once I harness
So, what you think is that the, here we go.
He chokes on his own laugh.
I have no use for dolts such as yourselves, so be gone.
Like, yeah, Adamantine Wraps, they give +2 critical threat range and multi.
Should we need to gain?
So, oh, was I already supposed to do that
You were
dungeon?
suddenly
Oh, I was
transported
supposed to do that
away
dungeon
from
already.
Find yourself
Whoops.
back at the entrance
That was
of
usually
the
my last one.
main
Okay, I made a mistake. I was supposed to come up here. But yeah,
Think about
I
what
made a
this
mistake.
means.
But yeah, you think you want the higher level version, but the crit threat range on the Adamantine Wraps is the same from 12 to 14. So if you get the 12 version, you lose out on 1 base damage because it goes from like a +5 to a +4. But on the upside, you get to use the item 2 levels earlier, which is way more impactful and infinitely better. So that's the most important thing. It's all you care about. And so a lot of the like normal hard elite items are weird because the normal version is almost always the best version because of the level. There are a couple exceptions. I think the Wall of Wood is dramatically better if you have it at a higher level. But like the Forcer's Brush Hook, the Forgotten Light, the Adamantine Wraps, the Axe of Adaxis, all these items are just like better if you get the lower level version. Which is kind of funny. Solar and lunar moon augments come from something that's easy to acquire like Randall. So,
God of
okay.
music and inspiration. It's said
I
at
like
night,
that solar and lunar augments are much like filigrees, where they are not hard to come by conceptually, but the one you want is hard to come by, which incentivizes some level of trade or interaction between players. Where like if you're in a guild you can go, hey guys, does anybody have X, Y, or Z augment? And somebody probably does. And then when somebody goes, hey, does anybody have this thing? You go, oh yeah, I actually do. And you give it to them. And it's kind of like a way to trade with like your friends and within like groups. So I personally do like that element of the fact that they're unbound, so anybody can trade with anybody else. The problem is, because platinum is a useless currency in this game, there's no reason to have it. You can't really buy any augments with platinum. So people will just trade for astral shards, and not everybody wants to engage in the astral shard trade market for obvious reasons. So yeah, but I do like the fact that they're unbound and you can just trade them. And I do like the fact that I can be collaborative. So if somebody in my guild goes, hey, I need this thing, I can, you know, give it to them. And if they need a thing, it comes back the other way. Damage over time! Oh, I don't have any of the notes. Where do you get the things? Oh crap, I don't actually know how this quest works. I need to learn how to play the music, but I can't get any of the doors. Did I not click on something? There's probably something I didn't click on somewhere. Where do we go? I thought I read this message down here. Oh, is it this one? Ah, there we go. That's what I needed to read. I need the music. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Now we're cooking. Mixolydian.
Those are definitely the right notes in
Tarsus.
the right order. Those are
I think Randall died.
the right notes.
I don't think Randall's gonna be gone forever. I just think we're gonna have to wait for like another level cap increase. Yeah, exactly. I think Randall we'll get new Randalls when we get the higher level. Oh. Pay attention. I thought this was like pull a lever, walk away. Mm-hmm. Where's task question monetization like they did to Epics? Yeah, they could do that, but there's so many items. Oh, it's this way. It was this way. Whoops. I was not paying enough attention. I was listening and not looking. Yeah, like I said, I think that those would be good things to do. The fact that there's like old weird items in the game that don't really have that much of a purpose, or that like if you're a newer player and you get some of these items, you might be very confused by like why it says normal, hard, and elite versus like what a lot of these things actually say or do. So again, I understand that like that's something that should be updated over time, and I'm actually not against updating it. It's just one of those weird quirks about DDO being DDO. Sometimes you just go like, yeah, DDO's a funny game, ain't it? I am very happy that we got a sonic absorption buff. If we didn't have it, what would I do, man? What would I do? Whee! That room is done. That room is done. What else are we missing? This room? You follow the hands. The hands point to the next statue. That's how you do that. But yeah, like I said, I like the Sun and Moon augments. To me, I think they're like a really good inclusion in the game, and I'm a big fan of their implementation and how they work and how they function.
The door to the inner temple is now open. Beyond is a slender drow woman humming a tune.
So, the other members of
Remember my first Epic Fast Life? Yep. Things that Sun slots. We wouldn't need side augments. Well, here's the thing. I think that what they're going to do at some point is we're going to get an Eclipse slot for the rings. And then you can put either a sun or a moon augment in it. Or a new eclipse augment that does something different than both. Like, what if rings had like, here's my crackpot idea. What if rings had eclipse sockets that took eclipse augments? And what an eclipse augment is a composite augment. So what I mean by that is an eclipse augment would be something like some of the sets we used to get back in the day, which would be like Flame Cleanse Fury, how it gives fire, light, and positive spell power and crit. An eclipse augment could do that. And then it would limit you to 2 of them. So you have like these really powerful, dense augments.
Stands expectantly in the center of the chamber.
Speak with Zelura.
So far, you have proven your
I can't talk to her?
Says the Sphinx.
Oh, somebody did talk to her. Nice.
Yet are you capable of protecting
Nice job. That's all of Myth Draenor for me.
Prove yourself to me in battle.
Going to take level 16 and run Age of Rage Chain next.
Ogma and I are in agreement. You are worthy of the eye.
That's what I would love to see.
Towards the back of the
Lunar
room.
Eclipse augments. Well, that's what I'm thinking. I think it would be just like a different thing. We're sitting and compete on the loot table with equipment. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I don't know. I think the issue is deeper than like they compete on the loot table. I think the bigger issue is that DDO's loot table just feels bad most of the time. I think it's a bigger problem. Like, I agree with you that it does suck that they compete on the same loot table, and that's just because getting loot in DDO is so tedious and excruciating, it just makes the problem worse. But the problem isn't that, like, if you take Sun and Moon augments being in the loot table out of the equation, it still doesn't solve the problem of getting individual items being excruciating in this video game.
Perhaps once I am finished, we'll be truly accepted by our Seldering kin. I think...
Like, that just feeling like pulling teeth is a separate problem, in my opinion.
The power I feel in this place reminds me of one I have not felt since I left the presence of my lady.
The silver flame.
Okay, spending points. Now we can max this out. So we have this maxed. And I can reset this. Wisdom. Wisdom. And I have 4 action points left. So we go Wisdom. And here, and now we get Tomb of Jade very shortly. And then once I get Tomb of Jade, we go into the Azamar tree. That is the plan. Like, I'm not disagreeing that that is a problem that is frustrating, but I just don't think it's like the root of the problem. Solar and Lunar to get that Eclipse augment? Yeah, maybe. It could be craftable. Again, from my perspective, I just like the idea of having like another different type of rare item that we can like get and acquire and then trade for. I don't mind rare items being in the game because they're tradable. Like, the reason why I don't mind the Sun and Moon augments is that if you want those things, you can find ways to get them by talking to people and doing some networking, doing some schmoozing. You know? Going to chat up people you don't normally chat up and being like, hey, you've got augments. Would you like to part with your augments in exchange for platinum? And they go, no. And you're like, what if we're friends and you give me those things? And they go, yeah, you know what? Friendship's good. It trades, it, you know, friendship spends pretty well. Exposure, true. Okay, why am I here? Goggles. Googles. Put that away. Why did I come here? I don't know. I still don't know. I still don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I've not tried this yet, but I think it works this way, but I wanted to ask where I do it. Can I TR into an iconic race and start at 15? Yes. You have to start at 15. You always start at 15 on an iconic. The only way not to start at 15 is to do it on hardcore, but that does not work right now. So you can TR into iconic, you start at 15. But just remember, iconics reincarnate at 30. So you get to level 30, and you do an iconic reincarnation, which gives you the iconic past life and the class past life. You do not reincarnate at 20. Next up is Age of Rage, which is Jarasco. That's true. A lot of people actually used to stop at 14 on their iconics, so they could run a bunch of 12s and then take 15 and then run the 13s. A lot of people did used to do this. This was very common back in the day when we had less XP. It was a very common thing.
You arrive outside the night market just as darkness falls. You should discuss your mission with your companion from the 12. You've been told that...
Did I get anything new that I have to put on my bar? Yes, I did. I love how these guys are like, because they're monstrous now, because they changed how they work. Like, it's really silly and loud, and it's like makes a lot of extra noise, but I just find it really funny. They'll fix it eventually, maybe, but yeah. Oh, also, Patient, I forgot to say this, but congratulations on getting access to your account pack. Yay! Woo! Yay! Congratulations! I'm surprised that it just worked out for you.
We become something different after dark. Our dull daytime.
Droem? Yeah.
Our petty little worries fade.
The speed toggle do be quite good, because some people just use the Quiver of Alacrity. But what if you want to use the Purifying Quiver on your ranged character? How do you get your movement speed then?
Inside some stall, a new life waits for them in the dark. Or, well, who knows? Maybe they just like the food. The tavern owner insists that you get rid of the thugs outside the blazing beacon before he'll let you inside.
Oh my god, I could just use 4 Dragon Breaths back to back. I'm not gonna lie, that is very satisfying. I gotta find out how to get more mana on this character, because if I can do that on the regular build and just be like all Dragon Breath all the time. The problem is CDR is multiplicative, so any spell cooldown reduction is not a good investment for this character because I already have 33%. Wait, which group of thug did I not get rid of? Is there like one guy somewhere? Eliminate groups of thugs. Near the blazing beacon. Huh? I'm in combat. Wait, did my game back up? Did I kill them too fast? I've never had that happen. I think my quest is bugged. No! Not a quest bug I've never experienced in my life. No! What am I gonna do? I guess I have to just reload the quest. Ding! Ugh. Reloading quests because the game bugged out? What are the odds, man? What are the odds?
You arrive outside the night market just as dark.
Should I wait to TR? You can do the Snow Peak stuff at any level. The way that Snow Peaks works is that they're going to be Snow Peaks champions. So technically you can't really start doing Snow Peaks until you start doing level 3 quests on Elite. But there's Snow Peaks champions, and when you kill them, they drop keys, much like another event you might have experienced. However, unlike the Night Revels, where you use the keys to do like combat dungeons, the keys are used for 2 challenges. Challenge number 1 is the slide challenge, where you're on a big ice slide like you're in Super Mario 64, and you have to slide down and pick up as many coins as possible, because the coins are what you use to buy stuff from the event. So you gotta be ready for the ice slide challenge. The other challenge, which is the one that you do want some levels for, is the snow climb, which is very similar to the video game Only Up, where you have this just snow climb in space that you're just climbing up snow structures, and you have to get to the top. Along the way, there are checkpoints, and each checkpoint will give you like treasure and give you like a place if you fall, it teleports you back there, which can be convenient. The snow climb does have a hidden reference to Shrimtom, which is kind of cool. I don't think they would have updated it. It would be cool if they updated the actual weapon. The only change I would make to it is make it actually deal light damage. The fact that the Sun Flask deals piercing damage just completely rips the build apart. But if it did actual light damage, it would be very cool and usable in some ways. But what are you gonna do? Life is pain. But you can make it because the game does give you jump potions so you can get through. But like, being completely honest with you, you do really want feather falling for it, because feather falling makes it dramatically easier. So I would highly recommend you go in with feather fall. And then also a movement speed item is helpful just for lining up jumps, because there might be some distances you need to clear. So I definitely would recommend both a movement speed item and feather falling if you're going to go into it. And then if you have an air dash, oh my god, there's so much garbage you can do. All sorts of cool skips. People used to like post their times as to how fast they'd be able to get through it, which was fun. If you're immune to slippery surfaces, yeah, it's like a special ice that even if you're immune to slippery surfaces, you slip on this ice.
Figures wearing fearsome masks.
It's special super ice.
These must be the disciples of Rage.
Quantum ice that's always slippery. And there's gonna be some nerd in chat be like, I'm Stream Tom, that's not what quantum means. Oh yeah, can you tell me exactly what quantum is at all times? What if the definition of quantum isn't in fact a superposition? Frictionless plane, exactly. Yeah, think of the ice slide like your physics class, where they'd be like, okay, so we're looking at this example of this interaction where this object is moving here. Assume the air provides no friction. Assume that there's no friction here. Assume there's no friction here. And it's like a lot of great assumptions, but man, does that not work in real life. Assume no air resistance. I'm 100% sure I don't know anything true. Oh my god, I love just slamming people with Dragon Breaths over and over. I'm running out of mana, unfortunately, so the mana is going to be a thing I solve for endgame. But I think I can solve it. Because all my Dragon Breaths have like max cash level 30 for reasons I do not understand, but they do.
Stands on a terrace overlooking the surrounded by colors. You found it. Good, you're just in time.
Even though the damage is like not as good, it still feels very satisfying. So I gotta figure this out. Primal Mantle. Yeah, Primal Mantle is probably the play because I do the damage from melee, which is good. So I think that's gonna be the, yeah, I think Evergreen is gonna be the solution. I don't know if I want to use Primal. That's a thing because I don't really want to use Thunder Snow. I don't even know what Epic Strike I would want to use this build. Like if I go with like all oops all spell casting, maybe you want actual Dragon Breath and I can have like an extra Dragon Breath. Because the DC is going to be quite good on it. So maybe that's the play.
The curse that destroyed the giants has returned. You hear the cries of an angry mob in the distance. A riot.
Coming after Mentos. Mentos, the fresh maker.
That's the sound of the future.
That's is the sound of the age of rage. T5 Fate Singer. T5 Fate Singer is also very good. The problem is no enchantment on this character. I have no enchantment whatsoever. See, the other problem is, you know, what would be kind of good with a character that uses a lot of cold, gets into melee, has high evocation DCs. You know, you're like, cold evocation DCs, likes to be in melee. Magus. Also, Varsh. Raiders! Welcome, everybody. Hope you're all having a fantastic time. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom, and today I am doing some Dragon Disciple. And you might be like, Stream, why? What has inspired you to play Dragon Disciple? The answer to that question is, it's cool as hell, man. It's so sick. You've got healing. You've got damage, okay? You've got crowd control, you got AoE, you got spells, you got melee. It's got everything, man. It's got everything. I really like this character. It's very, very fun. I didn't talk to Fred because I'm a moron. Yeah, it's just really good. I deeply enjoy playing Dragon Disciple. I find everything about it really, really fun. I recognize that not everybody is going to enjoy Dragon Disciple in quite the same way that I do, because for me, I like kind of the hybridization where I get to like cast and cast melee abilities at the same time. I think that's really cool. But yeah. I would say this quest chain is harder than average. If you've never done this one before, I would recommend that on the final quest, if it's your first time doing it, this is going to sound like a crazy suggestion. I would recommend, if it's your first time doing the final quest called Toxic Treatment, do that one on hard mode. I would recommend you do that one on hard mode. The final boss fight is arguably the hardest final boss fight in Heroics, tying with like Zugat Moy. It gets you, man. It gets you. Basically, what they don't explain to you in the final boss fight is that the boss has health thresholds. So if you deal damage to the boss and you go past certain health thresholds, then you will phase the fight too quickly. And if you phase the fight too quickly, then you have to deal with like way more adds than your character is capable of handling. Yes, and you might be like, how can you really die to like adds? I'm in his DDO. My character's got like 25 past lives, and I've got like infinity stats, and yeah, well, you know. Yeah, it's like, you know how in Subversion where you can like spawn all those slads right away, and then if they knock you down, they can kind of clobber you, but outside of that, you can kind of just AoE and clean them up. What if they didn't knock you down? They just killed you. Yeah, because Magus lets me get the melee aura mantle, which is like kind of neat. And it gets me the null magic strike, so as I hit people, I can strip their magical immunities away, which is also kind of cool. Quarantine.
A strange vapor seeps off the streets, the result of House Jarasco's bombardment of the neighborhood. According to the healers, rioters treated with this substance will be easier to subdue. Elsa de Jarasco stands near a magic barrier. She's conjured to isolate this neighborhood from the rest of the city.
Whoa. What are you doing? Get away from me.
Elsa lowers the nearby portcullis, giving you access to an...
Oh, everybody's here. Yeah, I just need more spell power in this character. More spell power, more spell damage. I have to focus on that. I could just dual wield clubs now that I think about it, but I don't want to dual wield clubs. Could be a solution to my cold spell power problem for level 20s. Kenneth Crafting is speaking to me. That sounds like it's the right solution. Yeah, can you die? Yes. Yes, you can. The better question is, can you live? I'm going to be doing it here. I might die in it, so we'll see.
Haberdasher says that he knows of several others who bore no ill effect from the...
One of those caster commanders from the Hydra? Oh, yeah, I'm thinking about for like level 20. Not like level cap. I don't plan on sticking this character at the level cap and like doing some testing. I mean, I could, but I don't currently have dreams of that. Not today, anyway. Mostly because, as previously mentioned, farming out full sets of gear is like a nightmare right now because of just generally how annoying it is to get like endgame items. So I could do that, but what if I didn't? The problem with that is it's got no crit, man. It's got no crit. And I have to do the Fjarlin Carnival. Ugh. 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 Oh. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like, ooh. Although it does give me all the elements where there's a convenience factor there, because I could use it to get just the spell powers for the imbues and the things that can't crit. It sucks at the striker. Yes, that's not the only reason. I specifically don't do the carnival because I've never liked quest chains that basically have mandatory trapping segments, because I don't very often play characters that have the ability to disable traps. And so quests like Party Crashers and Under the Big Top, because they have those like segments you have to disable traps to get around or do things, I personally just don't like them that much. But again, I understand why people do. Kronzek's Cruelty is a very cool sword, and it's still good today. True, I could get a Kronzek's Cruelty. Improved evasion. Oh yeah, I'm a monk. I can just cheat. I can use cheat codes. I'm a cheater pumpkin eater. I can eat pumpkins and be cheating at the same time. You know, it's not a horrible idea.
But instead of welcoming you, Storebreach turned its head. Time to give this city what it deserves.
I've never pulled a Kronzek's Cruelty. It's okay. It's very rare. That, and also Kronzek is like right next to the final boss, so every time you want to try to pull it, you have to do it again, and it doesn't have the proper drop rates. Even though if you go on an elite, it doesn't have a 33% drop rate. It's like even lower. I think it's always stuck to like 10% or something. It's really, really rare. I used to farm that quest every life to try to get a Kronzek's Cruelty. I had one. I don't know where it is now, but I did have one at some point. "5 years after the quest pack was released that I found out that he's an Abishai and not a tiefling." Yeah. Jits Tetka? I do have a perfected Jits Tetka, so that could be an option. Perfected Jits Tetka is interesting. Unfortunately, it doesn't get 5 slots. Although that would be kind of cool. It would be neat if there was a way, like, if you could upgrade your artifacts, sort of like how you do it with, like, you could get like a special spark for your artifact to upgrade it, so then older artifacts can get back on the menu, so we have more flexibility. Because it's a shame that the perfected items came out and they were so insanely good, and then Myth Draenor was like, by the way, all of them are bad.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
And you're like, no.
Time to renew my Fallout on Amazon Prime subscription.
Yo, welcome back to the Shrimpy Mod. How are you having a good day? Welcome back. Hope everything is well for you and your family and the things that are going on in your life. Welcome back. Is the new season of the show coming out soon? I don't pay attention to Fallout TV show releases. I said the only thing Fallout related that I can talk about with regards to news is that I tried to play some Fallout New Vegas because I was like, you know what, that'd be a good game to revisit. And I couldn't get the game to function on my computer after like 3 hours of trying. And I was like, you know what, I need to go. It's out on all of it. I actually don't mind the trickle. I actually kind of prefer the trickle. The only downside to the trickle method is that, like, if the episode comes out at, like, you know, whatever, it's like midnight or what have you, and you're like, well, I gotta go to work, you know, I gotta head to the wage cage and make some money. You have to like avoid the internet until you get home, and then you have to watch it like right away. If you decide to wait until, like, if it comes out on Wednesdays and then you wait till Friday to watch it, oh my god, dude, you're gonna get spoiled left, right, and center. Because people used to be better about that on the internet, but I find nowadays people just like are like, oh yeah, did you see about how character X, Y, or Z died, or did this or this thing happened? Like all text, that's just what they talk about. And it's like, come on guys, the episode just came out. Come on, come on, come on. Come on guys.
It seems there may be some sort of connection between the scorpion venom and the madness caused by the
Good 4 or 5 tonight at midnight. Ooh. Yeah, I still haven't watched Pluribus. I want to watch it. I just have not gotten there yet. Vince Gilligan hasn't let me down yet. And he ain't gonna start soon, hopefully. Almost out of mana. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it at some point. Yeah, one of the things I liked about the trickle method is it gives you something to talk about like every week. It's like, oh, you get an episode each week, and it's like, oh, cool. So then you actually get to like talk with your friends and go like, hey, what did you think about this episode? Oh, I thought this, or blah 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 blah. There's like the communicative element of it. Because also it's less of a commitment. Like if an entire TV show comes out and then you like machine gun the whole thing because you're unemployed, and then you're like, yo, did you talk about it to your employed friend? And they go, no, I didn't. I like you know, it's my kid's got a thing going on, like so I'm doing this thing, and then I got to get home, and we got this other plan this weekend, we got this other stuff, and you're like, okay, well, just let me know when you watch it. And then 5 months later, they go, hey, I finally sat down and I watched that show, and you know, it's pretty good. And you're like, what show? What are you talking about? Huh? Studios really milk that show contextually, so it feels like it's never enough. I did not watch Mighty Nine. Mostly because Mighty Nine makes me think of the video game Mighty Number 9, which is a pretty mid game, and also, again, I've never been into the big Critical Role nonsense. I don't mind one episode a week as long as like the episodes are actually relevant. Like if you're gonna do one episode a week, you can't drop a filler episode. Yeah, I also disliked how many TV shows nowadays basically don't have like any episodes to them, which is really annoying. Where it's like a season comes out and there's 8 episodes in the season, and you're like, why are there 8 episodes? What happened? Why can't we have more things in a season? You don't have to have 8. You can have as many as you want. Which I guess maybe, like I understand it's like the pressure of a lot of these streaming services that limit it. And there's like a lot of the answer to all these things is how come the seasons are shorter? It's always money. It's literally just money. That's all it is. But it's annoying as a consumer. I remember back in the day when a TV show would have like a season, it would have like 20 something episodes. And you'd be like, cool. You have like actually something to watch. Okay. I'm waiting for Brawn Pits at the tent. Did I not kill something? What's missing? Nothing spawned here. I have treatment for the curse. I did talk to Brawn Pits. So where is he? Did this quest also bug out? Because usually there's like bad guys here and you have to kill them. Oh, there's a Stormreach citizen here. Maybe this is alive and that's causing my problem. I'm getting a lot of buggy quests today. Okay, and Brawn Pits is no longer here. Well, looks like we're resetting again. Maybe there's a shrine somewhere here. Is that at the beginning? Is there actually a shrine? Just gonna shrine and then reset the quest. Season 1 had 1,145 episodes. Yeah. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. Let's try again. New quest. I've never had this bug. Like, literally, I'm going to be honest with you. The last 2 bugs I just experienced, I've never had happen before, ever. I've never had this quest bug out, and I've never had Night Falls and Stormreach bug out. Never. So, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's like there's a new patch that causes everything to break. I don't know. Yeah, this never happened to me. Wakuri Drow. All right, we have Brawn Pits. No, we don't. Now we gotta find a scorpion. He spawns up on the hill, like they just never show up. No, I have it happen all the time where like he spawns here or he spawns across the river and it's fine. You just catch him. Now where's the scorpion? Hello, scorpion. Hello. It broke recently? Okay, that makes sense. Because like I said, I've done this quest dozens of times easily. Especially farming it, because this is the quest that drops the Giant's Platter, which is one of my favorite shields in the entirety of DDO. So like, I just assumed that it would be fine, but yeah, I don't know. What's going on, man? What's going on? It's been since like early December. Ah, so it's a new bug. I've never experienced this bug, so it's new to me. And I do play this game, you guys. I do run these quests. Apparently not, but you know what are you gonna do? Since this quest is bugging out, I'm just gonna take down the LFM. We're just gonna crush the rest of this. Just you and me. By you, I mean the collective you, the aggregate, and then me. And where's the spear? Spear? Yo, this is like the worst spawn I've ever had. What is going on, dude? No scorpion. Spear is just somewhere random. I assume the spear is over here. There it is. Spear. I'm gonna fight so much garbage.
As you take the burned giant skull from the pike, you hear a voice.
Dagger the water elementals. I'm gonna kill these guys. Yeah, I just need more spell crit. I don't really have any spell crit, so that would be nice to get. God, I love the breaths. Just breath, 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 breath. Whoa. Yo, what's up, Mr. Lift? How are you doing? How's your lifting going? I hope all is well with you. Hey, Shrimp, what's the name of the item that has a chance to dance other players in public? Oh, that's the belt that comes from Amrath Chain. I cannot remember the name of the belt. It is a belt. It comes from Amrath. It's level 18 or 19. And somebody in Twitch chat definitely knows the belt. It allows you to cast a spell on an ally that has a random effect, and one of those random effects is causing people to dance. It's the Wild Mage set belt. I just don't remember the name of it. Yeah, it's the Wild Mage one. Coromor's belt. That's it. Coromor's belt. Thank you. I knew somebody would know the answer to that question. It wasn't me. Like, I can tell you all the details about it except where to get it and what its name is. For those that don't know, when the level cap was 20 and Amrath was the end of the game, the developers added set items that were based on all of the different prestige enhancements they were going to be adding at some point. And so there was the Wild Mage set as an example. Oh, God damn it. He's still not here. All right, you guys are right. I'm just skipping this stupid broken question that doesn't work. God damn it. Why? Why? I just wanted to run it. Fine, we'll just skip it entirely. Well, I do want to do some Sharn. And that's Cogs 15s in Sharn 1. The problem is I also want to take a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom and I've been standing on my feet for 2.5 hours. But I do like doing Cogs and Sharn 1. Okay, I'm going to join this group and then I'm going to take a quick AFK during Red Rain is the plan.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city
Very well. I just got my class 1 medical, meaning I can fly. I need to schedule my lessons at the local flight school. Class 1 medical lets you fly? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? What do you mean medical lets you fly? Unless I'm really misunderstanding the use of the word medical. Oh, it's a medical examination. Ah, I understand. Sorry, I thought like this was like a certification. So you're now like medically certified in some way. And I'm like, why would you need that to, like, other than like basic CPR training, and first aid? Why would you need medical? But yeah, it's the medical training to make sure that you're like, oh, I know how to do this action. Or like not that. It's the I can be healthy. Making sure that all your vitals are good. You don't have any terrible diseases or anything. Because if you have like narcolepsy or something and you're like driving the plane and then you like immediately fall asleep while driving the plane and then the plane has problems. To be fair, a lot of the planes are designed to have these systems in place where that if the flight crew does get compromised, they can still be like safely controlled and landed. But yeah.
All of the spores responsible for muffled moans draw your attention to the south. Perhaps
like spontaneously die? Yep. Yeah. I just wasn't familiar with the term.
Chill in the air. The draft seems to be coming from the western tunnel. The chill of the cavern gives way to warmer.
Oh, I don't need this quest. This chest.
The familiar musty smell is strong.
Lifelong fainting issue. It's weird. I can faint from stubbing my toe. Yo, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever fainted in my entire life. I can't recall a time where I've ever fainted. I don't even know what that's like, where like suddenly you're awake and then suddenly you're not awake. For me, the process of like going to sleep is like a very present process, or like being unconscious. I've gotten lightheaded before and like wanted to sit down, but I've been present the entire time. Which, by the way, this is not me just casting a disparaging thought against people who like faint regularly, being like, ha, you faint regularly, you're flawed as a person, and that reflects on every element of your character. Nothing like that, but it is just something that I just haven't experienced.
You enter the boarding house, an island of quiet in the hustle and bustle of the city. A genial halfling nods to you from behind the front desk. A violent explosion shatters
Vegas syncope? True. Good old syncope.
The windows shatter and agile forms swarm in from sky coaches.
In focus drive saying you don't know if your head is still or not. It feels like you can't control it. Oof, that's weird. I will say it's one of the things I don't love about sometimes going and drinking a lot of brain poison is when I'm done drinking brain poison and I lie down on my bed to go to sleep after having lots of brain poison, and then the room is spinning and it feels like I'm moving but I'm not actually moving. Ooh, I do not like that feeling. Does it deter me from drinking the brain poison? No, I still drink the brain poison. It's pretty fun. I do enjoy me some brain poison. Every once in a while anyway. I'm spinning is to make sure an arm or leg is touching the ground. Interesting idea. I'll try that next time. No, I'm not going to try that next time because I'm going to want to try that next time, but then the next time I have my head be spinning, I'll be drinking and I will not be able to remember that. But maybe I will. Who knows? South of the equator, the spin goes the other way because of the Coriolis effect. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. It's like the toilet. That doesn't sound true, but that would be really funny if that actually was how that worked. Find a use for it? Yeah. I mean, it's good for sterilization. And then 2 minutes later, I'm fainting. Oof. Yeah, as somebody who's done the phlebotomy, and you know, you sit somebody down in the chair, hey, how you doing? I had 2 people faint on me. One person who told me that they might faint ahead of time, and so we like got them set up so they had like a nice reclining chair, and everything was like really like, there's like these nice chairs and it's really comfy, and so they just got to like lie down and hang out, and they were just like they just chilled out, everything was good, and they like literally just sat there, they closed their eyes and everything was fine, and all was good. And then another time where I asked the patient directly, have you ever had any complications when donating blood? Which is the exact time when you go, yes, I sometimes faint, because then we can know that. Because I don't like surprises when I don't know what's happening. Because if you just randomly faint out of nowhere, you might think, oh, well, you know, you're working in the medical field, you just assume somebody might faint. But like, I don't know, what if you died? You can't assume anything. If somebody faints, it is an immediate 911 call. You don't wait. You're like, emergency, the paramedics show up, and it sucks for you, because if you come into the clinic and you faint all the time and you don't tell people, then you know what, guess what happens? You're like, well, I fainted. Oh, I guess that sucks. Well, I'll just go somewhere else. Nobody. You have to stay for like an hour, and you have to have medical personnel watching over you. That's how that works, because it's not okay. Like, you can't just let people go back on the street if there could be a future complication. And so it is, and having somebody, because like I had somebody, they fainted and then they woke up and then they were like, oh yeah, like I faint every time I donate blood, or not donate blood. I get my blood taken. And I'm like, well, you should have said something about it. I think that's not crazy. And then they were like, oh, well, yeah, I kind of forgot about it. And then they like wanted to leave, and it's like, sorry, you can't leave. It's like mandatory that you stay here. And they got upset. And I'm like, all of us could have avoided all of these things if you said the thing that you knew when I asked you the question about the thing. Ah!
You walk out into the streets of Cogsgate.
I just don't understand it.
Loom high above, so tall they block out the night sky.
It is not embarrassing. It is a thing that happens to lots of people. It's totally fine. No judgment if you are somebody who faints, or gets fainty sometimes. That is all okay. But protocol is, we gotta call 911 and you gotta stay for an hour. So deal with it.
You push open the door.
God, it's so annoying.
The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle.
I did also see that happen to someone else. Fortunately, it was when I was actually like working inside the hospital. So calling 911 was really easy, because like the crash team immediately shows up and they're like, oh my God, what's happening? And they had to sit with this person. And it was the same thing where they're like, oh yeah, like I always faint. And they're like, why didn't you tell us when we asked you if you always faint? And they were like, oh, I didn't think I would faint this time.
Despite clear attempts to make
no one's mad.
All of Felon's
other than the people who have to waste their whole day. Those people are mad.
As you mull this over, you hear voices.
Draw on the plunger, and a bunch of ghosties start to fill up the vacuum container. It's like a glowing ecto cooler. I don't. Okay. Okay. I gotta stop you right here. All right, Julian. I love how you're thinking about this. Number one. When you get your blood taken, there's no plunger. No one is drawing a plunger to take your blood out of you. That would be a very bad idea. Nobody does that. That's not how that works. Number two, if you're drawing blood on somebody and they die, their soul doesn't like come out of their body and their blood, and you just like pull their soul into a little tube because they died while you were doing. That would be funny though. That would be really funny. If it's like, it's like, whoops, why is the blood vial glowing? It's like, oh yeah, they died, so their soul's in there now. What do we do with it? I don't know. Already dead. That'd be wild. What a wild thought. No, you're all good. I was more laughing about the second one, about the because you're like, yeah, it's like the like a glowing ecto cooler. But yeah. Oh, so that is a butterfly needle. So those are the wings on the needle.
The last of the heavily armed halfling thugs falls.
It's called butterfly because it looks like a little butterfly, but it's the vacutainers is what you're thinking of. Because the vacutainers is where you actually draw the blood. Vacutainers are little plastic containers that have nothing in them. They're a vacuum. So they have no air, they have nothing. So they're just clear on the inside. And so you plug the vacutainer in, and then the vacuum pulls the blood out of the body, but it naturally will stop when the vacuum is done. So it will never pull too much, which is the good thing about it. Because if you're manually doing it, you might pull too much or too little, but the vacutainer will never pull too much because it can't. It's physically limited on space.
Now, to meet up with Zelith. Zelith shakes her
It's one of the reasons specifically why you don't feel like blood draws is because of how the vacutainer works. It's really cool, very simple tech.
Another crime scene waits.
They also use a self-healing plastic, so that way you can puncture the vacutainer to fill it with blood. But then you might be like, oh, well then don't you have to seal it? No, you can just take it off and it's already sealed because it's the self-healing plastic. Seals it. It's cool. Really cool piece of technology. I forgot to take a break. We're going to do that on the next one because there's no gather points on the next one. Is there a gather point on the next one? Hold. Is there a gather point on the next quest? I don't think so. Yeah, honestly, best laid plans, I'm all elemental damage and it's all golems. I'm useless, so.
Whoever did this,
oh yeah.
Shy about letting people know. That ledger told you what you needed to know.
Right.
The victims all worked for Avant and were killed.
Going here, going here, going here.
The secret door slides open, revealing a Medusa. Oddly enough, she doesn't seem surprised to see you. Instead,
and then also, if you want to see my hammers, here are my hammers. These are 2 hammers I'm using. Enjoy. I'll be right back. They are not the same.
So close to the truth. You catch up with Zelith and fill her in on the clues you found so far. She points you towards an alleyway northwest of where the goblin was last seen. A familiar voice echoes from behind this door.
What part of make it look like an accident didn't you understand? And leaving your signature behind was beyond stupid. Now Zelith is onto us. It's only a matter of time before she and those adventurers come barging in here.
Zulkas quickly casts a dimension door. The tiefling and the goblin disappear through it.
Victor leans over and whispers, I don't want to lose my job. If you'll just follow me, I'll cough when it's time for us to part ways. What you do after that is none of my business. He sounds quite nervous. Victor coughs and nods at a flimsy-looking grate. Then he hurries away, disappearing into the night. That must be your way inside. Time for you to investigate the warehouse. According to this ledger, all of the blueprints have been moved to the office upstairs for shredding. You need to get in there. Someone is burning the midnight oil behind this door, but the sturdy door is fitted with an even sturdier lock. You'll have to find another way in. You hear a scream of pain from up above. A scream cut short with steel. You hear a gruff voice howling. The roof! The roof! A more measured voice responds. What of it? The excited Noel bounces around. The roof is on fire! An otherworldly air of confidence surrounds the handsome being, who appears to be their leader. Let's pick up the pace, shall we? We still have to destroy the lab downstairs. Portal, please. Why not just take the stairs? Asked the tiefling. Because Victor told us not to be seen. Now then, portal! Portal! Now! Snaps the being in a commanding tone. You hear a familiar voice somewhere nearby. It's Victor, acting surprised. What's all this? Dear Orion, we have a security breach! Yeah, quickly! Find them! You can't touch me! This is one of Vaunt's prototypes! It will make me completely invincible. Victor presses a button, and the sphere of force closes in around him. A familiar voice calls out up ahead. Time's up. Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people.
I'm back.
You think you're clever? Well, you're nowhere near as clever as Vault. His resources are virtually limitless. I press this button. All guards
My
show up.
resources are virtually limitless, he says as his resources become limited.
Stuck here. Victor,
Unfortunately for him, virtually limitless is not limitless.
I'll just teleport away.
You know, you could play dex-based Warhammer Monk as a Dragon Disciple. It's kind of cool.
About the dimensional anchor he put in place.
Dual wield Warhammer's dex-based Monk. The problem is, I can't. Is there a reason to play a Monk that's not wisdom-based in current year?
Victor mashes the button on the magical device in frustration.
I feel like the answer to that question is no. Oh, sorry. I was thinking melee, but yeah, you're correct. Thrower is the reason. Yes.
Nobody goes in or out until we find them. Don't just stand there gawking. Move.
Don't just stand there gawking.
Hum of a dimensional anchor.
Oh yeah, heroic Lamortia crafting is giga broken. It is absolutely not working as intended at all.
More guards your way. They went downstairs into the secret lab. After me. A hissing, chilling chant.
Fight. I have 58 on my devastation. Get devastated, suckers. I am the dragon. Oh my god. The DCs.
Screams and pounding feet indicate
The DCs.
Victor yells.
Raging Warhammer Monk casting breath spells. So I did actually want to try to use Shifter for this build. The problem is when raging, you lose access to your stance, and the stance is for wisdom. So you're basically trading for wisdom for wisdom, but the stance is way better than the Shifter rage. So I couldn't make it a Shifter build, unfortunately, but I really wanted to. No, you don't lose centered when raging. You can rage and be centered. You just can't use a stance.
You've arrived at Club Clock. A popular
Stancing IRL so you become an adventurer IRL? Yeah.
Perhaps now you can drive
I did
west
think about
between
that. The thing about actually using a stance in real life, as I've brilliantly pointed out in the past, is why, like, when a lot of people play video games, they log into their MMORPG that's a fantasy game. They can play anything they want. The most common thing is human fighter, which is really weird to me because everybody on planet Earth is a human. And if you really want to, you can go out and buy like a big greatsword. There's like sellers you can find, like, will sell you a big greatsword, and then you can use that and run around and just start cleaving people in half in the street. You shouldn't do that. It's a crime. You'll go to super jail. Bad idea. Don't ever do this. But you can. It's like a thing you could physically do, but you can't cast fireball. You know, you can't be a Warforged, right? These are things you cannot do. And so when you play a video game, why are you out here playing why are you out here playing fighter when you could be playing wizard? What class am I using? I'm using the Dragon Disciple. It is an alternate form of monk that allows you to cast wicked spells while also being a melee character. It's like a hybrid melee spellcaster type build. So I have a whole bunch of dragon breath abilities. I got this dragon breath ability and this dragon breath ability, which are like kind of cool. And then I also have like the ability to melee stuff. It's very cool. I've never been a big monk player, but this style of monk, which is like the hybrid melee spellcasting, really scratches an itch, and I like it a lot.
It must be an attack. Quick, adventurers, do what you do best. More dimension doors have opened nearby.
In my breaths. John Balder, the brown-haired human male fighter, was the most used player character in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, man.
The main stage must be under attack.
Oh yeah, the loot event. I forgot that that's still a thing you can do.
The defeated
Return of John Remnant 2. Unfortunately, I already beat Remnant from Remnant 2. I beat it off stream because Ipsum kept bothering me about it. He's like, bro, you gotta play more Remnant. It's like the best game ever. You gotta play Remnant. And I'm gonna be honest, as somebody who played more Remnant 2, man, that is a really fun game. Really, really cool. I think the only level that I didn't like is like the Space Wasteland level, which I did enjoy. And like conceptually, I thought it was like a really cool area. It had one of the coolest skyboxes in any video game I've ever looked at. It's basically like in this singularity where you're in all these rocks floating around a black hole. So the skybox looks insane. The visuals are so cool. But the area has basically no landmarks, and it's one of the few areas that's like open world, as opposed to, not like it's like every area is open, but it's usually like connective hallways and connective tissue so you can navigate. But instead it's these big open plains with like literally no details on the landscape. And so you're just supposed to intuitively know where you are, and I don't like that.
Once again,
so it was probably, in my opinion, the weakest area of the game, but it was very cool looking. Haven't played this in a couple of years. Used the Shrimp and Massacre build from a long time ago. Yep, and you can still play it. They have updated that build, or like updated like the details of like how that character functions. Like before, you'd have to figure out a way to get dexterity to hit and damage with your bow. Now, bows just use dex to hit and damage. They also updated the bow animations, bow attack speed. They updated how the actual imbue works, where you like add damage onto your attacks with like elemental damage. They've updated a lot of stuff, but all for the better. They've only made it better. They've also added AoE attacks if you haven't played in a while. So there used to be an ability in Arcane Archer that was called... it was like Burning Arrow or Arrow of Inferno or something. And basically what it did is when you would use it, it would apply a damage over time to enemies. And it was a really minor damage over time. And you could technically stack it up to like, or his Inferno shot. And it would stack up to 20 times. And at 20 stacks, it was like, okay. But then you got to cast this arrow 20 goddamn times. So you're like constantly pumping it in. And it just didn't really feel very good. They changed that ability to a new spell called, or a new attack called Elemental Inferno. And what it does is it's fireball arrow now. So you press a button and you shoot the arrow, and then it deals damage in an explosion around the target you hit. It is so sick. It fits right into the like, I'm an Arcane Archer sort of thing, where I can just shoot an arrow and it explodes, where you load a payload. And it makes the class feel a million times better because now you have area of effect, which traditionally is something that you did not get very often on that type of character. So I'm a big fan of it. Yeah, Elemental Inferno, absolutely wonderful. Huge change. Yeah, that will never happen. Dungeons & Dragons Online will never get updated to a different engine for multiple reasons. One, if they were to update to a different engine, the only reason they would do that is because they got a huge influx of money from some investor, where it'd be like, you know, a large investor comes in, buys the company, and then decides to upgrade it to a new engine, at which point you'd probably get a whole new team of developers, and they would probably make an entirely different video game.
Which was turned down due to your lack of subtlety, shall we say?
So you would get DDO in a new engine, it just wouldn't have anything to do with Dungeons & Dragons Online. Plus also, if they wanted to like update it in a new engine, it would also need to be like, everything would have to go through WotC, so they'd probably have to update a lot of the mechanics for modern audiences, and so they'd be like, well, now you have to follow 5.5e edition rules. And so they'd have to change all like the actual mechanics and numbers in the video game. And yeah. The way that I think about it is that Dungeons & Dragons Online, as of right now, is a game that probably should have been shut down a decade ago, but it didn't, and we get to still play it today, which is awesome, and I'm very happy.
And the darkness around you erupts with a choir of menacing responses. An ambush! Damn us for fools!
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with other Daybreak products, or like most things under the Daybreak umbrella. So like, for example, I know that there's like Magic Online that's like under Daybreak, but I never played Magic Online. I play Arena. That's not a Daybreak product. And it's been probably a decade since I played PlanetSide 2.
Casper wheezes out his words.
No matter. Ooh,
I actually really like Lord of the Rings Online. The most recent expansion that just came out, the Kingdoms of Harad, I'm a big fan of. I really liked it. The campaign is like really, really satisfying. There's the dungeons for the expansion are coming out either next week or the week after. I'm not sure, but yeah, I really enjoyed the latest expansion.
Follow safely. He says to head to the southeast. Grabbing a source lead first will help even the plane.
Curling so much, yeah.
Don't forget.
Yeah, well, Lord of the Rings Online is just a video game where basically they made the video game was made for people who had the sensibilities in like 2005 era gaming, and they just never updated that. So they still use the same model of the old gaming, where there's like loads of grind and everything is relatively slow, and they didn't really shorten any of the processes to get and do things. They did like shortcut some of the older stuff, so like the catch-up mechanics are a lot better, but like, you know, an expansion comes out, functionally an expansion is not that much different than it used to be. So if you're somebody who doesn't like change, like Lord of the Rings Online is a really good game for people who do not like change as things go forward. Like a lot of people don't like how new WoW expansions change up the game, not like in meaningful ways, but they change up like how you engage with it and interact with it. Like, for example, like the dungeon queue is a great example where like one of the reasons why people like classic is because there's no dungeon queue, and a lot of people feel like dungeon queue is a negative experience on the game. And then so you kind of have to choose whether you, like, you can't play modern WoW without having dungeon queue and all these other systems already in the game, these like convenience features. It is the way it is now. But Lotro never changed, so you don't have to worry about it. Do they have a dungeon queue? Nope. They update pretty much anything? No, not really. They update like game systems, but like the core game is basically the same core game. So if you're like, that's the experience that I want, it's still there. And if you've like gotten older and your tastes have changed, you don't want it anymore, then there's all the modern games.
Some kind of metal glints on their bodies as they flit about, blocking your path.
It's got sucked into shard rolling and left me with a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah, that's why one of the reasons I pretty much never use shards for like rolling for loot. I find it like kind of takes away from part of the experience. So I personally don't really like doing it. I understand why people do it, because the loot mechanics suck in this game, and it's one of the DDO's weakest points is acquiring items. DDO is one of the few video games that has managed to make it so that getting items feels bad. If you're brand new to the video game and you don't know anything about it, it can be really, really fun to like pick up items, and you're just like going through and you're like, oh cool, I got this sword, oh cool, I got this like whatever armor or whatever. But then once you play it a little bit and you realize like, oh, there actually is like mechanics to how the loot drops, and you learn about it, and then you start to engage with those mechanics, the less and less fun they become very quickly. And like you could argue like, oh well, you know, that's just classic gaming, like gamers, they optimize the fun out of their video games, but like that is true, but that's not really the problem. It's that the loot chase just isn't fun inherently, so whether you optimize the fun out of it is not really relevant to the conversation, because it just isn't fun. Any capacity, and then you poof, no ads ever, ever, ever. Oh yeah, you work at Amazon and you get like a blanket perma account. ESO sticker book, good idea. Yep, yeah, it's just really frustrating all the way down. Like I said, it's like they worked really hard to make a loot system that is the least engaging out of pretty much any game I've ever played. I really do not like the loot system, but that's like, I could talk about that for 10 hours. And I feel like it's a dominating conversation topic that I don't want to talk about right now. Not in the mood.
This city watch station is locked up tight and stands as silent as the grave. Is it unmanned? Or have the guards
You're on a cap because I hate the loot systems? Yeah.
Looks like they're using,
like I said, it's one of those things where like, because I derive a lot of enjoyment from just like making new builds and reincarnating and replaying through the game and just finding new ways to interact with the game systems and just generally having fun with the mechanics that we're given, I don't mind it that much, because there's still so much for me or a player like me to enjoy. If you're somebody who really only likes to play one character and you like to sit at the end game, do the hardest content, the hardest difficulty, you end up running afoul of like the RNG loot system a lot more often than I do. It's one of the reasons why I can still enjoy some of the loot chase, in the sense of, while I play the game, every time I do Lamortia, if I pull a cool Lamortia item I don't have, I'm like, oh neat. Like I wasn't farming for it, I just managed to get it, and now I have it. Which I really appreciate. So I can still enjoy it from the way that I play the game. But if I was somebody who was always like fiending for like the really strong endgame builds, and I was always like searching for the next way to maximize my character all the time, oh my god. Having just recently gone through the Lamortia item farm, my god. It's a system and a half. No.
High above the construction yard, a soar sled slowly drifts up. Isabet's body lies upon the sled, completely still.
Like, I don't mind the crafting system. I just wish the materials dropped in slightly higher quantities. But my gear is also really crazy, and the stats I have are really crazy. So like, it's kind of also one of those things where like the newest gear requires the most time investment, but it also ends up being the most powerful. So like, maybe that's a good balancing act of like, it's the most powerful thing, so therefore it takes the longest time to get. But you could argue one way or the other. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. The difficult problem is like, the real question you have to ask yourself is how many people are taking the time to farm it versus how many people are not. And I did take the time to farm it. So I didn't like the system, but it did motivate me to farm out the gear regardless. So is that enough?
She's gone. Says the goblin.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Her soul with his new improved vaunt. Why use your own when you can use someone else's? Sorry, sweetie.
What says as we know. Oh yeah, dude, I'm still having a great time. Like I said, Dungeons & Dragons Online, I've said this before, is pretty much in the best state the game has ever been in. There's more class versatility than ever if you join like a group. Obviously, there are some builds that are like head and shoulders above others in terms of like some of the damage thresholds. So like what some of the crossbow and through shuriken users are doing. But outside of that, you see people playing every different character all the time, which is really cool. You have like a pretty good distribution of all the different character classes, which is like really, really fun. The lag is like the least intrusive it's ever been in the history of the game. We have like the least amount of lag right now, which is sick because they fixed almost all of it. Yeah, it's sick. So like, it's just like a toy that if you've never experienced Dungeons & Dragons Online and you log in right now, you have an insane amount of content that is like easy to engage with. And I wish there was part of me that could go back in time and reach back 20 years and be like, hey, forget all that other stuff you did, and now you get to experience DDO all over again with this like infinite sandbox. Like basically watching Patient in the chat, who has been like experiencing Dungeons & Dragons Online for the first time over the past couple of months, find all the magic and mystery within the game is like so cool, and it is an experience I can't get back. But I can still have fun with what I'm currently doing.
They're probably holding him somewhere.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like, one of the reasons why I don't find myself just gravitating towards other MMORPGs is obviously sunk cost fallacy of like, you know, I've spent too much time playing this one, so that's the one I'm going to keep playing. But then the other element of that is also just no other game does what Dungeons & Dragons Online does, for better or for worse, which I have to say all the time, because maybe there's a reason why they don't bombard players with this and this and this. I don't know. It's probably a reason why WoW doesn't do that and Final Fantasy XIV doesn't do that. Couldn't tell you what it is. Oh, wrong button. Oops. Get beard, suckers. How did you get healed? Did I get any of the crests? But like, I want that. That is specifically what I want out of my video game. And a lot of new games just aren't going to give me that level of granularity. To customize everything I want about my character. The good outweighs the bad? I agree. I think the game outweighs, the good outweighs the bad, absolutely. However, this game will never, people like are like, yeah, I wish this game would like, you know, have some big publicity so it could go mainstream. And DDO can't go mainstream because it's complex. It like there's no more we need to talk about. That's it. Yeah. It's also not helpful the fact that like a good way to learn about how to play Dungeons & Dragons Online is having played Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 edition between the years of 2002 and 2008. It's a really good way to learn how to play DDO. Hey, get wrecked. Yeah. Anyway, got him. This is with Don't Stand in Fire, so full action combat is just beyond a lot of people. Yep. I will say, in Lord of the Rings Online, they added a feature recently where ground effects, you can now change the color of them. So it used to be like enemy effects are red and allied effects are white. And they have changed it, so now you can just select the color you would like. So I changed enemy effects to blue and allied effects to pink because I am red-green colorblind. And oh my god, I can see everything. And it makes me so happy. And you know what? Did it take them almost 20 years? Yes. But that is, in my opinion, 20 years well spent. My god. I can see the graphics, I can see the visual effects. So when I stood in fire all the time, hey man, I couldn't see the fire. I had to make custom buff triggers that would put markers on my screen to let me know if I was standing in debuffs during raids, because I couldn't physically see them with my eyeballs because I'm weak and feeble. I got broken eyes. Is more cutting edge than Guild Wars 2? Yeah. Someday they'll change it in Guild Wars 2. Probably not though. Probably wait for Guild Wars 3. I actually logged in a tiny bit to Elder Scrolls Online, and when I logged in, I got to revel in the fact that I can change the color of all the pictures, or all the effects. So nice. Where are you? You go. Well, given that they didn't do it to Guild Wars 1 Reforged, I don't think so. I didn't read what Guild Wars 1 Reforged was, so I didn't know exactly what they were changing with it, but I was playing Guild Wars 1 at the time, and so I thought they were going to change more than they actually did. But I'm going to be honest with you, if you asked me to tell you from playing Guild Wars 1 Reforged versus Guild Wars 1 regular, what they changed, I honestly couldn't tell you. They updated some of the icon art, not the inventories, but the like the spell icons look a little different. That's kind of neat for sure. But outside of that, I honestly couldn't tell you what they changed. Oh, and there's controller support, I guess. That counts. That is a change. It's easier to buy everything. Oh, because it's now just like one box you buy or whatever. You don't have to buy all the expansions. That's a pretty big deal. Goodbye, Twilight. Again, this is not me saying bad things about Guild Wars 1. I actually really enjoyed playing through Guild Wars 1. Played through Prophecies, and I'm working on Factions. Really fun game. I actually really like the gameplay. I kind of like how, this might sound weird, the fact you can customize your party with bots that are not as good as a human player, but they're like pretty good, means that if you want to play, it's one of the few games where if you're like, I want to play a pure crowd control character, you can do that in Guild Wars, which is really cool. Whereas in DDO, if you play pure crowd control, you can't really solo the game unless you have other people to play with. But in Guild Wars, you can either play with other people or play alone, and it still works, which I really like. I think that's such a cool feature. I didn't like the hireling feature at first, because I'm like, oh, you can just add like 1 million people to your party and like add a bunch of NPCs, and you're never like encouraged to interact with the regular player base. But yeah, it's not bad. I played with Ipsum and Dorak, and we played some Guild Wars 1, and we would just play whatever we wanted to play, and then filled the party with whatever we didn't want to play as the robots, and it worked well.
Evan Greybeard, your would-be informant, lives somewhere upstairs in this slum tenement.
So like for Prophecies, I played a Mesmer, and I only had counter spells. That's it. I had like just counter spells. Where it's like counter this, counter that, counter this, counter that. And it was so satisfying, dude. When you use Cry of Frustration and you counter one enemy, and because you counter the one enemy, it counters everything that's nearby them. So if you hit one guy, you hit all of them. It's like an AoE and it deals damage. Oh, so good.
The creepy gnome investigator nonchalantly gives you a head start, then goes back to work on the crime scene.
Very, very satisfying.
What's really going on here?
Yep. DDO hirelings are pretty good at healing. Not bad.
A draft rises.
It's one of those things where like you can also learn a little bit about how they function. The AI, you can like kind of customize is the wrong word, but you know, manipulate.
Encounters with an odd gnome inquisitive and undead spirits not
His buff's dispelled.
Oh
yeah, true. Good old dispel magic from the assassins.
The bartender has seen him. You turn to head outside, only to find a man standing in your
Yeah, because you're like, oh, I'll just charm stuff and I'll just crowd control things, and no, that doesn't work. It's like I tried to play a wizard build that was an enchantment wizard, and then you realize there's like 4 good enchantment spells in DDO, and also all of those spells are like level 7 spells and higher, so you have to wait till level 13 to cast a good enchantment spell. And it's like, oh, right. Hey, my spells have been dispelled.
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark.
They assassinate your buffs? True, they do kill my buffs when they cast dispel magic. Yeah, so playing through Guild Wars 1 has been a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed that. And I'm going to continue playing through Guild Wars 1. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, he was hardcore!
You find yourself in a small corner of the vast sewers.
Whoever broke the pipes killed the hardcore player.
If your suspicions are correct.
Oh no.
House Tarkanan
Oh man, that sucks.
Nearby. Look what the cat dragged in.
So whoever just zerged through the quest and broke all the pipes killed the hardcore player. Wow. I agree. That is 100% a situation which feels really bad, but that is 100% a situation where I have had that happen in the past, where when I get to this quest, I will sometimes solo it, where I'll be like, I'm not going to step into this room, or I'll do the thing where I tell people, I'm like, I am the trap guy. I'm going to get the traps in this room. If anyone else steps in the room, I leave.
You should probably investigate.
And I TP out. Oh, dude. Oh. That's just shitty situation. Because like, especially if you don't know, you just assume that people are going to handle that room normally, or like they would group together. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been playing DDO for a very long time. It is not common, in my personal experience, that you enter that area and everything is always exploded. It is much more common for people to like wait on you. But yeah, dude, that's just oof. Well, life goes on. Not for them, they're dead, but for everybody else. How many past lives do you think he had? I mean, possibly 0. I think he was a first life character. Or she, whoever they are. I do not know. Some people do reincarnate on the winter event.
And you're done playing house. That's all of them, at least for today. We need to keep moving, Forrest says. If
Yeah, you can.
Evan, you
can have past lives. You just have to. You just have to pick up all of the things at the beginning. As long as you pick up all the lanterns, you can reincarnate. No one is on the same page? Correct, yeah. I totally agree with you. Yeah, that guy got obliterated because we weren't playing hardcore and he was. Now, to be fair, communication is important, and I've said this before. Me and many others cannot read minds, so communicating, hey guys, I'm playing hardcore, is a good idea. Because also you can say, hey guys, I'm playing hardcore. Can some people kill my loots for me, or my moats when they show up? And dude, I kill moats like crazy.
An imposing man dressed in a noble's finery.
Hello, Kentos. How are you doing today? How is your day going?
To your surprise, Bonzadura Warehouse is a drab and unremarkable structure. The entrance is unguarded, so you slip inside.
Your spell power item. I do want to use my spell power item, which is why I have it equipped. Tired right now, but it's like, oh, I guess it is like 8:43, so I guess that makes sense. It's the evening time. It's like nighttime. It's like solidly night. I could see being tired. 1.5 month vacation. Oh my lord. It's a long time. Well, you know what? Now you might be back at work, but listen, I'm going to be streaming. I start streaming at 11 in the morning now. I find it's a good schedule. It works for everybody. Because then the Europeans can tune in when they're finished work. The Americans can tune in while they're trying to avoid doing their work. You know, so it kind of works out for a lot of people, myself included. It's a good time because I'm bad at getting up in the morning, so it works out well for me. So, you know, now that you're back at work, hopefully I can at the very least, help keep you entertained, so you don't have to think about your job while you're doing it. Training's at 6 p.m. every day. Ouch. Can choose to not sleep to watch. Yeah, that's true. Man, that's a tough one. It's like how one of my guild members, Wrath, he is Australian, and so his solution to that problem is he just lives on NA time. So he's up all night and sleeps during the day. It's not a good solution to the problem, but hey, man, life's not about good solutions. Life's about solutions.
Arcane lightning crackles through the grating as the device overcharges and melts. The last piece of equipment in the main manufactory sputters and stalls. Soon, the entire...
Besides, he's gotten me a few times where when the OCE servers opened up for Final Fantasy XIV, him and some of his friends who are also Australian were like, yo, come play Final Fantasy XIV. And I was like, yeah, man, absolutely, that sounds great. So now my main character is it's like 280 ping or something like that. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like a weird level of prediction where you have to like pre-predict what the monsters are gonna do. It's kind of cool though. It like adds an extra layer of challenge. Yo, what's up, Kevin Ed? How you doing? How's your day going? I don't know, do about education stuff that ends after next week? Yeah, that makes sense.
Is the Stormreach beacon, Vaughns protection against vengeful forge wraiths.
Oh yeah, I got a new phone. I haven't had it set up. I gotta set up AEST to display on my phone screen.
Tonight you'll
I used to do that.
beacon back from under Vaughns' nose.
Yeah.
And if you do it
I used to play DDO with 25 ping before Thrain. Now I'm at 89 ping. Guys, life is so hard. It's devastating. Have you ever had a low ping and then it goes up mildly? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't notice the difference. Like Pepsi Challenge, I think if I had to play one and then play the other, I don't think I could tell. My synapses are too slow. Like my brain to arm movement ping is probably like, you know, 500 milliseconds, so. What phone did I get? I got the Samsung S25. And the reason I got it is because it was literally free. Not literally free, I had to pay like $100. Which I actually like couldn't believe. I didn't want to spend money on getting a new phone, and unfortunately my old phone exploded, like literally the battery exploded. So, you know, it's good. And I didn't want to have to spend a lot of money on a phone because being unemployed, I don't have a lot of money. And so I was very unhappy about this fact. So what ends up happening is, fortunately for me, I like went to my provider and they were like, yeah, you can upgrade your phone. It's going to cost you like $100. and I have to pay that $100 over 2 years. Not like $100 a month for 2 years, like whatever the math works. It's like $4 and something a month for the phone over the next 2 years. And I'm like, sick. And I could not figure out why. Not unemployed? Yeah, but I would much rather like
It's a fine evening.
get a regular job with a regular pension, you know,
His voice brimming
and
with
regular insurance.
And tomorrow will be
Faster than it was before the new servers. Ooh, nice.
We'll be talking on stage.
Yeah, because it makes sense why it's faster for you now, because the servers are in Vegas. So, you know, it's like 3,000 clicks closer to Australia. It's still not like there, but it's much faster.
Introducing the new Font Arcane Apprentice. Now comes the most. Better still, the Font Arcane Apprentice has new functionality and new spells.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, the benefit of the phone is that it was way less expensive than I thought it was going to be, which was really nice. I'll let this guy take care of the AoE, and I'll take care of the melee. Randomly red rings you. What is this, Xbox?
If you please.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's neat.
Damn this box.
I wasn't sure about which phone to get, and then I looked up reviews because the phone was really cheap. I don't know why it was so cheap. They were like, yeah, phone price retails for like $1,000 and something. We'll give it to you for almost free. And I was like, that's really bizarre. And I think the reason is because I don't think the phone is actually selling that well, because from what I did the modicum of research into the S25 is that if you have an older phone, it's a massive improvement, because I had a much older phone. But if you already have like a 23 or a 24, it's honestly like kind of comparable to those phones. Like it's slightly better, but it's not like a generational
I shall
leap.
attend to it in a trice.
And so they're like, it's probably, or it's like, okay, they probably just have like overstock or something where they like bought more of the phones and thought they were going to sell more, but it's not that big of a selling point, so people aren't doing it. There's no real new features. In fact, it literally looks like the S24. Like the shape of the phone and the even the cameras and everything, it's all the same.
Quest
also,
completed.
Kick Someone, thank you so much for giving out 10 subs. It's very kind of you. I really, really appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying your day. I hope everything's going good for you and your family and all the things that you get to do during the week. Thank you so much for giving out 10 subs. Welcome to the stream team, Triax, Zikos, Kolra, Big Green, Too Cool Cat, Pectoy, Freak Show, Splugger.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Simabraz, Kelsier, and Dog Rage. Thank you so much for the subs. Really appreciate that. I hope you're doing very, very, very good. And thank you. That's just really, really kind to go to your way to give out 10 subs.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Unbelievable. Thank you. I'm happy to.
I'm a rogue.
I'm happy to keep streaming. I got lots of ideas. Like I said, starting tomorrow, I'm going to be doing or getting into the solo guided Artificer playthrough. I'm going to be doing it on the hardcore version, so that way I can show that like this character works, and here's how you manage these things, so that way you make sure you don't die. The problem with playing on softcore is I start to space out. So, not like space out, but one of the reasons why I am able to have lots of conversations while also playing the video game is because when you do something for 20 years, Dungeons & Dragons Online does not require your singular attention. But on hardcore, it does. So it's nice. Next life is EK. Planning on running longswords. Since I don't have enough points for Staying Night Fighter, only have one wizard past life at the moment. The feat's kind of tight. I want to work Knights Training in, and only one option for I see is dropping Arcane Initiate for it. That should be fine. I mean, well, it depends on the feats you're going for, right? Like, remember, wizards get... Are you playing a wizard or sorcerer, EK? Oh, Magma, Scav? Wait, which one are we going to first? Is it Magma? Oh, we go to Magma. Sneaky Guard goes to Magma first. Wizard? Oh, dude, Wizard, you have so many feats. You have all the bonus feats. You have 5 feats. What do you mean you're out of feats? Wizard's free. You get to take every feat you want.
Everyone in the workshop rushed out, desperate to escape. Once we got outside, it was impossible to recognize anything.
But thanks again, Kick Someone. That's really, really kind of you. I really appreciate the support.
I was following my friend Aura at first, but I quickly lost her in all the smoke.
Like, if you think about it, you get at Wizard level 1, you get an extra bonus feat. So you can take like you could take Let's say you want to do enchantment or evocation. You can take evocation, focus, greater evocation. I'm trying to think. You get like 7 feats normally and 5 extra wizard feats, so you get a total of 12. And then you can't take greater focus in the tree or like greater combat style while leveling. So yeah, but even still, it's like combat style, improved combat style, knight's training, precision is 4 feats, right? And then and improved critical, so that's 5 feats. And then meta magics, you've got like maximize, empower, quicken, and extend, and that's 5 feats. So now you still have 3 feats remaining. And I guess you could take insight for reflexes if you want intelligence reflexes. That's 2 feats remaining. And then you could take spell focus, greater spell focus, or probably spell focus and then past life wizard, which is what I would do. I would probably not take insight for reflexes because just heal the damage, you know. Just you're undead, just heal the damage. Who cares? Eat the traps. Tumble. That's what tumble is for. Eat the traps. Unless you don't know where traps are. Like, you know, I'm biased and I can sit here with an encyclopedic knowledge of every single quest in the entirety of Dungeons & Dragons Online. And maybe it's possible you don't have that. Which, you know, damn, unlucky. But yeah, that's how I would solve that problem. Just like, well, what about augment summoning? What about augment summoning? Great question. What if we could augment our summons? Give them +4 to all ability scores? And then you get improved augment summoning, which gives them +8 to all ability scores and extra life. It's kind of good. Bony man to pull levers. True. Long story short, you can definitely drop a feat, but if you're taking a spell focus, greater spell focus, always remember that unless you're taking epic spell focus, the wizard past life feat is just better because it gives you all spell DCs, so you get more flexible. Single weapon fighting or 2-weapon fighting for a melee artificer? Single weapon fighting because you want a rune arm. Rune arms are really good. I probably wouldn't play a 2-weapon fighter artificer, although you could, but I wouldn't. You could, but I would not. But you could. But I wouldn't.
This massive chamber is filled with refuse from the upper. In the middle of the dead stands to the trash littered floor. The door to the west opens.
Yeah, Insight for reflexes used to be a feat I would take all the time, but ever since I discovered that shields give you double their PRR and MRR, or double your PRR and MRR bonus against reflex saves, so wearing a shield makes you highly resistant to traps, and then also tumble now with the tumble changes is great. Well, the problem with 2-weapon fighting Bastard Sword or Dwarf War Axe is then you don't get strike through. And if you're 2-weapon fighting, a long sword is better than a Bastard Sword. It is cool. It is cool. Dual wielding Bastard Swords is very cool. Don't get it twisted. My brother back in the day used to play a dual wield Bastard Sword rogue, so he would sneak with 2 giant swords and then like sneak attack people. Good times. He was a Warforged as well, so he'd be like a giant Warforged with 2 huge swords and then would sneak around. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Should strike through with melee already? Yep. Yeah, 2-handed's good. Just not 2-weapon. So I personally wouldn't take 2-weapon fighting on an artificer, but you can if you wish. But I wouldn't. Alright. I gotta cast my buffs. I'm buffing. Hold on. Guys, I'm buffing. Wait. Wait, I'm casting my buffs. I will say, something that I appreciate that got retired is 3.0 and 3.5's buffing before combat mechanics, I much prefer that system not existing. The way that I've solved this in my own pen and paper game, because I was just thinking about this because I was complaining about buffing and running into combat. Back in the day, it was very common for it to be like, oh, we know there's a fight in the next room, so we spend 2 minutes casting preparatory spells, and then we enter into the room and do whatever. And having all those spells really changes the power of your character. If you wanted a good example of this, if you've ever had the chance to play any of the Pathfinder games, Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, in those games, there are add-ons you can get that allow you to cast more buffs in a shorter period of time because they save time for you. And the difference between having your buffs up and not having your buffs up is insane. You devote almost all of your spell slots towards buffs. It's actually really crazy how many buffs you cast in that game. Which I don't hate as a general concept, but it is like a lot of things that you have to do to like prep your character and get ready for just doing a basic combat. Which is not always the most engaging thing all the time. So for me, I kind of like the fact that modern games don't have that sort of system. My solution to that problem is I want people to have all the customizability and flexibility, is that I make it in my campaign that attuning to equipment takes 1 minute. So it takes 1 minute to attune to equipment, which is not a long time, but it's long enough that you just can't do it in combat. And then equipment has all of those buff-based stats that you would want. So your equipment gives you all of these resistances and temporary spells and other stuff like that. So before you enter combat, you can then decide and go, oh, I'm going to use X, Y, or Z item, which gives me like the buff. So you still get to choose what stats you have, but it circumvents the problem of like, we have to stand here for 6 minutes buffing or doing whatever. You decide, okay, at the beginning of my day, I'm going to attune to these items, or these are the things that matter the most to me, and then you go from there, which is how I personally like to think about it. It makes it a little bit like you have the element of like, you get sort of the feeling of being able to have buffed effects on your character or like temporary effects, but you don't have the downside of like, you wake up in the middle of the night or like, you know, and you don't have most of your spells that your character relies on because, you know, it's the second fight of the day, so you can skip resting and you just fight again. Yeah, so it basically means that if you're in a non-combat situation, anyone can attune to anything whenever they want. But if you're in a combat situation, you have the equipment you are currently wearing. So let's say you have like bracers that give you super high fire resistance and you're about to step into a volcano, and you do step into a volcano and you get into a fight with some lava monsters and you go, ooh, I forgot to put on my fire bracers. Well, that is unfortunate. When the fight's over, you can put them on if you live. But it also allows me to make like narrowly powerful items. So pieces of equipment that are really narrow but have very powerful effects, because then the players can hold on to it and be like, maybe we can use this later. Which is fun. I do enjoy item design when it comes to pen and paper. Putting items together is really an enjoyable part for me. I enjoy like writing things, and then also I've been trying my hardest to make sure I'm writing descriptions for things. Fun fact, maybe I'll show it up later. My girlfriend ordered some jewelry online, and they delivered, it was basically like a little earring thing, and it came in a box that had a box in it that had a bag inside of it. So it's multiple layers of packaging. The problem is, she ordered 5 of these things because they weren't very expensive. And so instead of getting a box with 5 earrings inside, she got 5 boxes that contained 5 boxes that contained 5 bags that contained 1 earring each. Genius. Genius presentation. I assume that this is because at whatever, like, you know, facility that these things are being held at, they're just already in boxes. They just individually package them. I don't know. But the little bags that hold the earrings are actually the perfect size for, like, props. And so what I'm going to do with these bags is I'm going to be putting... because I have them, they're like these little, like, velvet's the wrong word. Velour is the wrong word. I can't remember. Anyway, there's these little fabric bags. It's actually really nice soft fabric. And is it velvet? It might be velvet. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be putting items in there, so when my players finish an encounter, I can be like, oh, you find 2 items, and I can just throw them at the table, and then they have to like open up these bags and pull out the equipment, so they can actually have like a little like physical item for it, which is kind of cool. So I'm actually very excited about this prop. It's really, really nice. Item delivery system. Unrelated, do we have patch notes yet?
The barrier vanishes.
You got patch notes?
Quickly, Chance says.
We have downtime notice, but we don't have patch notes. Patch notes.
Careful though. Pulling the wrong
You want
lever
patch
will
notes?
summon the
It's 3
final
o'clock.
clink. The locks holding Chance
Should not want
cell
patch notes.
spring open. Now to rescue the errant student and escape before he gets you into any more trouble. You teleport the hapless student
Oh, right, I'm
back
here.
to the entrance.
I kind of need to do more cogs. Thanks, team. Hit him with the take care. Right click, leave party. And speaking of right click, leave party. Whoop, oh, gambling. Exactly. All right, back to work. Yeah, I want patch notes. I just want to know what's changing. It could be nothing. It could be the most minor thing, but I want to know. Smash and burn.
In the distance, you hear the grinding of massive
Oh my
gears
God.
heavy machinery. A man in a scarlet cloak beckons you near.
Okay, sorry, I got distracted because I was scanning my Discord for something and I didn't notice. This is for all you Bazaar heads out here. This is Good Internet Man posted this in the Discord about their Bazaar board and how they lost. They lost to this, and I was like, I mean, they have like all burning items, so you think they would win. They got burn here. They got the ray, which is good. They got double ray. They got the micro day, which is going to charge everything. It seems like it'd be really good. But then I look up here and I'm like, okay, well, they got a burning water wheel and they got a shiny diving helmet. Oh God. So then everything is just kind of chaining and going off crazy, crazy fast. So then I'm like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. And then I look, day 4. This guy has double enchanted items, one of them being large, one of them shiny, with the haste burn skill on day 4. What are you kidding me? Insane. If that guy didn't get 10 wins, I don't know what to tell you.
This door's hinges are coated in rust. Prying it open could create enough noise to
If you don't know anything about the Bazaar, great game. Really, really fun card-based auto battler. I love it and I play it every single day. But that's what a crazy board. I don't even know. I don't know how you do that. I have no clue how you get those items. I couldn't even tell you. Which is honestly some of the fun of like when you play against individual players and their builds are so crazy. You're like, I don't know how you do this. Man, those traps are put in work. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, by the way, I am basically just coming all the way back here, which forces all of the ranged monsters to run up here as well. Which means I don't have to deal with like chasing a bunch of guys down. But I do appreciate that everything ran into the traps. That's great. That being said, apparently not very many monsters actually decided to come this way. They're just kind of milling about, not doing anything, which is great. Usually that works a little bit better, but I don't think I aggroed enough monsters generally. Whee! Yeah, when patch notes. When notes. I do wonder if they're going to do like a send-off event where they're like, oh, by the way, you know, for the last 2 weeks, moats are worth double or something like that. I have a question. How do you guys feel about if the moat event, if they said, hey, for the last 2 weeks of the event, All the moats are worth double. How would you feel about that?
The vault door tumbles open.
Iron key, that's what I wanted.
Surely danger and a generous bounty await you in.
I ask because I'm like, oh, that seems like an obvious inclusion for like the end of the event. Be like, hey, by the way, at the end, if you like still haven't done yet, here's a way to like quickly get you across the finish line. But on the other hand, man, farming out the entire thing to then find out that if you waited, you could have farmed it out way faster. Kind of a rough one there. Gonna get my ugly unicorn. It is a pretty ugly unicorn. I don't argue with that one. I actually much prefer the unicorn with the kind of like stained glass armor.
As you enter the room,
the golden moats would be crazy. The golden moats do go pretty hard.
Intruders, protect the special cargo, you ninny hammers. We'll make them pay for messing with the Boromar clan.
Ninny hammers. Die. Is that Suade? Is that how you spell Suade? S-U-A-D-E? Hmm.
Overcome with pain. Now, to take care of the special cargo they were smuggling.
I was gonna play the game. I guess something enough actually makes a difference to you. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, so he's Swad? Weird name. Stefan Swad.
Their rasps growing louder.
I will say Suade is a product that I don't really interact with very often. Outside of like situations where I'd be like 10 or 8 and I would go over to a family member's house, like a relative or something like that, and then the grown-ups would be talking and I wouldn't be paying attention to the grown-ups because I'd be like 8, but we'd be sitting on a Suade couch, and because it's Suade, you can like put an impression on the fabric based on the direction all the fabric is facing, so you can write messages in the Suade. And that's my extent of my experience with Suade as in my entire life. I'm being pinged in the Discord. Oh shit, it's done. I got all the cargo crates like right away. That's sick. Whoop, whoop. You get second part of hardcore, deciding it's not worth it. Yeah, that's true. There's that element of like deciding how much time do you want to invest, and knowing that you can get it done faster. You go, you know what? Maybe I will make that push in the last 2 weeks to get like an extra thing. Try to get an extra cosmetic or an extra whatever. Like I didn't get the horn cosmetics, so I actually really don't find them very appealing. Mostly because the races that have horns look pretty good. So for example, like Tieflings and Dragonborn, because they can both get horns, their horns look very natural and like fit on the frame of the character. Whereas I find the horns from this event, they kind of clip a lot and they don't really look very good in my opinion. So I don't really care for them. I know it's supposed to be like satyr horns. Satyr? 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 Get 23, get Evergreen from Primal Avatar, then full reroll into 41 to 45 Spell Singer. Not Spell Singer, Storm Singer. Delete the universe. Gotta get to level up first. What's up, Cliffy Boar? How are you doing? What's going on? Welcome back. See, you say Satyr, and I agree with what you're saying. However, in the game, in several of the quests that involve Satyrs, the voice actor who pronounces Satyrs says Satyrs. Which I'm not saying that the voice actor in DDO is correct, but they could be correct in context of the universe. You know, where it's like, maybe that's the pronunciation. Maybe in the Feywild, in DDO, they pronounce Satyr as Satyr. That's Sega. Yeah, community manager Cordovan does sometimes say Sega when he talks about sagas. Like, oh, we're gonna do the Ravenloft Sega? Ravenloft Sega Genesis. Say Gnols? They do sometimes say Gnols. True. Is anything about 20th anniversary and the 2026 plan? No, they have not. We have no news on that as of right now. Fun fact, Lord of the Rings Online did actually already get their outline, so we don't have anything. In fact, the Fridays at 4 live stream, which happens every single week, was canceled last week, so we have even less information. We do know that the Dungeons & Dragons Online's anniversary is happening in February, because that's when it happens. That's the 20th anniversary. We do know that the Fae event is ending on February 3rd, and it has to because the anniversary is in February. So that's what we do know. Outside of that, we don't really have much else to go on. So it's a lot of like speculation. And rampant speculation with literally nothing to go off of is really fun. So who knows? Sometimes, every time given setting does it, it's intentionally psychological. Yeah, but I mean, I do that too. Like, I'll be like, oh guys, I posted a Jive in the Discord about something. And somebody would be like, Jive? What's wrong with you? And I say that specifically because it bothers people. That's it. Oh yeah, dude, the dragon breaths. Oh.
Accompanied by the sound of massive machines.
Physical dice and velvet pouch. Do you ever hear anything about this? Yeah, they did that.
Really is. I'm thinking they are going to implement a limited DDoV 5.1 rules server D.
Oh man, could you imagine if that was like, they didn't say anything? It's like, we have a new server, it's updated to 5th edition rules. Let's go, baby. First of all, Ducat, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for a 58-month resub. Can you believe it? It's been 58 months. Think about all the times, all the things that you've changed about yourself and how your life has changed the past 58 months. And yet somehow, we're both still here. Wow, amazing. Welcome back to the team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very well. Can you die, please? What if you died? What if you died? What if you did die? Got him.
He cannot be bargained with.
Well, roadmap would say bug fixes and quality of life. I'd be really happy. I agree. I think it'd be really nice. Many of you probably don't care play the video game Elder Scrolls Online or care much about Elder Scrolls Online, but I will say something that's kind of relevant. Coming up in March, they are doing a large series of patches. They're going to continue throughout the rest of 2026 and into 2027, but they're heavily focused on quality of life, ease of access, and also like redesigning systems. So number one, they're doing class reworks of every single class because over the past 10 years of the game being out, the newer classes have more modern designs and the older classes don't. And they've done changes, but they want to do full reworks to really capture the class identity of each character class, because they added multi-classing, and multi-classing, what you think is cool, I can combine different elements of classes to make something cool. What it ended up being, oh, all the new classes are designed with DPS trees and the old classes weren't, so I can get more DPS by doing the new DPS trees. That wasn't very fun for a lot of people. So instead of going, oh, we're going to redesign all of the old classes to have DPS trees and tank trees and healing trees, they're like, yeah, we're actually going the other way. They're going to take the new classes and rip them apart and get rid of their DPS, tank, and healing trees. So you have to think about your tree now if you want to, depending on what role you want to do. And it also makes multi-classing substantially weaker while making the class identity more interesting, which is good. But on top of that, they're also doing a lot of quality of life changes. So the amount of quality of life that they're doing is insane. They're increasing the value of the VIP subscription because they're adding like more stuff into it. Because people feel like the monthly sub is not really worth it. Because again, it's a buy-to-play game. You don't have to pay for it. But the sub gives you some stuff. And even though it has one of the best subs of any games I've ever played, they're still like, yeah, we're going to add more things to it. They're making more things free. They're reducing the cost of stuff. They're like changing up how a lot of the systems work for like beginner and newer players. They're changing up how a lot of the experience gain works and a bunch of other stuff. And just like insanely good quality of life, which is stuff that, to be fair, is like 10 years coming. Like all that stuff probably could have happened, you know, 5 years ago. but it's good. It's very good, and it's very, very well received. And I think it would be cool if there was something like that that happened to DDO as well, where they did, like, you know, they were like, hey, by the way, as the 20th anniversary, 2026 is going to feature a lot of like quality of life patches, improvements. We're going to be updating these old mechanics, changing these old things. We're making this cost less. We're going to be adjusting this. And kind of focused on like the core elements of the game and kind of bringing old stuff up to standards that are maybe out of date, and just, you know, adding a lot of convenience features in for players, which would be a good idea. That would be sick. Yeah, and they're adding more things. Does it sync up with my D&D Beyond portal? Will nothing ever load properly? Hey man, I don't have that much trouble with D&D Beyond all the time. I have had issues with D&D Beyond in the past, in terms of like physically getting it to work. Yeah, platinum functioning would be nice. Who knows? Maybe they'll add bigger potions to vendors that you can buy with platinum. That'd be a great idea for the video game. I don't think that'll ever happen, but that'd be cool. Imagine if you could buy more than Cure Serious potions from vendors. It'd be sick. Nobody's buying potions out of the DDO store. They're just like getting scrolls or using hirelings that, again, they're not using at the DDO store. It's not a monetization point. So like, there's no reason to stop having good potions. Make better potions that cost incrementally more money. Like, just make them really expensive. Imagine if there were endgame potions that healed you for like 500 base, but they cost like 50,000 platinum a potion. Just like a ridiculous amount of platinum per potion.
Triggering an explosion that flattens the
It'd be sick. It'd be a huge gold sink.
Dies away. You hear a familiar voice coming from the platform.
4.2 million.
Is that Malik the gnome? Malik
the plat cap.
From the platform.
So like 10 potions is 200k, 100 potions is 2 million plat.
Those fools had
Oh my god.
idea what they were dealing with. The friendly gnome transforms before your eyes. A Rakshasa. Soon, my name will be known across Corvair.
Well, the thing is, if you buy a lot of potions, you will eventually run out of money, and you'll need to get more money. And how do you get more money? Auction house. And then people will start selling filigrees. They'll sell other things, so they got to pay for their potion intake.
The Rakshasa lets out a shrill gasp.
It's sick, dude. It's a great idea. I'm a genius. Everyone should listen to me. Silver roll? All right, we can do the silver roll. All right. We have a lot of people who have put in a lot of points on the silver roll. Let's see what we've got.
The ornate artifact.
All right, we have actually almost nobody put in on the silver roll at all today, and I have a gold roll too. Wow, unlucky. All right, let's find out. Who wins? Oh shit, I win. I got a 94. Let's go. Fortunately, I still have the gold roll for the day. We'll do that one too. Gold roll, gambling. Enjoy. Drunken Dwarf Kensai once didn't make it to Epics. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so I have things. Is Carrion Swarm ever usable? Yeah, it is. Monsters don't make their saves all the time. Epic monsters still have pretty bad saving throws, and so until you get to Legendary, it's pretty effective. It just sucks before Legendary, that's all. I have this, I have this. I have Mithranor, I have Giant Hold. I don't know how many more sagas I have. We're gonna go collect some more sagas. Mithranor. My XP pot ran out. Oh no! Not the XP potion. Ugh. I mean, the solution to that problem is don't use XP potions. Problem solved. Boom. Now we go to Giant Hold. Greater Teleport, 5% chance. I'm walking. Link Discord. Yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, YouTube chat doesn't have any of the bot commands because YouTube sucks. Here you go. Hi, Shrimp Tom. How have you been today? I've been pretty good. All of 5 numbers. Pretty good today. Oh, is that 6 numbers? Oh, it's 6 numbers. Damn. Yeah, I'm doing pretty great. It's been a pretty nice day overall. It's been snowing all day outside, so I've been watching the snow going past my window. But overall, I'm just feeling pretty good. I'm in a good mood. I feel all right. I mentioned this, I was like very sick over the holidays and I've been taking a long time to recover, but I'm actually still, I'm like feeling pretty okay now, which is nice. Where am I going? Giant hole? I'm lost. Help. 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 Do I have a YouTube channel? Yeah, I do. YouTube.com/StrimTom. Really easy to find. That's me. I post all sorts of guides on there. I have a whole series that I posted called Beginner Basics, which I'm almost done. I have like a couple videos missing and I just got to throw them in there. But it goes through the basics of how to play Dungeons & Dragons Online. I'm missing which quest? Oh, Feast or Famine. Well, too late. We're not doing Feast or Famine. That's good enough for me. On top of that, I have a whole bunch of like just generally Dungeons & Dragons Online build guides. So if you want to get into playing Dungeons & Dragons Online, you don't know where to start, it's a good place to go. And other than that, I don't really have many other things on my YouTube channel because when I post other videos, people don't watch them. So I don't often post other types of content. Sometimes I just do because I feel like it. Like sometimes I'll like clear a raid or something in Lord of the Rings Online and I'm just like, I'm proud of this. I'm posting the video. Fuck you guys, watch it. Are you on East Coast or West? East Coast. Yeah, I'm in Ottawa. 200 hours of 50% pots. Don't do this. Don't do that. I've been playing Dungeons & Dragons Online since 2005 in the beta. I remember being 13 and having my first all-nighter because I was unsupervised as a teenager on the computer playing Dungeons & Dragons Online in the beta. And I knew this game was for me. And then 20 years later, I'm still playing Dungeons & Dragons Online. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. But it's a good game. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's so cool. But then I'm like, you know, okay. I have improved critical. I don't have improved critical slashing. Bludgeoning. Improved critical bludgeoning. 18. Yes, take improved critical. Improved critical is good. Ultimate Ocean Stance is good. Dragon Disciple 3 Imbued Ice is good. So that's wonderful. And then we take Tomb of Jade. That's good. And now I have 5 points remaining. So I'm thinking ASMR is good because Ascendant Bond is good. Draconic Apotheosis, also good. I have to spend 4 more points in Dragon Disciple. How many points do I get remaining? Hold on. I have 8 more points to get onto my character. I have to spend 4 in Dragon Disciple. So with 4 in Dragon Disciple... Oh, 8. So I have a total of 13, I think. Yeah, 13 points left. And, oh no, I need 5 in Dragon Disciple. So I really only have 8 points total to spend. And 8 points is not enough to get me up to the top of the ASMR tree, which is very sad. So I should probably just go in for more wisdom, which is going to be the play, I think. I can get more healing hands and get more wisdom. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't have enough points for this. I need more racial points. And that takes more time. More time. Went for color spray. Color spray is not bad. But I kind of just blow people up with arcane magic. Heart of the Dragon gives me magic resistance rating. This gives me mana, which is kind of good. Is in Thornlance? Yes, normal druids get those spells. Remember when I said Cold Druid is better than everything else? It's not just because I am biased. It's also because Cold Druid is insane and silly and goofy and very, very powerful. If there's something you want to do in DDO, it's probably something you can do with Cold Druid. Oh no! That Link is dead. No. Huh. 2005? Yeah, it's good. I love Dungeons & Dragons Online. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If I had to nail down which MMORPG I think is the best one, and I think that if people got the chance to play it, they should, it's Elder Scrolls Online. Definitely the best MMORPG. But I really like DDO, and there's nothing, you can't really replace it, you know? I got some of you guys. You're probably like, oh, he's going to play DDO. No. Better than Blightcaster. For leveling up to level 17, Blightcaster is better. And then once you are level 17, Ice Druid is so much more powerful. And then you get into Epics, and Ice Druid is so much more powerful. Ice Druid is it's good. It's really good. Hold on. I need to go to paste bin. I need to check my pastes. I'm sure I have a paste here that will replace this. My pastes. Do I have a Cold Druid paste? Oh, I don't have a Cold Druid paste. Hold on. I'm going to keep searching. I am now determined to find this information. It's Beginner Basics is where I have it, I think. I believe Beginner Basics has it. Everyone chats so nicely. I try my best. It's difficult to respond to every chat, but fortunately I am a small content creator, which means I actually physically can read everything. Not all the time, but most of the time. So I do my best to. Oh, wow. There's no real way to quickly link to that. I could get a paste bin. I could put it in a paste bin. Let me find it. Hardcore 7 as Shifter, Caster, Druid. Hardcore 7, Shifter, Caster, Druid. Shifter, Caster, Druid. And I copy it and I paste it. Yeah, I try to read everything and respond to everybody, because like if you're going to take the time to go to a live stream and you're going to tune in, you're going to say something, it just feels good to know that there's somebody who's actually reading like what you're saying. And this is not me trying to cast disparaging remarks against content creators who, you know, don't always have the chance to read it. Again, if somebody has 10,000 viewers and the chat is like, you can't read everything, but like I definitely can. I also do watch some content creators who don't have as many viewers or don't have as many active chatters. And there's something demoralizing about like, you're watching someone and you type a message in chat and you watch them in real time, not read your message. And it's like, come on, man, come on, engage. Anyway, this is Cold Druid Copium Truck. All right, I'm making a paste. The paste bin is up. I'm editing the Cold Druid. Bot commands Cold Druid. Oh, Cold Druid. Edit. Here's a Cold Druid Copium. Do we have Copium Truck? Is that in here? On Copium. We do have Copium Truck. It is Copium Truck. All right. All right. Cold Druid now works. I have updated Cold Druid. Yeah, the hard part about Cold Druid is it's just slow to level. Yeah, we added the Copium Truck in there because like that's when you're like, I can't play the game anymore. Game is too hard and I need to turn down the difficulty. That's where Cold Druid comes in. That's where you're like, I'm done. I can't handle DDO anymore. Cold Druid saves the day, man. The McRib is for the new tumble. No, it's the McRib is there because the McRib is McMid. And what a sandwich. But yeah, so now if you are looking for a quick Cold Druid build, that is a Cold Druid build you can just follow. It is a shifter. You don't have to be a shifter. So if you're like, I want to play Cold Druid and I don't want to be a shifter, then just like don't play a shifter and don't put points in the shifter tree. Azamar is also good. Human is also good. You can be flexible. It's not mandatory. The benefit of shifter is you do get 6 extra wisdom, but you don't need it. Doesn't work on anything but plants, so not double proc like it says. Oh yeah, Horde Wilting is awful. Horde Wilting is only good against players and not good against monsters because players have less health than monsters and less scaling. Yeah, the damage is really horribly bad. Yeah, Dragonborn can work. Like you can play whatever you want. Good player streaming their game does not always make a good streamer. Yeah, there's like some exceptions. So for example, an easy example of a player who is like so good you don't need an actual interactive person is like when Faker streams, because the guy is just so good at League of Legends. I don't need to have a person interact with me. I'm just watching a professional play really well. That's cool. Like watching somebody who is the apex of the craft, one of the best doing an activity, is in itself a form of entertainment. But I am not the apex of humanity with regards to Dungeons & Dragons Online. I'm a guy who plays computers sometime and is okay at it. So I gotta try to be entertaining. It's like, you know, if you're trying to attract a partner, you want to find somebody to go on a date. Listen, if you're ugly, you got to be funny. You got to make up for it in other ways, you know? I'm pretty washed up, yeah. What do you have in mind for the future? Will you carry on with Twitch? My current goal at the moment is I am attempting to get a job in the field of medicine. I have already gone through school. I'm already fully licensed. But the job market is tough right now. So I am currently streaming. In the meantime, streaming will just be a hobby for me in the future. For now, it's currently my full-time job, but it will be a hobby for me in the future. That's the kind of goal there. The long-term goal. Yeah, Grand Tutorial, okay. Let's do it. Step 1, be attractive. 2, don't be unattractive. True. True. Grand Theft Orion. But yeah, so that's me. Am I on Discord? Like, am I on Discord? Yeah. Hello. It is me, the real Shrimtom. Yeah, I have my own Discord channel. It has many cool things in it. It's mostly about Dungeons & Dragons Online, but it's a good place to learn. If you want to learn about DDO, great place to go. You're posting in bots? Yeah. I'm like 80% sure that I'm being botted right now, but we'll find out. I have done this quest like twice. I'm trying to remember where to go. I've done this quest more than twice. I died in here, actually, in hardcore, Kobold hardcore.
The red lever.
Yep, exactly. Can I say mean things to the bot?
The light beams
at some point.
Sputter to a stop.
If you're comfortable sharing it. Yeah, I'm being botted. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you got caught. You're a robot. Damn. The robot. That's impressive, actually. I'm actually surprised. Great utility. Oh yeah, and I'm glad to be of service. The Discord is really cool. Because it's got oh, my DMs are open, so if anybody ever wants to DM me about anything, feel free. My responsiveness is, you know, a bit hit or miss because I get really anxious about responding to certain things, but you know, I try my best. Where are we going? What are we doing? Are we done? Is this room over? I don't think I've ever just come down here, but I wanted to save my teammate who was getting attacked. Have you ever been swatted because you're the biggest DDO streamer? No, I have not been swatted. I don't know if you can get swatted in Canada. But no. I've never been swatted. I love the other reindeer. Classic. Why am I calling you a bot? Because the specific amount of time you're taking to respond to certain things and the way you're asking questions is very, as somebody who spends a lot of time on this platform, it's like very reminiscent of that. So if your natural cadence in terms of the amount of time delay between when you ask questions about things or the amount of time you're looking for information, also asking to speak to somebody on Discord directly, there's just a weird cadence to that. It's just not how I'm used to talking to people, that's all. Just specifically for that reason. Oh, are we already done here? Ooh. You have to understand, I have to like ban bots all the time. And they get more sophisticated as time goes on. You're not Ben Sign, get out of line. Yeah. No, you're all good. You don't have to apologize. It's more of just like a I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Yeah, I got the lever. I got it. It's a
lounge has been opened.
It's just something that you deal with all the time. What are the safest ways to get 30? Some EU quests are kind of dodgy. I would say if you can AFK a Slayer group, absolutely. Turned out to be a bot. Crazy good. Love and Lost in like 2 hours. Yeah, it happens.
You crawl through this small vent and find yourself.
Yeah, I always gotta be suspicious about that sort of thing. Oh yeah, also that's true. Just get Horse to carry you. And you might be like, yeah, but I play on the EU servers. He'll play on the EU servers. My boy Horse, he loves the EU. Bots don't use BTTV. Can you tell if somebody's using BTTV?
The door leads to a room littered with open books and
Yeah, like I said, I have open DMs, so if you want to message me about something, feel free. Oh, I received a DM from a user in chat, and they asked me a question that is very difficult to answer.
Inside this room, you see more tools.
I just gotta respond. Counter-Strike 2? No, I've never played Counter-Strike. That's not true. I have played Counter-Strike. I don't love Counter-Strike, and the main reason is like I do understand that it is like a very, very skill-based game. For me personally, I don't like the mechanics of Counter-Strike. It's got the old school game feel where instead of scoping, your weapons have like a cone or a pattern where depending on how you're moving and what weapon you're using, when you fire, you can kind of predict where your bullets are going to go, but they're not going to go where your gun points. They go in a range around where your gun points. And for me personally, I struggle with that one, where I do like watching Counter-Strike, but as a player, the number of times when I would be playing the game where I would like point at somebody and click the mouse,
Leading up to the top floor.
and then my bullets do not hit the target I am pointing at because of where the shots go, I just don't like that, the uncertainty. The answer is you get used to it. You learn about how the different weapons actually fire, what the accuracy cones look like, a lot of things. For me, I just don't really like that in precision, especially considering how fast the time to kills are. I don't mind it in a game like Halo, where when you play Halo, the time to kills are a lot longer. So if it takes a second for some of your shots to land, then, you know, you still have like a almost 2-second time to kill, even directly headshotting somebody, unless you have like a sniper rifle or something, because of the energy shield system. Whereas I feel like in CSGO, it's literally like you step around a corner and you just snap out of existence. Time to kill is like 0.1 seconds in that game, is what it feels like. You don't have like a firefight with another player. It's one of you instantly explodes. And then with that, with the inconsistency of where the shots go, I've just personally never been a big fan of that. That being said, that's just my feelings about Counter-Strike. But I like watching Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's good to watch.
Massive scarlet light beams that divide the room into a maze.
Oh god. Here, how about you get some health, huh? I do love that they made like a laser maze in this quest. It's very cool. You guys want to see a neat trick? Check this out. See this lever? Whoop. How cool is that, huh? Oh, and that's all we have to do. Right. I forgot. We don't have to do anything else. That opens the door. Can you attack through the wall? No, you can't. Anyway, door's open. So you can do that. If you didn't know. There's some tricks in this game that are like hard to put into a YouTube video, so I don't have a good way to like accurately place. Like, I don't know where I would teach that information that you can just like use the lever through the wall there and kind of skip half the maze. But somewhere, probably.
Unauthorized personnel detected. Commence final defense.
Also, this quest is a long one.
As something teleports into the room.
But I wanted to do Vecna, so that's why we're doing it. I don't have any other particular reason. I just thought it would be cool to do. No, out for blood. Yeah, right now, also, I don't play a lot of shooters. Back in the day when I had a PlayStation, you know, I'd play like your Call of Duty or whatever, your Battlefield or whatever was the thing on the console. Nowadays, the only shooter I really play is, I play Destiny. I enjoy playing a lot of Destiny because, again, it's like an MMORPG, so that's why I enjoy that. Or games that just happen to have like first person as their control scheme. So like the example I can give for that one is like, like Vermintide or like an Elder Scrolls game, something like that.
Now to escape the tower before anyone.
Ever thought about improving my profile? No, I've never thought about it. Not even once. I'm a big fan of stagnation. I like when things stay consistent. Because if I change and improve, then somebody who's been watching me for several years might be like, man, should I also improve? And I put like, or do you want? I put like an existential crisis of like, oh my god, this person, this guy who plays computer games on the internet, is improving. Should I improve my life? Oh no. Can I do better? I don't want to force that on people. It's a relaxing place. Exactly. By not improving, I make everybody else feel better about the things that they're not changing about their life that they easily could. I still don't understand what checkpoints do. It lets you teleport around. That's all.
You've traveled down to the foundations of
How much wood could an Antarctican woodchuck, if an Antarctican woodchuck could chuck wood? Probably very little, because I don't think there are trees in Antarctica.
You apply the magical ink to the codex.
I do like one of the things in Antarctica is like, you know, leave no trace. Where the whole point, or one of the main things, is to make sure you don't mess with the environment that's there. So all garbage, all trash, everything has to be removed. So it's like nobody was there. Try to make it as undisturbed of a landscape as possible when doing research purposes. It's good policy. How often is that exactly followed? I don't know, but I do like that concept. Oh, man, that joke would be way funnier probably if I knew who Rob Lowe was.
Even rob the codex of its troubles.
But I don't.
So it can no longer resist or evade.
Yeah. Again, same reason why I really enjoy playing the Dragon Disciple here. God, it just feels fun. Like, would I do Vecna Unleashed normally? No. But this character is just fun to like click the mouse and do damage. I still haven't done Henshin. I really want to try a Henshin build, maybe using like the Cauldron, but we'll see. Oh, why did I press all my buttons? This is not who we fight. We fight this stuff. I'm just gonna get some hits here, get me some key, and move on. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like other active like shooters that I've played recently, but not really. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time playing like card games, as previously mentioned. I'm a big fan of the Bazaar. I think the Bazaar is an excellent game. Because for me, a lot of what comes down to a game is like the feel of it. which might sound like really silly to some of you, but like that includes like sort of ephemeral things like the art design. Like if the art direction is really good for a game, I'm much more interested in playing it. And I don't mean like the graphics are good, I'm talking like the art direction. So an easy example is like of a game that looks really good would be like Bastion, where it has a really strong art direction. So the game itself is not like super high fidelity, it's like a isometric action game, but the game itself is a really solid art style, so you're just interested in playing it. Or like Okami is another example where the entire video game looks like a painting, which is really sick. And so to me, like having a consistent art style is like really, really important.
You can now access the lower university stairway.
And so it's one of the reasons why I like sticking with the Bazaar is I like the music in the Bazaar is good, the cards look great, the animations look great, the stories are like the storyline's good. That I've been playing some Magic. I opened up a bunch of packs of the new Lorwyn Eclipse set, hoping and praying for some Shocklands. And I did. I got 2 Shocklands. They're the green-black Shocklands. And I am not playing black right now, which is cool. I proceeded to open up more packs, and almost every single mythic and rare card that I got was a black card. And I was like, I like removal, so you know, maybe I should dip my toe and play some Golgari, you know. But I was like, I'm trying to play like a teamer mid-range at the moment, which is green, red, and blue. And my deck is coming out, you know, I'm slowly improving it and making some adjustments. And last night I decided to spend some of my wild cards creating some of the lands I was missing. So some of the shock lands and some of the verges I just didn't have. And I do that, I add those lands to my deck, which is a huge increase in power. And then I proceed to only draw those lands and nothing else and lose the game. So to be fair, I put the lands in my deck and I got to see all of the ones I put in. I didn't want to just see those lands, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, and build a lands deck. I don't even have that many lands. I just like, all the good lands are rare, and I had 8 rare wild cards. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a couple of verges, I'm gonna get some shock lands so I can play, and proceeded to only draw land. And I was like, damn it. Because I got to replace all my Surveil lands. Lightning Bolt deck? No. It's mid-range. You know, so the goal is to play a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2 and a 3-on-3 and a 4-on-4, and I just play on curve and hope I beat my opponent. However, I will say a couple cards that have been so good in the mid-range deck. Obviously, Abrade, very good. Deal 3 damage to target or destroy 1 artifact. Insane. Super, super useful card. And then, what's that card called? Return to Floodmaw or something. It's like the 1-mana blue spell that you can bounce a creature back to a player's hand. Enter the Floodmaw, that's it. God, that card is so good, man. You're like, yeah, but it's just a bounce spell. Like, what are you gonna do? Who cares? You're just gonna bounce 1 card? Man. They target my thing, I bounce to protect it. They play some giant creature, they spend like 5 mana on something, and I'm like, oh, guess what? It's in your hand now. Oh, did you want that creature? Oh, that sucks. Unlucky. That's been a really fun card. And then I have like, I don't have a lot of cards. This is really, really important. So like at some point I'll show you, I've spent $0 on Arena. So I don't have like all of the cards. I also don't know all of the cards. I'm not a Magic player. Like I'm learning to play Magic still. And so like there's still times where I have to like ask questions about, okay, this card says this. What does that mean? Because I like the card text does not explain what the text on the card does, because the way I intuit the card is like wrong. And so a great example of like where I intuit a card being wrong is a lot of cards. If you play a card that has an effect, or you activate on a card that has an effect, and then you kill that card, sometimes the effect still applies because the active effect is on the stack, and sometimes the active effect doesn't apply because the card is dead. But it depends on, it's card to card. It's a bunch of madness. But yeah. Oh yeah, Ruby is amazing. Leyline Weaver, amazing card. Big fan of the Leyline Weaver. Oh my god. And then I have Gulta, which is like the big it's a big green dinosaur that costs like 8 mana. And I wouldn't call it a good card, but if the game goes long enough, it's a 8 mana 12/12 that when you play it lets you play every other creature in your hand without paying the cost. So if somehow I'm not dead and the game goes that long, I just put the dinosaur on the table, then I put all my other cards on the table, and either they kill me that turn or I kill them the next turn. Very fun. Make a bunch of loot accounts just to play with the wild cards to get out the bat. Well, for me, I don't. So this is going to sound really weird. I don't net deck. I try not to net deck. I try not to net deck. For those that don't know what that is, when you play a card game and you have like, let's say you have like 1,000 cards that all do different things. One of the cool parts about card games is deck building. You take all of your 1,000 cards and you say, I got to pick 60 of these. So you try to find the best cards for the combos, and you try to put things together, and you're trying to do your best to make combos that make sense and to have fun. Or what you do is you go into Google and you type best aggro deck, meta aggro deck in format, and you find a list of 60 cards and you copy it. Then you buy all the cards, you put them in your deck, and you play against other people, which will win you a lot of games because, like anything else, people post these things because you can make a lot of money if you are really good at the game and you're constantly posting like meta decks and things like that. Either hits on your website or you're a YouTuber and you want to post like deck things and profiles. And so I could net deck, but if you net deck, you don't really learn anything about the game. So I'm currently not net decking. So instead, I'm just taking it as it is. I open a couple card packs and I go, ooh, this card looks good. Maybe I'll put it in my deck. Or I go, ooh, I don't like this card, and I don't put it in my deck. Now, granted, almost every single card I have seen from Lorwyn Eclipse, I have not wanted to put in my deck. In fact, I've added 0 Lorwyn cards, except for the Shocklands, to my deck.
Clearly, she has risen in the ranks.
But what are you gonna do?
To follow the Lord of Blades. Doris has arranged an
I opened a lot of Lorwyn card packs, and I put 0 cards in any of my decks.
She's tasked you with training one of their recently uncovered weapons from the last war. You need to take the iron.
Not that the cards are bad, they just don't really have synergy with what I'm doing. I think the elemental cards are really cool, and I might want to play some of them in the deck later. Yeah. Oh yeah, the 4 mana enchantment lets me play an extra land, and you know what? That card's really good. What's that card called? That one's a great card. Big fan. That one, that has like literally won me a game. Because I was playing Encroaching Dragonstorm, which is a 4 mana, it's a green card, and when you play it, you can take 2 lands from your deck and put them on the table, tapped, and then if you play a dragon, the Dragonstorm comes back to your hand, so you can do it again. I don't have any dragons though, it's just for ramp. Like, it's just, if I have a dead hand, I can ramp into something and get an extra bunch of mana. Yeah, Vivid additional land card. I have no idea what it's called. Whereas this new one has the Vivid effect, where it gains an additional effects based on every color you have on the table. And it itself is a green enchantment. So if I have like a red and blue mana already on the table, like say a creature that's like red and blue mana, which I have some in my deck because I'm playing 3 color, and then I play this, it allows me to draw 3 lands from my deck and then play an additional land. So that's been pretty cool. Again, the combos, man, the combos are sick. So yeah, so I've been enjoying it quite a bit. I've been having some fun, you know, taking it bit by bit, like nothing crazy, just playing a little bit. And it's been some good fun. There is one downside to not net decking though, which is constantly losing. So one downside to not net decking is you lose a lot. Like a lot. Prismatic Undercurrents, yes. That is the name of the card. Great card. Big fan. Vivid's a really cool mechanic.
A rush of cold air.
Is that like a Lorwyn specific card mechanic, or is that just like it's just like already existing in cards, so like it's just a regular keyword? Because I hadn't seen that one before. Also, what's up, Smexy? How are you doing today? Hopefully your day is good. Big furry monster. What is this? Big furry monster, BFM, is like 1,000,000 black mana. Scariest creature you'll ever see. It's a 99.99. BFM into play. If either BFM card more creatures than that, even bigger. Keep going. More dreadnoughts for jewelry. It was big. That's a big card. It's a huge card. Sick, dude. Oh, it's from Unglued. Is that one of those like parody Magic sets that they put out? Like there's that like Chaos Confetti is from and stuff like that. Just open 2 booster boxes. Ooh, did you get anything good? I don't know how many cards you get in a pack on Arena or like in like real life. On Arena, it's 8 cards per pack. Like I said, I opened up like, I think 18 packs yesterday and I got 2 Shocklands. So I'm pretty happy about that. But I will say I do like BFM because it does say more creatures. More creatures. More creatures.
You are bombarded by waves of heat. They billow from the lava pools, dotting this clearing.
98. Yep. Ready to field. What is this? Dragonback Assault? Listen, I know you want me to get the Dragonback Assault, and I also want to have the Dragonback Assault. But it's a mythic card, dude. It's a mythic card.
Opening a passage to the west.
But I would totally put that into my deck if I had mythic cards. I mean, I guess I do. I do have the mythic, the mythic wild cards. I just don't want to spend them, you know? I'm like, but what if I want to play something different? Oh, right, the fear. Oh, the fear. I forgot that these guys can be feared. I'm here too. Yeah, what's up, 6 How you doing? How was your day going? 4 Dragon Sniper? Dude, I have 4 Dragon Snipers in my deck, and the number of times where I just play the Dragon Sniper and my opponent just can't do anything, or they try to outsmart the Dragon Sniper, but I actually have like removal and other cards in my deck, so they just get around them. Dude, the Dragon Sniper is amazing. It's such a good card. I actually can't believe how good the Dragon Sniper is. Well, because I was running the Snake. I think it's called like the Death Adder or something. And it's like a green, it's like a 1 green mana Snake, and it's a 1/1 with Death Touch. And I was just running that card because I was like, that seems good. 1 mana for a 1/1 Death Touch? Good card. It's got to be good. Then I get to see Dragon Sniper, which is the same card, but it also has Reach and Vigilance. So you can just attack every turn, and they either have to block it and lose a creature, or they don't block it, and they feel giga sad. It's great. Whoops. Whoops, that's not where we go. I'm lost. Help. Help.
But it's not my fault if he obliterates you for daring to impose. Until we meet again.
Yeah, it's a lot of, that's a good card. Good card. Very helpful.
Could be heard issuing from further down this barren canyon.
Again, I have deep goals of improving my deck. But again, I'm trying as my hardest not to net deck, so we build it over time.
Bows under the scorching sun. The Lord of Blades himself presides over them, standing before a metal throne.
Clatchin's Heart. Did I get a Clatchin's Heart? I think I got a Clatchin's Heart. Eridu, Carrier of the Dawn. Oh, I did get an Eridu, Carrier of the Dawn. I think. I think I've got that card. I'm never gonna use it because it's like a white card, but whatever. No, I think Terra Sunder is better than Dragon Sniper. I'm gonna be honest with you. Terra Sunder is a card.
Tells you that a group of fleshlings have broken into
They have like paid tournaments. Yeah, in Magic you can make money playing Magic tournaments. Absolutely.
Consider one of their birthplaces. The Warforged Renegade.
Magic's been around forever. Well, in Arena, they don't really have paid tournaments, at least as far as I understand. In the online client, you can earn points, which can then allow you to qualify for the paid tournaments. So, for example, you can play on Arena and then do Arena tournaments, and then for winning Arena tournaments, you can get points, and to qualify for different events, where you can actually make the money, you need to have a certain amount of like circuit points, basically.
Chemicals and the grease from defunct machinery. You immediately spot the intruders, a squad of hidden hand thieves who have come to
Were paid Arena tournaments, yeah. Like I said, the only thing I do know is that you can, for the Pro Tour circuit, you can earn points for that. Bloom Tender. I'll have to look this card up. Oh, these are all undead, so I'm just fearing everything and doing nothing. Sick. Bloom Tender is a very good card. I don't know if I've seen this card. Maybe I have.
More hidden hand cultists wait in this accompanied by
Wait a minute, Green Elf is a boatload of mana, but played against yesterday in the Shrines deck? Did I? I have no idea what we're talking about. Bloom Tender. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna attempt to look it up. Alright, Scryfall's not helping. It's like not loading for me. Oh, there it goes. Bloom Tender, Vivid. For each color among the... Oh, that's the guy with the Shrine deck. Where he played 2 of those, and then he tapped for like 50 fucking mana, and I instantly lost. Because he played a bunch of Shrine... He like bounced 2 Shrines. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see. Okay, so that card's broken. I gotcha. I was like, what card are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't understand it at first, but now I do. Yeah, that was a card.
The second set of wheels clicks into place. You found the passcode that opens the door in the hall.
I am personally not a big fan of that Shrine deck, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of cool, and it's got this inevitability, and I guess if you can destroy enchantments, because the shrines are enchantments, so as long as you have enchantment destruction, you can like beat them up. But yeah, that card is insane.
Only to find another group of hidden hand disciples huddled in the dark. They stand in front of what appears to be...
Yeah, so far, I will say I have a 0% win rate against Ouroboros decks. That Ouroboros, man, good card. Really good card. I have never won against an Ouroboros deck. Mythic that I probably wouldn't craft if I was you. Oh, I definitely don't want that card, no. It doesn't fit with my deck. Don't have all the colors.
With the threat subdued and the hidden hand intruders...
Yeah, why sell cards when instead you could keep cards forever?
The Lord of Blades raises his fist and declares, "A vow has been made."
I'm personally not like an investor in those types of products, like collectible products, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna buy it with the hope of getting like a really good card, and then I can like play it. Oh, DDO release notes, let's go. Okay, here we go. Patch notes, patch notes. Bosses and raid bosses are now immune to movement speed reduction debuffs that they were not immune to prevent it from causing issues with the quest progression. There's a reason why they use the term raid bosses. You can slow a lot of raid bosses with the facts they probably shouldn't be slowed by, which means you can kind of kite bosses and cheat. So that's, you know, for the best. For the record, Lord of the Rings Online still has this problem too. Back when Remmerchant was the main raid, the first boss was very, very hard. It was like extremely difficult boss fight of the raid. It was one of the hardest on T5. Turns out you could just cheat it because you can slow the boss and then kite it around the entire raid. And as long as the boss never got to attack the tank who was kiting, you could just DPS it down. And we use that to farm out that boss like crazy. Cheating. Anyway, City of the Fae. If the music note spawns near the edge of water, and its spawned enemies fall in deep water, they will self-eliminate, allowing you to claim the moat once the other moat enemies are defeated. Interesting. The end chest and Chiller Ravenloft raid Relentless now generates a proper amount of loot to all participants. This is a weird bug. It was just like randomly, sometimes when you did Relentless, you just didn't get anything. And so good they're fixing this. Rexnall, you can now reclaim the Mist Weapon Aura. That's kind of cool. Chiller Ravenloft Guest Pass, probably access Chiller Ravenloft, and Ghost Worlds. Ghost Worlds will now provide more feedback to users to remind them that they're on a Ghost World, such as giving an alert when you attempt to interact with the mailbox, auction requests, and displaying Ghost World at the top of the character creation. Characters who were still on the beach of the Ghost World should now be able to get through the Grotto quest. It is no longer possible to create a brand new character on a Ghost World. There you go. Alright, minor patch. Nothing crazy. Just some stuff. Didn't fill a fancy upper deck shitty binder with stuff in less than a month. Mm-hmm. No, it meant you could break them entirely? Oh, even better. Yeah, there's no Brawn Pits fix. I need to attack these guys. Yeah, I can't tell you whether Bloom Tender will get banned or not. What I can tell you is that Shrine deck with Bloom Tender is really, really crazy. Again, there's probably ways to interrupt it, like enchantment removal, or if you have like is there a card that can like destroy all enchantments? There probably is. There's probably some white card that's like destroy all enchantments your opponent controls or something like that. But yeah.
The pavement beneath you cracks.
Well, this is a new standard, right?
It gives way. You've stumbled into the sewers and into someone else's territory. Where rests this curse is at you for invading their.
So like, obviously, if the Bloom Tender wasn't legal for the past 18 years, they wouldn't ban it. Gonna stomp around for a while, the idea of bouncing things out? Yeah.
From the other side. But the nearby walls and floor are riddled. Maybe you can find your way in and around.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's too early to tell. Like I said, the cards came out like, what, yesterday on Arena? I don't think the card should be banned. I just think that sometimes it takes some time to figure that out. Yeah, exactly.
Members of the Hidden Hand are trying to make their way past the wards on the nearby door.
There's ways to beat it, so that's why I don't think it would get entirely banned. That, and also it doesn't come down too early. It's a later game card. So, like, in my opinion, I think cards that come down later, or like are a bigger problem later, are the ones to get banned, not the early game cards. Or sorry, not the late game cards. The early game cards are the ones that get banned. So, like, as an example, like when Cordy's Steel Cutter got banned, and the Heartfire Hero got banned, and a bunch of those are like 1 and 2 mana cards that are like format warping, because if your opponent plays a Heartfire Hero on turn 1 and you can't deal with it on turn 1, you probably lose the game. It's like a really good chance. And so that kind of like draw RNG is pretty bad and pretty destructive, I would say. But even though the elf is like 2 mana, you still need to like have the other pieces of the puzzle. But it does give you a lot of mana, so it depends on if people hate it or not. But like, you know, it's Vivid, so you need to have the other cards on the table, so it's not maybe not going to do something. What, Grim and Barret moats? What, like cause them to infinitely spawn or what?
As you take hold of the vessel, Lady Vol's voice fills the room.
As you can see, faith in yourself can be a powerful thing. I will help you in what is to come. Though in truth, the power comes from within.
Lady Vol addresses you.
You have obtained the vessel, keeping it out of the hands of that foul interloper. I wish you the best of luck in your attempts to thwart the Whispered One.
Back up. But yeah, like I said, I think given that the format is out for 1 day, and I only played against the Shrine deck 1 time, I played a bunch of games yesterday. Like, if I'm going to be honest with you, the thing I saw way more of yesterday when I was playing was mono green Badger Moles, which doesn't use a single card from the new set, because why would you?
High Priestess Valeria tells you to undergo the trials of the Dark Six. Return to the center of the hall of the...
Imagine using new cards in a card game. This guy got a lot of life. 2,800 life. Holy moly. So yeah, like I said, I don't get too twisted about these things. It's usually, like I said, when the game ends, like in the first couple of turns, or like if your opponent plays a card on turn 1 and if you can't answer it, it's an auto loss. That's where I find those bigger problems. I did have some fun moments yesterday playing the game. I did run into a guy where on my first game, or not my first game, he played, he had 3 copies of Shelter by Ghost in the top 12 cards of his deck.
Bubbling potions and whirring machines fill this space. Distracted in the center of the room.
And I'm aware that they always have it. As somebody who has been playing around, it's true. You just assume your opponents always have the best cards that they can use against you, but man, that was wild. That guy lost that game though, because I think that's all he had.
And the golem next to her rises.
Because he's like, yeah, I have like Ward 6 on my gigantic card, and I took all your cards. What are you gonna do? And I was like, me? You mean mana ramp? I just paid for it.
And a ladder forms out of glowing green energy.
Get him. Hammer Monk, does that work? Hammer Monk does work if you're playing a Dragon Disciple, as Dragon Disciples have the ability of the Dragon Disciple tree to take a dragon type weapon. So I have the Dragon's Tail, which allows me to be centered while using light and Warhammers. So I'm playing Warhammer Paladin, or not Paladin, Monk, with dual wielding Warhammers because I can remain centered thanks to being a Dragon Disciple. Yeah, Dragon Sniper good. It sorted itself out. Interesting. Where's my room with me? Favorite soul. Yeah. I just don't have like the raw damage. I think it's because I just need more spell power. So I need to find ways to pick up more spell power. More spell power.
And quite confident competitors take to the
Goodbye Yelp and Mellows. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't move. They're NPCs. I guess I don't actually kill them. Oh, I kill that guy though. He dies.
Only silence remains. You have completed the trial of the Fury.
Hold on. I'm coming. I'm coming. Alright, we're all alive. Let's go. When my beta time mark any of the band to power 9. Well, weren't those I mean, the Corsairs cards aren't going to be unbanned. They have a name for them. You wouldn't unban the cards that literally have a name.
By the Salwagan spellcaster. The captain chortles as you approach. He gestures
Crit chance, spell power, crit chance. Yeah, I don't have any crit either. I don't have any crit items, so I'll have to get one. I will do a modicum of light DDO wiki searching, and if I can't get any good items that give me spell power and crit chance, I'll probably just do some crafting, but we'll see. I don't know what that is. Again, whenever you say a card, assume I don't know what the card is, because I started playing Magic last year. And by started playing, I mean played maybe one game on Arena every other week. So like also if a card's not in standard, there's a 100% chance I have no idea what you're talking about. Unless the card is like so ubiquitous and well known that I have to know. Something like Scheherazade or something. Your emote doesn't work? Huh? Gristlebrand. Ancient card from 2017.
The voice booms out once more.
Ooh, what does this do? 8 mana card. Flying lifelink, pay 7, draw 7. That's a hilarious effect. So you just cheated out somehow. So how are we cheating this out? Hilaria of the Vast. When this attacks, you put an angel, demon, or dragon creature from your hand on the battlefield tapped and attacking that opponent. But you don't have to tap the Gristlebrand. So you play the 4. You just cheat out the 4 mana Kalia, and then that lets you just pay 7 life to draw 7 cards, and you can do that as many times as you want. Timmy Power Gamer? Oh shit. Yo, he's got a dragon hood on. That's awesome. 4 mana, legendary creature, human gamer. And then it's a 4 mana 1/1, and then for 4 mana you can put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Yo, we can play all the Timmy cards. You can play the biggest card. That's awesome.
The demons. Now to clear
What a great creature. That's fun. But yeah, what's up, Cruiser? How you doing? I am doing pretty good. I am having some fun. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons online. We're talking a little bit about some Magic cards because I've been playing some Magic cards recently, so it's fun to talk about sometimes. And yeah, man, it's good. Yeah, the problem I have with like the other formats, I know that's like, yeah, you can get into other formats, and I like the concept of playing in some of these, but there's kind of just like too many cards. Like it's kind of just too much information. Like I struggle to keep up with standard because Wizards releases like 14,000 cards per year. So like I couldn't imagine going to like an older format and then every single time I sit at the table, I need to take like a minute to read every single card my opponent plays every turn. Like that would be a huge issue of like if I, because I think on Arena there are some formats that have like more of the cards, like the older card pools and stuff. I don't think it's like Vintage, but there's like some other like just generally older formats, and it'd be kind of fun to play in some of them. But then on the other hand, it's like there's a good chance I'm not going to know any of the cards, and there's a time limit on your turn. So I'd have to like read everything and be like, okay, do I interrupt this? I don't know. Do I play this? I don't know. It's just, it's overwhelming. It's too much. Since the Ice Age expansion? Since the Ice Age expansion, I don't know much about Magic, but that sounds old. Isn't Ice Age really old? I think there's been, you know, you're probably right. I think there has been some power creep in Magic in the past 30 years. Yeah. I'm like thinking about it, like, you know, yeah, there probably has been some power creep. Probably. Just a smidge, you know. Not a lot, just a smidge. A little bit. A little bit power creep. Old cards, man.
Marilith draws her blades across one another dramatically.
Isn't that the set that has Winter Orb? I've seen that card before. And whoever came up with the concept behind that card should be put in jail.
The demons in this keep have been routed. Now to deal with the Archon's
Forever.
lost fortress.
Cool art. Agree. The same cards every game. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, I have a question because you guys are smart. What does EDH stand for? Because everybody calls it Commander or EDH, and EDH is not short for Commander, so I don't know what that means. So what does it mean? Okay, what is Elder Dragon Highlander? I need to learn. This is what Commander was called when they came out. Oh, they didn't call it Commander. They called it Elder Dragon Highlander. That was just like the name of the format. Because my understanding is it's a player-driven format. So it's players being like, hey, we want to play these cards and we can. And they make up their own rules. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Highlander concept, only having one card in the deck. It was more so like, I don't know what the Elder Dragon part is. Because Highlander, there can be only one. You know, the Highlanders from Hearthstone, and also the movie Highlander. But yes. No, I know what the Commander format is. Sorry, maybe I'm writing the question. I'm saying what I'm saying wrong. Let me try again. I understand how Commander functions, the rules of Commander, the limitations of your deck building, the different even the newer sets, the ban list, the different like typed bans where you can only have like certain brackets where there's the bracket 1 all the way up to bracket 5, competitive EDH. I understand all that. I just understand what EDH means, and it's Elder Dragon Highlander. And I don't know what that, like, what is an Elder Dragon? Why are there Elder Dragons? Who's playing the Elder Dragons? Is the name, do people just say EDH because they want to? Is the format officially called Highlander or like Commander? Are these different formats? Are they the same format? I don't understand. The original Commanders were all the 3-color Elder Dragons. Oh, so like whenever they added the 3-color Elder Dragons, then people used that as the original Commanders, and then people were like, what if we had used other characters, and then it evolved from there into the concept of Commander, but some people still say EDH. Basically, EDH is like how I will call spell points mana, because it's blue, and it's mana in other games, and I'm just going to call it mana. But it's the same thing.
The armies of the abyss will be at my call.
Gotcha, thank you.
With the codex pages that
I understand now.
promised me, countless demons will be
Me understandy.
The demon cannot comprehend its defeat. No, the pages. If I only had.
So yeah.
The pages.
And when nobody has fun and nobody's fun, nobody gets to go home. Yeah.
Time to report your success.
Well, it's really funny because, like, again, I'm not a long-time Magic player. I'm a novice. I'm learning things, and so the idea of having a 100-card Commander deck is really cool because then it's like, well, you're just gonna play different cards all the time. So you're like always seeing different cards and no games play the same. Plus, you're sitting down with like other people and they're gonna have different cards in their deck, and because it's 4-player, like that's kind of cool. But then there's the other problem of like, well, what if you just like add a bunch of cards that search other cards and you make your deck like ridiculously consistent because of that, and now you're basically playing the same thing as like standard but with extra steps. $24 sleeved EDH decks? That's too many sleeves, my guy. It's too many sleeves. What the heck? So many cards. That's so many cards, you guys. Oh man. I feel like I'm a fake gamer because I haven't like thrown my life savings or had to take an extra mortgage on the house to buy like product, whether it's magic cards or Warhammer thing or Warhammer figures or what have you. I definitely feel like a fake gamer. Yeah, land destruction is one of those things where like it makes sense why you win games with it, but you win games, not friends. Playing since 1994. Yeah, true. You can see the lines. That or you're just very comfortable with losing. I have to get more comfortable with losing. I don't mind losing as much in Arena because at the very least if I lose in Arena, I get gold so I can buy card packs. And opening card packs is fun. Vault not a safe. Yeah, but Vault's more exciting. Think of like a bank vault. Oh. Whee. This card was not coming back today. Look how fair it is. All right, hold on. Let's read Mana Drain. 2 mana blue spell. This is, it looks like a common. It's got the black on it. No, it is uncommon. Okay, never mind. Instant. Counter target spell. At the beginning of your next phase, add an amount of mana equal to the spell's mana value. Oh my god.
You spot one of the levers you'll need to access to open the way forward.
what a card. Wow. You know what? You're casting a spell? Yeah, I'll have that. Thanks. Listen. I know that we're supposed to have color identities, and I know that, you know, green's thing is mana ramping, but what if I did it on blue? What if I just mana ramped on blue? That sounds fair, right? Why not? Why not? You know, who needs to think about color identity? Me. God damn, what an amazing card. Yep. I already don't like playing against mono blue in Arena, just because there is something where somebody's just like counter, 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 counter. Like I lost to a black deck where the guy, I don't have any enchantment removal in my deck. I don't even know if I can get enchantment removal. And the guy I'm playing against is playing mono black with like only 1 and 2 mana creatures, and every other single card in this entire deck is a removal spell. Just destroy target creature, destroy target creature. And unfortunately for me, I'm playing like a mid-range creature focused deck. So I just got turbo wrecked. Because he also had a card which let him draw 2 cards every turn. So he always had more cards than I did. It was great. Good time.
The Heart of Vecna orders his minions to attack. To your
Yeah.
surprise, these include the eye and hand of Vecna, both alive and well. No doubt they've been resurrected by their leader.
But yeah, good times.
You've defeated the resurrected hand and eye.
Hexproof instance to protect my stuff. I mean, I could do that, but have you ever considered what if I just mauled when I lose? Like, consider the value, right? I think about the fact that my hair isn't becoming gray fast enough. So what if I just like raise my blood pressure by getting frustrated? I want to go for top score, man. I need to get the highest blood pressure. Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth. What is this? The Pope? What am I looking at through this? 4 mana card. White spells cost less. Blue spells cost less. Your opponent's spells cost more. It's funny because that card does suck, but I feel like because also it's only got 3 power or 3 toughness and 2 power, it's also one of those cards where like you can just like mono black just eats it. They just eat that card. And it's like, oh, you played this card? You can be protected. Oh yeah, probably. Oh, this is a modern card. Oh, I see. I don't know much about modern. All I know is that all the cards are insanely powerful. Because I was like, yeah, but won't you just get destroyed by mono red? Because you have to play this on turn 4, which means you died already. Or you have to like combo it on turn 5 or 6, which means you really died already. But no, you can't. It's like some modern card. Oh, is instead of Day of Judgment, is there like Week of Judgment that destroys all cards in your opponent's field, hand, and deck? Dragonstorm Alchemy? No. I will admit, I haven't played much in the Alchemy format on Arena because people tell me Alchemy is bad, so I haven't played it. I like to tell you that I can form my own opinions all the time, and I'm like stoic, but sometimes people just say, hey, this thing, and I'm like, all right, I don't need to fight this. It sounds bad. Same, I didn't know Alchemy was not like a proper form, or like wasn't standard, so I was just playing Alchemy because it's the format it defaults you into.
This fortress is a trap he built for invading gods.
Force negation is legal in modern. 3 mana card instant. If it's not your turn, you may exile a blue card. Oh my god.
Those worthy of representing the traveler will be able to pass the trickster god's trials.
I don't need to read the rest of the card. It's
Vecna and his followers have beaten you inside the fortress.
oh my lord.
The God of Secrets has brought more than just a hidden hand.
Oh, I agree. Well, that's the thing is like, you know, I mentioned this before. My introduction to playing card games was Hearthstone because growing up, again, we didn't have a lot of money, so I didn't really ever play like Magic cards or things like that. Like that just was not a thing that I got to do. And so, because as it turns out, those are expensive hobbies. So instead, when Hearthstone came out on my phone and I could play while I was on the bus, that's great. It's like a good way to get started. And so card generation is a thing that's like really impactful in Hearthstone, where you're constantly like generating cards out of thin air, where you play a card that lets you like generate 2 or 3 or 4 cards, however many it is. So value gets really weird because you only have a 30 card deck, but you will play like 50 cards in a game, as an example, even though you don't have that many. And I kind of like that aspect. And so Alchemy being able to do stuff like that is also kind of cool. Because it's like, well, they just take the cards and they say, what if we had a digital format? Like they just basically, I assume that Alchemy probably has an equivalent for Hearthstone's Discover, where you get to like pick 1 of 3 cards and add them to your hand. There's no equivalent to Discover? Then what's the point of Alchemy?
A bit of life flows into the lever as you pull it.
It's Alchemy. Double dip cards. What is this? Yeah, I do know Force of Will. I know that one. Solitude. 5 mana, flash, lifelink. When Solitude enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 other target creature. This power's controller gains life. Oh, you just pitch a card to play this? Oh my lord, what a card. What a card in the game. Holy. Yeah, I can see that. Swords to Plowshares. Exile target creature. Its controller gains life equal to its power 1 mana. That is unbelievable.
Flows into the lever as you pull it.
Oh, but it's literally a commander card. As in only playable in Commander format. And Legacy. Dude, what a card. You can draft from a spellbook, which is where you pick 1 card from a subset of 3. Oh, they do have the effect. Okay, yeah, so they do have it. They just call it draft. Okay, that's what I was asking. Which is draft. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, so Julian, so Discover in Magic is you exile cards. Like, you know this, but if it's like Discover 5, you exile cards till you get a permanent, you get to play one of those permanents, blah, 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 blah. In Hearthstone, Discover is, under a condition, you see 3 cards and you get to pick one. So, for example, a simple card will be like a card that says it's like a creature and enter the battlefield, discover a spell. So you play this creature, let's say it's like a 2-mana 1/1, and then when you play it, it shows you 3 cards from your class. So if you're playing mage, it shows you 3 mage cards. You get to pick one of them and you add it to your hand. So that's like a bait. That's what they call Discover in Hearthstone, is you get to pick one of 3 options. So it's random, right? But it's like a controlled level of randomness because you can choose what your Discover card does. Like, for example, there might be a card that says discover a spell. So you know you're getting some type of spell. Or it might be even more specific. It might be like discover a 3-mana creature. And so you know the list, it's going to show you 3 things, but all 3 of those things are a 3-mana creature. So for example, there was a Scarab that used to exist in the game, and it was a 2-mana 1/1, and enter the battlefield, discover a 3-cost creature. So it could be any 3-cost creature from the whole game. It could be from other classes. It could be from your class. It could be whatever. And then you could just like play it on next turn. So basically, if you didn't have a 3-drop, you could play a 2-drop that gave you a 3-drop. And you could guarantee you play it, something like that. And that's like card generation. And so that's what I was thinking of when it comes to like alchemy, of like they could do that. And so draft being the keyword for that is cool. Okay, I did not know that there was a draft keyword. Hi Stream, I used your Hardcore 5 Barbarian a couple years back. I saw your new guide for Havoc Barb. I want to go with Dwarf again. Is the old build still good? Yeah, there's nothing that's really changed for the most part. I'm going to be honest, Barbarian has stayed the same for the past like decade. Well, that's since decade. That's too far. Barbarian hasn't changed a lot since the rework to Occult Slayer, which was in like 2019? I want to say 2019. Barbarian stayed pretty much the same. So yeah, you can just kind of use whatever. The only differences to the builds is maybe some like updated knowledge, but I'm going to be honest, it's like the same stuff. The reason why I do with different races is so people don't get upset at me for copy and pasting the same build over and over and over. What's up, Screen? How you doing? Crystalline Wristlet. I don't know if anybody wants this. Path to Exile. 1 mana. Exile target creature. Its controller may search the library for basic land. Also seems insane. Because yeah, you ramp them, but you just get rid of whatever they want. It's one of those like, who cares? I'm winning the game. Interesting. Ephemerate. Oh, don't feel bad, Julian. It's all good. I didn't explain it well. I was like, does anything have an equivalent of Hearthstone's Discover? And I think you might have misheard me and thought I was like, is there Discover a keyword? And here's the thing. I understand that Discover is a keyword. 1, because I have a Trumpeting Carnosaur in my deck. And I love that card. And it's beautiful. And it's amazing. And it's one of the best cards ever printed. And also, I still miss Atali that got rotated.
That everyone was helpless and ripe for the picking.
Or Atali.
All it took was a brave soul or 2 to help me.
Someday I will see you again.
I had prepared.
Ephemerate. 1 mana. Exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Rebound. If you cast a spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast this from exile without paying its mana. What kind of unbelievable bullcrap card is that? Oh my god. You get to double bounce your own card? Unbelievable. Why is that even in the game? Who came up with this? Who just like snorted a line of cocaine and was like, you know what? Let's just make this card. Oh my lord. Ephemerate is a deeply perplexing card. Doing the lower quad. Oh my god, oh my lord. I assume that's a yes. Yes. It's not even on the game changer list. Yeah, but still, it's just like, there's just some things where like a card doesn't have to be like necessarily powerful to also be infuriating. It's like also like cards that get like banned or like removed from play don't have to be like overpowered. They just have to be frustrating. And man, that card looks really frustrating because it's like it's like a piece of a combo. And how much worse would it be to use Great Axe over Falchion? In leveling, I'm going to be honest, until level 12, they will be the same. Like, they will literally feel the same. When you get to level 12, and you get the +2 multi from Frenzy Berserker, Great Axe feels so much worse than Falchion. However, as a solution, if you want, None is you can, instead of going tier 5 of the Frenzy Berserker tree, just go tier 5 of the Ravager tree instead. So just take some points out of Frenzy Berserker, put them into Ravager, so you go like max out the Ravager, and it'll feel comparable. Alright, let's read more cards. Armageddon. So Armageddon is Destroy all lands. Nah, that card can go to hell. Oh, you gotta pay attention. Unbelievable card. Magic cards. Magic cards are fun. Atali in cube draft a lot. Atali's in cube draft. Hold on, what do you mean? There are some English words in there I kind of understand, like Atali, but what is a cube draft? Day of Black Sun, new card. Definitely gonna be broken. Dude, the Avatar cards are so good. I should have probably bought Avatar packs instead of Lorwyn Eclipse packs. But you know what? We did what we did, so. Cube is like you draft from anyone's personal sets or something? Cube is where you build your own set of like 400 cards, then get a few people to draft it and build decks. Oh, so I go like, I take cards out of my own collection and then I invite people. Oh, so it's basically just like, it's like just doing a draft like with your friends, except instead of like opening new card packs, you just put 400 cards in a box and then you draft.
Nightmares subside for the moment. You should rest and prepare for the next onslaught.
Gotcha. I understand. Cube. Okay, so then maybe the history of this. How come it's called Cube? What's up with that? Is there a special drafting device you can buy that is cube shaped and it distributes cards? Or is that just like, again, one of those things where like, that's what somebody called it back in the day? Because honestly, that seems like it could be fun. Like doing a cube draft seems like it could be fun. Because everyone gets cards from the same quality, which I like. Because as opposed to like, obviously it's, you know, you can get luckier if you already, like the person who made the cube probably knows what all the cards are so they can make better decisions. But I like that idea because unlike a raw draft where you're just picking from like card packs, instead you have, again, it's that controlled randomness. Glad to help. None. Yeah, just go Ravager and use a Dwarf. The best part about that is you can have higher Constitution, and then you can take the capstone of Ravager, and by using the Ravager capstone, Visage of Terror, you can instantly kill stuff with your high Constitution. The other day we had official blocks. Mono black or tribal cubes are all in commons or whatever. That's cool. I like that. Yeah. I was playing with Atali in Standard. It was a fun card in Standard. It lets me play a bunch of stuff. Randomly create packs of 15 cards. You've decided for your cube, usually that. Ornithopter cube. Ornithopter is like the card that does literally nothing, right? Oh yeah, Gamba. I forgot about the gold roll. Sorry guys. Gold roll. Do you guys want to Gamba with your gold roll? Actually, a lot more people put on the gold roll. Okay, apparently people only care about the gold roll. Let's see what happens. Gold roll. Oh, I got a cat. Flippin' heck. Dude, are you kidding? I got a cat. I got a 99. Whoa, streamer client. Let's go. Oh, party 101. Oh, party 101. Party 101. What's up here? Stream client. Let's go. Stream client. 99. Let's go. I'm rich. Dude, I'm rich.
Several students still linger here, though classes have been held for hours. Holtz has invited you to a party in the next room.
Very cool. Why does Shardstorm give temp HP without the upgrade? It should not do that.
At Holtz's party to find an empty room, except for your host. Clearly, Holtz doesn't know how.
A convention in Madison called CubeCon, where people bring their own personally curated cubes. See, that's a really cool idea. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's awesome. Because I knew that like there was like drafting, but I didn't know you could like, I didn't know what the cube draft meant. I think I've heard people say like cube, but I didn't really understand exactly what the implication of that was. That's cool. That's a really cool concept. I think that would be like easier also to like introduce people to like a game of Magic, because instead of having them draft from like a million different cards, you can put together like a simpler cube, and then everyone's playing on this on a similar power level.
Ariana is an expert party.
Yeah, that seems a cool idea.
That will make Holtz's party amazing. The Globe of Light, Arcanist's Delight in the kitchen, and magic.
Oh yeah. But it's like a good. I feel like you can make a more simpler introduction to drafting.
This is the kitchen. You spot the Arcanist's Delight, but before you can reach it, a nearby tray of pies animates and attacks. The last pie falls to the ground with a soft squish.
So should I still go with toughness at 15 or 18? Use the defeat line for that fork build, weapon focus slashing, and power critical for the Ravager Dwarf. If you're actually playing on hardcore, the toughness is good because not dying is really good. But if you are not playing on hardcore, like you just want to use the hardcore build, then yeah, swap it out for the more damage-oriented stuff. Absolutely. You can make a cube for invite y'all for the draft. Do like a custom draft for Magic Online. Magic Online, also a Daybreak product.
This must be the Bard's blood Ariana was talking about. Though it's not just any bards. They're barbarians. Their leader nods at you and says, "There you are. Let the
Also, I love this line. No, they're actually barbarians.
Falls to the ground. One of the artificers gasps in recognition. The student apologizes for sending their iron defenders to attack. They thought you were an intruder. They say you could
I miss with plus 100? Go away, video game.
The globe of light.
I gotta talk to this guy.
In your hand as you take it.
Alright, simple enough.
The barbarian leader finally yields. He beckons you to speak to him.
Barbarians.
The barbarians thought you were the guest they were expecting to spar with them in a practice fight. Valencia points you to the magic loot, but warns.
Don't we need to own the cards? You don't own every card on MTGO? Fake Magic fan.
The loot, but nothing does. You don't know what's worrying Valencia. This seems to be an ordinary loot.
At those tables that they don't let you see everyone else's cards? Oh, I've talked to Ariana. Ariana? Right. We're gonna talk to Ariana. Where the heck is Ariana? She's over here. Sorcery student and party expert.
Now that you've found all 3 party items, Ariana can help Holtz save his party. She says that she'll meet you there. Suggests
that's kind of cool.
More guests and decorations could elevate the party from good to amazing.
Yeah, I was thinking about the idea of like having a like how when you one of the problems with having the online clients for things is they don't want to have to buy a book twice. So this is with regards to stuff like D&D Beyond, how D&D Beyond lets you have digital copies of the books, because it's like, oh, here's a platform where you can have like all your character sheets and everything else stored, and that's like really cool. But the downside is, if I want to play with it or use it as a tool, I have to buy it again. I have to buy the digital books a second time. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, when I purchase a physical copy of the book, I get a code and then I can use the code on the computer, then log in and like have, I can just be like, here you go, boom, and now I get credit for it. And but I understand why they don't want to do that, because the digital distribution might be like a different company or a different branch. So it is like one company making one thing, but the cost is different between the two. So like if the physical copy of a book, I'd say you want to buy the latest D&D book, right? If the latest D&D book was, how much is it? I don't know. Let me see. I'm just gonna go on Amazon and check the price. D&D Players Handbook 2025. If I want to buy this, Players Handbook 2025 is $75. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Anyway, if it's 75 bones for the hardcover copy, I don't mind if I have to pay for it online if the online copy is like 20 bucks. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I don't want to have to buy something again, but the price is a lot cheaper. You get the utility of it being a digital product, etc. And also, they don't have to physically ship it. You know how heavy paper, like you have to, the paper is actually quite nice that they use for these books. So the actual paper quality is good. They're pretty durable. The like physically looks good, but then you have to do like the printing. So just the cost of the printing alone is already going to be a lot. And then the shipping, because these things are heavy as hell. The storage, everything else, and then paying all the in-betweeners. Like, it's going to be expensive to ship and manufacture all this stuff. So I understand why the cost of a physical book is going to be higher than the digital one. But like, come on, dude, how much money are we saving? You're still going to charge me like 70 bucks for the digital? They'll still charge the same price for the digital book? No. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. You tryhards up the ass everywhere, just playing shit so people can't play. Tryhards everywhere, just playing shit so people can't play. Can you unpack that? I don't really understand this sentence. Like, what do you mean by that? Just maybe I don't understand. Buys the Pathfinder books on your account, you can link third-party tools to access your stuff, which is cool. I like that. But they're good in different ways. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just curious what you mean. Hey, get out of here, real boss. I'm almost level 20, which is exciting. I haven't decided if I'm going to take this character to 30 or not, or if I'm just going to reincarnate it. I honestly am kind of on the fence. This is one of the few quests where I'm like, listen, I know the devils are clearly the bad guys, but she signed a contract, and so are solving this contract by killing everybody, but like, she signed the contract, you know? What are you doing? Also, I don't know why she's here. I've been wondering. Me too. 24 hours. That's 24 hours? Oh, yeah. Everybody saw that. That's where the Pinkerton jokes comes from. Where you'll do XYZ and then the Pinkertons come to your house. Oh, yeah, about that? Yeah. Again, it's something where I'm like, I'm just not 100% sure how I feel about it. I probably will do epics with this character because I want to test out going like more heavy in the spell casting than the melee. Because the last time I did Dragon Disciple, I went with melee epic strikes. And I'm curious if you go all in on the dragon breaths and the dragon casting, what you can get with that. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. But yeah. Is that a bad word? I have no idea. I'm not sure of the etymology. Squelch? I think it's Welch.
Regret this. Penalties apply. Groans the lone broker as she falls.
Big creature within 4 of every counter spell. Yeah, but isn't that like what those colors are designed to do?
Calliope is delighted to have her contract back.
I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding, but isn't literally that the definition of like Magic? Like black players, like people who have black cards in their deck are gonna like destroy your thing. People who are playing white are gonna remove everything. Red players are gonna try to kill you on the first turn of the game. Isn't that the game? Yeah, that's literally the color pie.
Are scattered everywhere. This is a page from the missing manuscript. The thief must have dropped it when they fled.
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but as somebody who has gone up against a lot of those different types of decks, they do kind of be functioning like that.
You found your way into Shan's sewers.
Again, I'm a new player, so my experience is limited. I also don't play in-person Magic because I don't have a card game store near me, and I don't have any Magic cards because Magic cards are expensive, but they're free on the computer. I don't see the crest.
Apparently, the thief was a were-rat. Now the question is, where did they come from?
Like I said, I'm just trying to understand that. Mono brown, there's your crust. Mono brown, because they just play neutral mana. It's actually really funny. I'm playing a brown deck. That's not cool. Yeah, exactly. Mono brown means something else. Oh, I'm coming. Whoop. Gotcha. Woo! This is why I like having the ability to heal people at range. Yeah, like I said, it's I do understand that when you have access to like more color combinations and you can make different things happen, you can like be more flexible with the ways in which you play certain types of decks, which makes sense. But like the general colors in Magic kind of generally do similar things. Like it's not like the players are doing anything wrong. It's like you just look at a new set and you can go through all the red cards and be like, those are red cards. Like it's Wizards, like I guess I don't really understand. Like Wizards are the ones who are printing like 6 different types of counter spells that are blue. It's not the players that are doing that. So I guess I don't really understand what you mean. I thought what you were implying was that because it's an online client and people like to win, everybody is just net decking all the time. And nobody builds their own decks. So if you go on ladder, even in like, because I'm in bronze on ladder, because I am not net decking. I find all of the craziest net decks in bronze. Because people want to win, so they're just going to buy the cards and net deck the hell out of it. But like, that's not going to be different from playing in person. Like, people are still going to net deck and play those cards. There's a reason why they sell a lot of them. You won't be in bronze for long? Oh, yeah. My deck is sick, dude.
Find an odd note addressed to you. It says something about a dog eating your homework. And is signed...
Wind Swamp, Dark Ritual, I'm not expected was my win condition. Yeah.
The hidden hand contact gave the stolen manuscript to a messenger wearing a green hat. When she realized
oh, cool, a Sentry's Helm. I love this item. That's awesome, and it looks great. Also, dude, if I was actually playing hardcore, look at these boots. Oh my god, look at these boots. Oh, it's so sick.
Is wearing a green hat. You find the missing manuscript inside a green-hatted iron defender. It seems the traveler.
God damn it. Those are some good ass boots.
Was this just one of the trickster god's pranks? Or part of some larger plan? Either way, the scholar will be happy to learn his dissertation is safe once more.
Oh, right. I have one more Vikna quest to do, which is the first one. So I'm just going to quickly run it and slam it out. Oh, wow. Draft and Commander paper. I prefer singleton formats. Yeah, I think they can be good too. I think my main problem is, like I said, as me, because I'm like I'm a novice, right? So I'm still learning. I'm still like picking up the things. I get overwhelmed by cards really easily. Where like the new set just dropped and it has 260 cards in it. That's a lot when I'm still learning all the other cards. There's like what, like 8,000 cards in the standard format right now. And so it's just like it's a lot, and because I only play on the online client, there are many times when I'm playing in standard because there's so many cards where like my turn timer is running out because I'm reading my opponent's cards, trying to figure out what it is that's happening, because the turn timer isn't like really short, but like I think there's a good amount of time in arena. But it's like you have to read it and then comprehend, okay, my opponent is playing this and they're setting up to do this, and we do this. And you're trying to see the combo that's coming towards you, or like understand like what you should counter or what you shouldn't do. And I'm getting a better sense for it, but like it can be very overwhelming. And so playing in like one of the formats that lets you use literally any card in the entire game seems like it would be like way overwhelming.
Desperately tries to get your attention. The librarian finally snaps out of her stupor. Yes, we'll track the pages down. I cannot see them clearly.
Yep.
She runs off, searching for more codex.
For the rest of the game, yeah, or you win. I wouldn't be surprised if you had people sitting down for like a casual game of Commander with 4 different people. If you had one person with like a real consistent like win condition deck, they would probably win the game, even if all the like win the 3-on-1. If people are just playing regular cards. Because if somebody's playing all the busted cards, you can't beat them unless you have the busted cards.
Bringing creatures from other planes doesn't stop you. Then we'll send you.
So something I didn't know that I probably should have is that while shadows are flat, they have an infinite reflex save. They just dodge everything. I don't know why I didn't know that, but I really should have known that. Yeah, I know that now. First one to die in every game? That's funny. Yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, these things are all about just having fun. So as long as you're having fun, you're in a good place. And for some people, having fun is exclusively winning, which is fair. I do recognize that, like, whenever you play a card game, you know, if you tell somebody playing a card game that you have a 53% win rate, like, it's like, oh shit, that's good. That's really good. That's a great win rate to have. 53%? Holy shit, you're winning more games than you're losing? That's great. Yeah, exactly. I would say I'm similar, that I don't care.
Says you can take the codex.
I don't care too much about winning per se. I care about not losing too much. I find that it's really easy to get demoralized when you lose too much back to back to back. So I don't need to win all the time, but I do need to not lose all the time. Yo, glad to be a part of your group. Friendly, hope you have a good rest of your day. I just gotta finish off this last quest. I'm almost there. We did a tiny bit more XP, just a smidgen, you know, just the smallest, most least incremental amount of experience points possible. We have a few folks like that. There's a lot of handshakes and have a nice day. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I actually don't even mind like losing a close game, because then you're in it and you're like trying, and there's a back and forth, and then something happens, and then you're like, no, I drew a land, no. But yeah, that's that. I just, it's less so about that. It's more so like, it's if I lose like 5 games in a row, I'm like, all right, I can't do this anymore. I don't need to win all my games, but I can't lose all my games. If I lose all my games, oof, it's hard on the psyche. I gotta take breaks sometimes, which is good. Taking breaks is healthy.
Foxpaw urges you to take the codex page he was studying.
5 soul rings and I had 4. That's like the artifact that taps for mana that people play in Commander, right? I think.
Not sure where this desolate cliff might be. Judging from the demon population,
It's possible. Can you up your volume a bit, please? Up my volume? Like talk louder? Or like, what do you mean? Like overall? Like just raise the sound of everything? Like what specifically do you want to have higher volume? Or like, what are you having difficulty hearing? Because I have a lot of knobs I can turn. Is it like the game is too loud, but my voice is too quiet, so you can't hear my voice? Is it like the whole thing? Like you maxed out the volume on your computer and you still can't hear the whole live stream? The struggling sort of down and very sad, struggling knowing when to stop playing. Tilt losses are real? Yeah, exactly. I hear your voice very well. Thank you. Me too. It's because I'm in my room, in my physical space. And for me, you guys can hear the game sounds. I have the game sounds turned really low. I don't hear them very much. Because I have a bunch of audio plugins that let me separate all the sounds on my computer so I can sort things. That way I can also listen to music. And you guys can't hear it. Speech. Okay, I will do my best.
You're still hounding us? Then I need something bigger.
Oh, I didn't get the last piece of the puzzle. Uh-oh. Should probably debuff this guy.
Yes? We'll find the pieces in a moment. I just need to get rid of this annoyance first.
Also, no Bob, welcome back to the stream team for not 1, not 100. 101 month. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing very, very well. That's a really long time with it to be resubbed. I wanted to give you some fun news, something that I personally have experienced. I have been playing, which you might be interested in. I've been playing a ton of this video game you might have heard of called The Lord of the Rings Online. The new expansion is phenomenal. I love the story. I love the visuals. Some of the zones in the new expansion are just like the Salt Zone. I actually really love it. Big fan. It's such a cool area. This like dried up salt lake. Big fan of that. Love the area design. Really digging the story. Best change by a mile. The coloring of the ground effects. I can see everything. I can see everything all the time, dude. Oh, it's so beautiful. I can read the text. I can see the line. Literally, I can see the lines. Like I'm a poker player out here.
What's that over there?
Whoop.
More of your pages.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about that. I like I said, I've been feeling pretty sick for the past little bit, but I'm like on the mend now, which is nice. And so I'm able to like jump back in and do some of these things. But oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Obviously, a lot of you guys might not be big Lord of the Rings Online players, but if you're somebody who's been enjoying the storyline so far, man, it just keeps getting better. it's been getting better. So I'm excited for the dungeons to come out. I've been following the Bull Roarer. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get too close of a touch on the dungeons because I've been or the new dungeons coming out, specifically because of the timing of things, where I just haven't been able to like log in at the right time. So that's been a part of that, like in terms of the previews, obviously. How much longer would it take to get up to speed in Lotro? I've never played before. Okay, so Lord of the Rings Online is not a complicated game, but it's the story of the Lord of the Rings. So Lord of the Rings is the biggest MMORPG that you can currently play in terms of physical, literal space, because it follows the story of the Lord of the Rings, which is a really thick set of books and some really long ass movies. It will take you playing every day, 6 months to a year, depending on how much you play every day, to catch up to where we are right now. That being said, if you buy the newest expansion, you automatically get a level boost up to the expansion, and you can skip all of that. But if you like the story of the game, if you want to learn about what's happening and follow through, again, you might know the Lord of the Rings, but it goes deeper into that. Lord of the Rings Online is a game that you want to play for the story. I highly recommend it for the story. It is extremely well written. Big fan. Hello, I'm not Pyromancer, and I get big mad at Blizzard about Devourer spec, but then I need Wowhead to tell me what to pick because I can think for myself. Also, WStream, much love. Hell yeah. I don't know exactly what you mean. That being said, yeah, it's just another form of net decking. I could figure out what I want to use on my character. You know what else I could do? I could Google it and then let somebody else tell me. I go to Icy Veins. They just tell me how to play the game. I could go to one of these like Magic the Gathering deck websites and just like rip a deck out of there. Watch a StrimTom guide? Terrible idea. Don't do that. But yeah, overall, I'm having an absolute blast. I think I found like only one quest that's like bugged out and it's not completable for me, which is unfortunate. But still, you know, very, very fully playable. And I'm really excited for the dungeons that come out. Or that are coming, which is cool. I've got my captain done and my lore master will be done for when the dungeons release. Draconic Apotheosis is great. Okay, so I have Draconic Apotheosis. I have 8 points remaining, which is what I thought. So if I put 8 points into Azamar, that brings me to 14, which is not enough to pick up Ascended Bond. I can pick up more stuff here, but with 8 points, I can get Touch of the Void Dragon. And Touch of the Void Dragon is kind of nice. Especially because I can use this for threat reduction and then just take flat damage out of here, which would be pretty good. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to respec this tree. You can store 2 levels minus 1 XP. So I can store, I'm level 20, so I can have up to level 21 and 1 XP from 22. But I can't store 22. I can store 1 XP less than 22. Okay, so we do this. Then we do this, and then 1, 2. Then we need a 1-pointer. We take Double Strike, because Double Strike is good. Then we take Touch the Void Dragon. We're just going to be +1 W, straight up. 5 melee power, straight up. 10 healing amp, positive spell power, and D4 ability scores. Cool. Yeah, you can only hold 2 full levels when you're hitting cap. Exactly. Because technically 20 is the level cap. So it will let you do that. Sick, dude. So now I have 2 more buffs, Draconic Apotheosis and Touch of the Void Dragon, both of which I want to use. All right, so let's do some trimming here. Let's trim. We got to trim the grass. We got to get rid of the abilities we're not going to use. So let's do some trimming here. I have so many abilities. Oh my god. Okay, Draconic Apotheosis costs 100 key. On activation, gives me a buff. Lasts for 2 minutes. This is big buff. So we'll do this here. Touch of the Void Dragon. Also big buff, longer cooldown. Interesting. Look at that. +1 critical threat range of weapons, spell critical damage. Acolyte's Breath and Devastation both deal double damage. That's cool. And then I have Tomb of Jade, which I didn't put on here. So Tomb of Jade can be on 4, so I can go Tomb of Jade. Sick. And now I have an unprepared spell slot. So I did take the Draconic Devastation here. I kind of want to take another Draconic Devastation. As wild as it sounds, you can be such a cool dragon spellcaster. Like, that's so much damage. Because freedom of movement, who cares? Howl of Terror is a really good option. Howl of Terror is good. Death Ward I don't need as much because I already have Death Ward. I'm thinking Draconic Devastation just have 2. Because if I recall correctly, I don't think they share a cooldown. But I'm going to double check here. I'm just going to go quickly. Take energy resist? No, I'm not going to do that. Isn't your capstone only a 20-second duration, 2-minute cooldown? Yes, it is. And devastation. Oh, shit, that's so much damage. Oh, I can have both of them? I mean, it costs a lot of mana. But that is a lot of damage. Especially considering Apotheosis doubles it. So for 20 seconds, my Devastation and my other Devastation are 2d6s plus 12 up to caster level 30. It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty, that's, you know, I like it. It's DDM. Dragon Disciple Monk. Okay, so we go Primal Avatar because we want the I want this here. I want Mantle of Nature. So that's good. Cocoon's not as good. Do I even need Cocoon? Hold. I think instead I can grab like a passive, so I can just take like Spell Power or something. And this. And then we grab this. I think I am going to use Dragon Breath here, because that gives me an extra Dragon Breath. It's like 3 of them. So we have this plus Dragon Breath. And then what would my actual primary tree be? Because we go up here to grab this. We go up here to grab this and this. Oh, it's only after resting. Oh, right. I knew that. I did know that. I don't know why I didn't know that. I don't ever rest in this video game. I'm gonna take Cocoon. Be good. Try Primal as a primary. The problem with Primal as a primary is that I don't really have any intention to use Mass Frog ever. But I could. I'm not gonna do that. I'm thinking, honestly, somebody mentioned it before, but like Fatesinger is a reasonably good primary tree because you do get access to cut the strings. I could also just use Draconic, but I wouldn't use Ruin Intensified because I wouldn't use Ruin and Greater Ruin. I don't need the Dragon Leap. Magus for Succubus. Oh, I forgot about the important stuff. Right, Magus for Succubus, duh. Oh, does it not? Unless you're in animal form or using hand wraps. That's fine, I'm dual wielding. Because this is good. This gives Ballad for the Ages for +1 to spell DCs that stacks. And it gives me hybrid. Honestly, I think Fatesinger's the play. I think we run Fatesinger, not the Epic Strike, just Fatesinger generally, because it does give me melee power and spell power, which I need. And I also get +1 to all ability scores and another +1 to spell DCs that stacks. Yep, that's the play. I think that's the play. I kind of want to go blue or white Dragonborn or Dragon Incarnation because that makes the most sense to me. We're going to grab extra spell power. We're going to grab this. Oh, right. I need this. I need white Dragon Breath. You got to do this. We can take this. Okay, so that's good here. Because we're going to take boom to get up there, boom to go up there. So we're going to take this. I'm not taking the Epic Strike. Huh. Wild. All right. You're striking Primal Mantle and Shardstorm for Acid. Yeah, I don't want to go Acid because Acid's Conjuration, and I don't want to use any of the Conjuration stuff. I want to use the Evocation stuff. So yeah. Harmonic Resonance is just good. Jack of all trades is just good. Music of the Spider Queen is just good. It's free spell power. Okay, how much Sonic am I dealing? I am dealing Sonic damage when my Mantle procs and deals Sonic damage on melee attack, which is good. Evoke this. Wow. Wow, dude. Wow. You know what? Maybe I will. Spell power. I think I'm going to take Jack of all trades here. And then grab a little bit of music. And kind of work my way up here. Yeah, this seems good. So now we have Mantle of the Sky. So we get the extra damage there. We've got Cocoon, which I don't even know where I would put this. We have Dragon Breath. All right, now I got to do some trimming. Got to do some ability trimming here. We have too many abilities. Too many abilities. How often am I casting Acolyte's Breath? Probably never. So I'm going to put that here. Okay, so that's good. And then I have Draconic Devastation. I have Draconic Burst. Burst is just worse than Devastation, right? Because this is SLA, and this is the spell. So I can go like boom, 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 and just triple down on the spells. That makes the most sense. And then I get a bunch of spell power from putting all those things in the cores. So now we have 245 electric and 255 cold. And now we get some items and we flip it in. Yes. Yes. Now this is looking good. I'm just going to get some spell power items. I'm also going to replace my Warhammers. I'm probably just going to get the Keep on the Borderlands ones. I don't think that there's any special Warhammers that I can get that would help me with my spell stats, but we'll see. I need a vendor. Rotate a corner. The buttons they light up are all blue. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the DVD menu. That's an item I can't believe I just sold. There's a time in my life where I never would have sold that, but it's not this one. I don't need this. Ghastly Guards. These are cool. I'm going to bank these for later. I got to sell this Scarab of Spell Absorption because people will buy it. There are people that like it. Sentient XP? Goodbye. I don't even want you. I'm not even going to dignify you by putting you in my weapon. You're just gone. And I did raise my UMD quite a bit thanks to Draconic Incarnation, so I could get Greater Heroism Scrolls, which would be helpful. Yep. So yeah, it's kind of sick. So we'll take a look at this. Strimlage, yeah. Like I said, I could use Primal, but I don't really have a deep desire right now. I think Fatesinger is going to work best for what I want to do for hybrid stuff. It gives me mana cost reduction, which is good. We get mana cost reduction from Draconic. We get Evergreen. So my mana is going to suck. Basically, until I get to Evergreen, ooh, God, my mana is going to suck. But we'll just treat it like Diablo 2. We'll just town a lot and drink a lot of potions, and then eventually it'll be fine. Then we get the insight, and we're all set. Okay, that's all it is. We town a lot, and we drink a lot of potions, we get insight, and then we can cast as many spells as we want. Unrelated, but I have had a desire to play classic Diablo 2, where you can't buy mana potions all the time. And you have to, like, try. That being said, I feel like a classic Diablo 2 is probably the same as it is in D2, or like expansion, where once you get to like Nightmare in Hell, every time you kill a champion pack or a boss pack, or I guess there's no champion packs, but every time you kill a boss pack, it probably drops like 2 or 3 mana potions, so you're always going to be stocked on mana potions anyway, but you can't buy them.
Who could teach you about what fate lies in store?
Warmth and Crive with Firebolt. Yeah, why am I here? Find potion on Barbarian. Something I didn't know, because I was a kid when I was playing Diablo 2 initially when it first launched, is that apparently in Diablo 2, the game, when they added the expansion, which then added synergies, because I watched the video that Chris Wilson did with Mr. Llama where they talked about the game. I didn't realize when they added synergies to increase the damage of skills, they also increased the life of monsters to compensate for that, effectively nerfing every build that didn't use synergies, which I did not know, which is very interesting. Not how I would have designed that, but interesting nonetheless. Yeah, so when you go to Classic, there's no synergies. It's not like your character can't kill anything anymore because you're missing out on 500% damage. It's that everything did less or had less health. Yeah, it was cool. I could wear like a university set. That's kind of neato. Because I got this. I don't have a cloak. Unlucky. Oh, from Fatesinger? So Fatesinger is going to grant me, each of the cores gives me melee power, so we get 20 melee power here, which is good. On top of that, I get +1 ability scores and saves from Glitter of Flame. Picking up a lot of extra universal spell power skills, which turns into universal spell power, stuff like that. I'll have Rhythm to Rain for extra hit and the Vorpal damage of Sonic and Electric, since I am attacking relatively quickly, which is cool, and it does scale off of my spell power, which I have a lot of generically. I get access to the Bard Song, which gives me, or the Inspire Courage, which gives me hit chance, which then I can then improve to get even more hit chance and damage. So now we're getting flat a lot of like the melee stat bonuses. On top of that, also to pick up reduced cost of spells from Masquerade. Up here, I get to pick up Divine Resonance, which gives me an extra +1 charisma on top of that. So I get +2 charisma out of the Fatesinger tree. And then I also get access to Metamagic Attunement if I want, so I can get free Extend for some of my spells for convenience sake, or free Enlarge for distance. I don't think I need the Enlarge, but the Extend could be interesting depending on what I want to do. If I want, I can also take Greatest Shout, which gives me a stun, which my character doesn't have. I'll probably take Burst of Glacial Wrath, but in case I don't decide to take that, I could take Greatest Shout, which then can turn into a heal with with Hear My Voice Friend, so I can heal people, which is kind of cool with the sonic damage. And then, of course, tier 5, you get access to Cut the Strings, which is an insane burst DPS skill. For general use cases, it can instantly kill regular monsters, but this adds an extra flat 300 sonic damage that scales with spell power to every single attack that I use against a boss. I guess it's once per second, but it is a massive amount of single target damage, which will be helpful. And because the cooldown's only a minute, it's pretty much every single red name. I just hit it with Cut the Strings, then we chop it down. On top of that, getting an extra 1 spell DCs from Ballad for the Ages that you can't get from these other trees as well as the actual plus damage, and True Seeing for free, which I already have because I'm a Dragon Disciple, but still it's nice. So, and it gives me the critical multiplier as well. And then, of course, Turn the Tide. The benefit of going Fatesinger is it gives me group buffs, but more importantly, this gives me all of the relevant melee stats that I would want without the attacks. And because I get more spell DCs, it means my spells can still be relevant. This character, in theory, I should be able to land like 130-ish with proper gear on all of my DCs at endgame. So when proper gear set up all my things, I should be able to get around 130 on my DCs while still having melee skills and still having burst DPS from Cut the Strings. So that is kind of the goal there. Now, the consistent DPS does suffer, and I won't be as tanky as I would like to be because I have no defenses on this. This is pretty much all offense. But I'm hoping Burst of Glacial Wrath will just save the day. Now, one of the reasons why Burst of Glacial Wrath is not the only thing that I want to use here, and why I will consider Greatest Shout, is because Greatest Shout stuns Reapers, whereas you can't stun Reapers with Burst of Glacial Wrath, which is a big deal. Big deal. So being able to stun Reapers on a 6-second cooldown is really nice, and the stun lasts for 6 seconds. So it's a 6-second stun with a 6-second cooldown. You can lock down an entire room. It's definitely something to consider. On top of that, this will have a higher DC as well because it's at base 20, whereas my DC stop at 14. So we'll see. Okay. Study Spectacles, no. Ring of Prowess, no. All right, what do I got? I got some garbage around here. Impulsive, Combustive, Evocation, Resonation. Devoted. Epic Bloodstone. So that's an improvement. We'll just slap an Epic Bloodstone in here. It's a huge increase in stats. Massive. Nullification? No. Dire Devoted of Insightful Physical Sheltering? That's kind of nice. But yeah, I don't have any, like, actual caster stats. We can get the Volcurum Dervish Robe, which does give me Efficient Maximize Exceptionally versus Spell Power, but I don't really want the set. I can wear Gloves of the Falcon to get a set, but I don't have the other items. I can get Combustive, but I want to go cold. So I'm surprised I don't have, like, any cold gear here. Like, this ring, if this was a cold ring, would be quite nice. So I could probably craft something. Let's take a quick examine of what else I have on hand. Wicked Insanity, nothing crazy. Memories of Kindness, this is a nice helmet. I'll probably slap that on later. When I come back to this game, sometimes sit me down and slowly show me how I'm failing as a player doing R10s with 109, 117 DC. It's hard, man. It's hard. The Dryad Trinket, I mean, that is very cool, just not good for me at level 20 because I can't equip it. Yeah, but Tomb of Jade has a, it's a minute cooldown? Yeah, it's a minute. It's Wisdom Cold Artifact. If you made an Epic Saltmarsh set, just saying, Axlet, you are the Saltmarsh Slinger, the Saltmarsh Salesman. Every hardcore, when I would be like, you'd be like, oh, check out my build, and I look at it, and it's just the full Saltmarsh set every time. Very impressive. Yeah, I'm just thinking about right now what I want to equip. Okay, we're going to put this in the bank. We're going to grab a Prudent Cloak here. So this is going to give me even more wisdom, which is nice. Love that. I think the answer is I just craft it. Like, I can just craft out 2 rings. That solves most of my problems. The downside is I don't have a Constitution item, but the upside, I have a Hasty Belt of Strength. Dire, Combustive, Compulsive. Do I not have a Constitution belt? I have to. I must have crafted something like this in the past. What if I didn't? What if I told you I didn't do that? Oh, yeah, I did. Perfect. Con, Insightful Con, False Life. So we can put that there. Game. And this is my Belt of the Ram. I don't need this. So now I could just dual craft rings and have one ring that's fire or cold and one ring that's lightning spell power, and then have both of them with spell power and crit. Could be good. Patreon Saltmarsh Legends of Avantris campaign. Hell yeah. Yeah, Slave Lords. I do have Slave Lords. Slave Lords is good. Get out of here. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play there. I think that will be the play. That makes sense to me. Regalia of the Phoenix. Cool visual. Not good item. Epic Memories of Insight. This item's just bad. I'm going to delete it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Get out of here. Goodbye. Yeah, I just don't have any, I don't have any particular items. I could probably sift through some characters to find something, but I might as well just Caneth craft some things since I have a lot of Caneth crafting materials. So I'll probably just do that. And just go like boom, boom. Just make a couple rings real quick. Let's do that. Hey boss, is there a way to make a fun Bard Lock build out there? Worried about endgamer ratings of fun Bard Warlock? You know, you asked the right guy, cussy words. Because I happen to know a guy who made a Bard Warlock build. So if you go and you follow this link, this is my old build guides. So this is some of the old ones there. And you go in there, you will find on the left side, there's like a tab for sorting through different builds. And under Update 58 Unlikely Heroes, I have a build called the New Buff Bard for Modern Content, which also comes with a associated YouTube video. That character is a perfectly serviceable solo character. You can use it as a solo build. It is designed for like playing with others because it's got super strong healing, super strong buffs, but it does damage as well to get through. So that way you can play Warlocks. You've got the Warlock damage thing going on. It's just not like a top damage dealer, but if you play solo, you're completely survivable. You can do whatever you want. If you play in a group, you're like group god because you're healing everybody and everybody will love you. And you have a lot of flexibility. So hopefully that is helpful for you. But yeah, there's tons of ways to make a fun Bard Warlock. Hopefully that can give you some inspiration if you need it. And if you didn't need that inspiration and you were just asking generally as a question, my answer to that would be yes, you can make something like that. Get busy in January because that's how the universe works. As they say, it is what it is. Who's got a colorless augment? Hell yeah. Let's get some rings, baby. And the idea is just to give you some inspiration. The answer is Acolyte of the Skin, by the way. Acolyte of the Skin solves all your problems. Okay, so this one is already primed for crafting, I believe. Nope. This one is already, this is not. So we go disjunct. The number of times I bought stuff and then accidentally dissolved it because I'm not that smart is too high. We go craft. And we want glaciation. And we want electric. Magna. No, magne. Mag. Oh, I have to type in magnetism. Wow, magnetism. Spelling is hard. You know, it's actually funny too because I used to do like spelling bees because I was a big loser. And I used to do stuff like that. And I'm very cool when I was a kid. Oh, craft. All right. Lore. Cold. And glassy. $20. I only make one shard. Come on, Shrimp Tom. Come on. Yeah, I actually used to do pretty well in spelling bees and stuff. But some words just get me. Some words just you know, they just get you. They're trippy. Magnetism is one of the ones that I spell wrong a lot. That I would not like to, but electricity lore. Magnetism. I gotta say magnetic because I say magnetic. I guess is still an E sound. Yeah, you know, it's me. It's all me. It's all downhill, man. It's all downhill. All right, so I'm just gonna dump these in here, take them out, and we're all set. Stream, have you talked about snow peaks yet? Not really, no. I have not talked about snow peaks because we don't. Snow peaks, as far as I know, is not meaningfully changing before next year or before the next snow peaks comes out. The thing. So we'll see, but I don't think it's any meaningful change happening. Oh. Medulla oblongata. Mm-hmm. Oh, insightful disease ward. Thank you. Yeah. Thunder Peaks. Fun raids. I like Thunder Peaks, honestly. Yep. Come on. Nope. Go away, bank. Now the downside is I lose Ichthanore's Signet Ring doing this. And sheltering, as it turns out. Did my boots have sheltering? Nope. It's fine. Anyway, this solves my problem. And now I have spell powers, electric and cold. And crit. So they're 38%. Cool. Now we can try to do some stuff. Is this a new build? I'm just playing around. I literally exclusively wanted to play... I can't climb on this. I exclusively just wanted to play a Dragon Disciple because Dragon Disciple is cool and fun. That's it. I want to play Dragon Disciple. I played Dragon Disciple. You know what's the best part about playing Dragon Disciple? That's right. Ending the live stream. Hey guys, hope you had a good time and checking out some stuff. I have some other tasks I need to complete this evening, and so I can't stay any longer. But we will be back tomorrow. which I'm very excited for because I'm going to be starting the solo guided artificer playthrough. So solo guided artificer, a lot of people have wanted that. Now that hardcore is here and I have the time and the energy, we're going to be starting that tomorrow. So that will be happening. So if you're interested in that, you want to see that, that's going to be going. You want to have something to fall asleep to? Guess what? You're going to have video series to fall asleep to. But we're going to get started with that tomorrow. So it'll be pretty good. For those that don't know, solo guide playthrough is basically where I play through the entire game without the use of any other players on a brand new character, using no items, just everything, only what I find. But the whole time, it's not a challenge run because it's DDO. It's not like I'm trying to pretend this is some type of challenge. It's exclusively as a guide for that I can upload on YouTube that people can follow along with, where I just describe my thought process, how I get past certain traps, how I find certain things, how to solve different types of problems. So that way, if you're somebody who is like, oh, I'm dying a lot, but I don't know how to solve this problem, you might be able to watch the series and go, okay, well, how does Strimtom handle this situation? How does he make sure he has enough damage? How does he have enough health? How does he find the gear that he needs? And some of those things might be helpful to some of you. But yeah, that's all I have for today, because that's happening tomorrow. So thank you guys for watching. It's been a fantastic time. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel, or don't follow the channel. If you didn't like what you saw, that's no problem for me. I hope everything is well with all you guys out there. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. And I hope all of you are doing very good out there in the world. There is a new patch tomorrow. Nothing crazy in the patch. It is just, as far as I can tell, or like as we were going over, it's just a couple of like basic bug fixes, and also restricting who can log in to make characters on the ghost worlds and stuff. So which is where you transfer your old stuff from. So yeah, just some bug fixes, nothing major, simple stuff. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful evening, and I should raid somebody who is where are we going here? Yo, let's raid Ungermax. I don't think I've ever raided Ungermax. Let's get him. Get him, dude. Let's drop it in. All right, bye bye.
Like, I've got a character that's got tons of spell point potions.
Strimtom rated your channel with 87 viewers.
Strimtom, look at this. Thank you for the raid, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh my god. The accent, man.
How's everyone doing?
It's the accent. I don't have any cool accent. I just sound like a generic, like, North American.
I don't think
hey, what are you gonna do? Anyways, take care, YouTube chat. See you guys later.